to Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya, for the final 5 hours of this 24 hours of Barcelona. I hope you've been able to have a little bit of rest, certainly more rest than our teams out here. It is 7 o'clock local time, but with the very thick darkness still, you would not believe it. Let's check in with what's been going on out on circuit. TCR just has 2 cars left in it, with Wolf Power now leading over Holmgard. 8 minutes, that's the story to check in on. 8-minute gap now, with Holmgard very much in control of the championship before we went to bed. Wolf Power now leads past Kuten's. Cooper is out of the race, a retiree a few hours ago. In the GT category, it is 3 minutes and 11 seconds that separate IMSA LS Group Performance with Haas RT. Now, they are on different strategies, and of course, things will take time to play out. It's been 4.5 hours since we last had a code 60, and therefore really difficult to analyse. Herbert Motorsport nearly 4 minutes back from the lead now, with CP Racing actually just pitting, so they are artificially in 4th position. I think you could probably say they're in 2nd or 3rd once everything shakes out. Scherer Sport up to 5th position after their issues earlier doors, with Michael Doppmeyer getting a puncture. That is a great recovery drive. His car collection dropping down to 6th position overnight. Jutta Racing up to 7th spot and Land in 8th. We had some big cheeses in the GT3 category, unfortunately dropping out. In 9th is the leading 992 category car, Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. It's difficult to know exactly what the gap is right now, because we're in a sequence of pit stops for these cars, with Red Ant Racing just out of the pits. And then the 4th 992 car, the best of the AMs, which is Tracy Crone's RPM Racing in 12th overall. HRT, the 967 car, 5th overall, with Jutta's number 72 down in 14th. Red Ant number 2 car, the 904, 15th. And then Hoffer Racing up to 16th position after slowly crawling their way back. They were in the barriers just around midnight last night. VDS Racing is the best of our GTX category cars with the Mark II V8. The KTM is just, according to this, half a second behind. So a really good battle, and in fact that has just changed as we've been speaking. So back into the lead then goes the KTM. NM Racing's Mercedes GT2 car in 3rd spot, and then the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in 4th. Best of the GT4 cars, Atlas BX, with a significant advantage over the rest of their field. No problems so far for Vortex 701. 917 of Orchard Racing Team having a few spins but keeping going. And then Richardson Racing 992 AM in 8th spot. Now we get into the people who've had issues, potentially even people who have retired. Antti Ramo in the MRS GT spent a long time in the pits, but it's still going right now. The 2nd of the GT4s is the Hoffer Racing by Bonk. BUGGYRA up now, just 3.5 minutes behind, so they've had some issues overnight, the M4 GT4. The 2nd of the Vortex is in 28th position. E2P, the local team, is still running in 29th. GRS, the Janetta, would you believe, is still running in 30th. But the first of our retirees, the NKPP by HRT Performance, they retired just about 20 laps ago, with the 929 HRT Performance car also retiring. 709 was in the wall, I think, and they have retired out the race. Sebastian Lejoux Racing, the Porsche 992. Also out. Engine issues for the 930 HRT Performance, all Swedish entry. And the first of our retirees, would you believe, was the Ferrari, just around 11 o'clock last night, with continuing gearbox issues that they could not solve. A leading car at one point, but sadly out of the race before midnight. My name is Ben Costenduris. We've got Diana Binks down in the pits, and alongside me for the next 2.5 hours is Joe Bradley.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everybody. And welcome back if you've been with this race throughout, watching the onboards during the night, then well done. You deserve a coffee. Go and get that pot of coffee on. Send it over here if you like. Significantly, I think the Wochenspiegel Ferrari going out with that gearbox issue eventually. We've put it down as electrical issues. We knew it was surrounding the gearbox, and they continued, and it was quite a shame because they were very, very much in contention. We saw the pace of the car, the new Ferrari 296. We certainly saw how quick that car is in Estoril at the 12 hours at the previous round, and it's been strong all week here, and then for that glitch to occur, well, that's just unfortunate. But at least they went out early, Ben, and they've probably been able to, well, if they can find a hotel, because some of the tactics employed by the teams, they don't bother checking into a hotel on the Saturday night. They'll check out of their hotel and check back into another hotel on the Sunday. So the Wochenspiegel team there, early to bed, unfortunately for us.
Questions about Herbert Motorsport that were up, well up into the lead of the race with a 2.5 lap advantage, really. 30 seconds back now, and that was due to a lengthy visit to the gravel trap at around 10 o'clock last night, wasn't it? Where Ralph Byrne found himself in the gravel. Then they had pit stop issues whereby they would come into the pits and spend a long time in the refuel, only to then need to come back 3 or 4 laps later and do it again. I don't know whether, if you were following the feed before we went off air, Nick Damon was able to find a solution as to why they were doing that. It does seem to have solved itself. Looking at the trackers, they're into big chunky stint lengths, and as I said, no code 60 for 4.5 hours means we're getting a feel for what these cars are completely able to do. And the 91 machine is able to do 1 hour and 10 minutes really on a full significant tank of fuel, because of course in green flag running they can fuel up to their allowance, not necessarily the tank limit, but the allowance that they're allowed per stint, and of course what the tyres can do in what is not cold conditions. It might have been the night, but it is not actually that cold. About 20 degrees as we came in this morning at 6:30. In that 20 degrees in the pit lane, the humidity this morning as the sun comes up is our pit reporter Diana Bink. She has news.
In the carriage, work going on the car, so I'm just taking a walk further up the pit lane as well. Quite a few garages are closed, but I'm back up here at the far end, and just sort of people are, as you'd expect at this time of the morning, getting some rest in before it continues, but the cars are still in and out of the pit lane. Quite quiet at the moment, as you said, as that sun sets. Beautiful conditions down here, I've got to say. But I'll bring you more information as I find it.
Thank you very much, Diana. Yeah, that's a real shame for HRT, which means 3 of their 4 cars out of the race.
Yeah, that's why they bring 4. The car remaining in the race is at the moment in the fueling area. Stefano Monaco's brought in the number 967. Just overlooking that, overseeing that. Also in the pits, that looks like the number 1 Audi. Hard to see. Still dark here, still full dark here. The sky barely beginning to show signs of any kind of shade of lightness. So we are a little bit away from sunrise, but it will be upon us. And we had the sunset shift, Ben. We've got the sunrise shift, which the 2 most romantic periods of any 24-hour race, when the sun disappears and then reappears.
I'm so happy to share it with you, Joe.
Just beautiful lighting across the circuit. What we saw last night at sunset, and we're going to see equally some beautiful lighting out there from our cameras on the live stream, if you're with us.
And do you know what else is going to light up? Is the timing screens, because this is a wonderful day, a wonderful part of the day to get some fresh tyres on and to bang in some fast lap times, because the humidity's in the air is relatively cool. Okay, it's 20 degrees, so it's not that cool. But the circuit is well rubbered in, of course, over what we've had is 17 hours of racing. Very odd to wake up in the morning and have so much of the race already completed. But that concoction of conditions for these cars, if the car is working well, and usually, of course, you've got a little bit less traffic as well, we will see lap times coming down. And looking, just glancing at my screen quickly, Rick Breukers setting the best lap time of its race, of the 909's race, of 1:46.8. Way better than anyone else around him as he tries to extend the advantage at the head of the 992 category. It is just 12 seconds at the moment, would you believe, after 17 hours of racing.
And not far behind the lead battle in 992, just over a minute now. Sabino De Castro has taken over the wheel of the number 955, the Vinny Motorsports by EB Motors Porsche. Third, just over a minute behind the lead battle, but still very much in contention. And down there in the pit lane, very, very hard with the darkness still upon us to think anywhere or think anything about the finish of this race. We've still got a chunk of race, and you must not become complacent with thinking that the checkered flag is just around the corner. You've just got to keep pushing, got to keep pushing. Let's head down to the pits. Think Dye is with the Mercedes from the NM team. Dye.
The 715 NM Racing team have got the car on the pit apron. They're changing business pads, and they're about to do a driver change, or I think they've just had a driver change, actually. So let me just have a little look here. Morning, have you just jumped out?
Morning, what?
Morning, have you just jumped out?
What do you say? Sorry, it's so loud.
Did you just get out of the car?
Yeah, I just jump away.
Give us a feel for how it has been during the night.
Well, it's quite fun to drive. I mean, you know, with the GT, I'm usually driving as a prototypes. With the GT, you have a very strong headlights, so it's, you know, compared to prototypes, it's like a day driving, which is quite funny to do. You know, just managing the traffic, rolling away. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, especially when it's endurance racing and you just need to be safe, do your job, be constant. Yeah, it's nice to do.
So, who's just got in the car now?
It's now Manelao jumped inside, so he's gonna be fine, I think.
You all seem quite relaxed. You're quite comfortable that you've got the balance and the performance from the car that you want at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, during the night the car was much more stable than during the hot daytime, because we had quite a big tire degradation. So for us, now the nighttime is much more better because tire life is much more longer. Yeah, and you know, the GT is so nice to drive after the prototypes. It's a gentleman's car, which is really nice, and I like the GT too, actually. Yeah, so the balance for us at night was fine. We just changed a bit of brakes, so we hope that for the morning time it's going to be same cool for us. Yeah, wish all the best.
What was the traffic like during the night?
I mean, you know, it's quite easy to manage because you have a references, so you're not able to see the cars behind because everybody is blinking and you're just blind on the mirrors. And actually, we don't have a camera in the Mercedes, but you see when it's darker or when it's light on your mirror, and you understand why is the car coming. So yeah, it's just an experience. Actually, it's my first 24, but I did a couple of night racing in prototypes, in 4 hours races in Dubai and Puerto Rico. So yeah, it's good to manage. It's just an experience.
You said it's your first experience of a 24-hour race. What's your feeling about it so far?
Well, I thought it was actually tough, you know, it's so relaxed. I was planning not to sleep all the time, but you have so much adrenaline. And yeah, it's so nice. I don't know, I love it absolutely. Like, it's already, I don't know, 5, 6 a.m. Which was nice. My teammates going to enjoy that. Yeah, it's a cool experience. I'm fully involved in the future.
the start of a 24-hour race. And this worry, this anxiety of how I'll feel overnight,
Yes.
which then leads to but actually,
By that you mean you kind of...
but actually, generally, and I speak as a commentator today, commentating on a 24-hour race. Bike race just a couple of weeks ago, would you believe? And it's true that, and I've also done 24-hour races. Somehow your body deals with it, and deals with it in a really good way with the
These drivers, the crew, who I feel sorry for, the drivers can and you just catnapping throughout the night, and it's all about conserving energy, and the conserving of the energy started on Thursday, where you don't want to sort of wear yourself out. You've still got 4 hours lapsing into complacency of thinking, oh man, that's it, just around the corner. But you've still got to work hard. The drivers are still pushing on. Strong lead from the IMSA Performance Porsche. Very, very strong pace still. 1:44.8, for instance, from Julian Andlauer. Now I know he is a superstar, but to be pushing, still pushing on and putting it forward. Best lap history indeed for Julian Andlauer in this stint, 43.4. So you think all those 3 laps, we can back off the managing, I think you put the back off by 2 or 3 seconds now because you get out of that rhythm, and that's when you just have to score on these quick. The team manager to advise mechanics and crew members when the car is in the pit stops.
So let's just put these top 4 cars into perspective. On the circuit, uninterrupted. That's the last time he's come into the pit, so we would expect that car to come back in within the next 10 minutes or so. He had done half a stint before that, and I just pointed this out to Joe Bagley. With 4.5 hours, you expect to see some kind of a rhythm develop. That half a stint that Julian Andlauer did about an hour ago, kind of odd. Either way, still leads the race and is on the second Herbert Motorsport now sitting in second position. Those 2 stops in the next 10 minutes now. Patrick Cole has only been in the car since the start of that stint, but they have...
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
points-wise. Former winner of this race. We reminded him the other day, 2012. He was in a McLaren MP 412. So yes, he knows how to win this race, and that's how you get yourself into contention. And it's going to need that. All right, they may be lacking overall pace with regards to lap times in comparison to, say, the leading IMSA Porsche. But it's not necessarily about pace endurance racing. It's about staying on the track, going round and round, and staying out of the pits as much as you possibly can. Talking about endurance, I just want to give him a mention because he's been with us the whole race. It's 24H Series. I'm going to call him super fan because he really is. Jamie Peters-Ennis, well done, mate. You've stayed up through the night. You've followed the race. And well done again. Jamie's one of our 24H Series fans. He actually makes the journey out to Spa on a couple of occasions, and he's already planning his 2024 trips. And he's looking to Portimao.
Yes.
I can only say yes, Jamie.
Yeah.
Get yourself to Portimao.
And at that time of year as well, that should be a pretty cheap flight to Faro. It will be, I think we're going there in May, I think that is.
We are actually going to Portimao in early May. So
early May.
The weather. Usually we're there in July, and it is very, very hot. Well, in May, it'll just be hot, not very, very hot.
No,
so
it's perfect. Yeah. Absolutely perfect. Outside of school holidays, all the bars and restaurants will be starting to open down on the coast, and it will be a great place to visit. Let's go back down to the pits with Diana.
Thanks, Ben. I'm with the 416. Alia Alex has just got out of the car. Alia, you were in the car for over an hour or so. How was your evening?
It was a long evening. I just finished the last night stint. It went pretty okay. We were catching to the GT4 in front of us, so that was going good. I'm not sure how it is now, but yeah, the daytime's coming, so yeah, that's nice.
The team have had a few sort of challenges, you know, right at the very beginning. They had some issues. What was that issue, and has that clearly been resolved?
Well, in the beginning we had a problem with the fuel pump, and then we had another problem with in the back. So far we have no problems, and so we have a few more hours to go. So I'm hoping it's gonna stay with no problems.
How would you describe this Barcelona circuit from a racing perspective?
It's a really nice track. It's long, so it's very nice to go. There's a lot of fast corners, and it's very wide. So. It's for sure now one of my favorites.
What's been the most challenging aspect so far?
Well, this is my first 24 hours, so I think that has been the biggest challenge, to go back and forth and having to rest in between. So I think for sure it's a very interesting experience, but part of the problems, I'm enjoying it a lot. So yeah, hopefully it keeps going good.
So what's your impression of your first 24?
So far, I'm enjoying it a lot. The team have been doing really good to fix the issues we had, and I'm very happy with my teammates we have. They've been going really well. So yeah, so I think it was so far a lot of learning for my first 24 hours.
How satisfied are you with your performance?
I think personally I can be happy with how I was driving. Of course, we're not in the position we want to be with the championship being so close, but I think personally with my driving, I think I improved a lot throughout the year, so I can be happy with myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would have lost money on it being her first 24-hour race. I really would have. It's been a big part. It just seems to have been a part of the series with that BUGGYRA Mercedes team.
But this year, this is the only 24H series. This is the only 24-hour race.
That's where I've fallen down. Yeah,
done lots of endurance racing, but maybe not an actual full 24.
Yeah, for first. Yeah, Adam Lacko now at the wheel of the 416, and this was a car that was very much in contention for overall GT European Championship. However, with that problem dropping them down the order, that's dropped them massively out of contention. We did crown our first European champion overnight. It was in the Touring Car Endurance Series, and it's Holmgarden Motorsport who is the first of the 2023 European champions to be crowned. They have taken the Touring Car Endurance Series for 2023. 136 points. If they finish now, they would still take home 36 points for the championship, which consolidates their position. So to the checkered flag, they were crowned at midnight actually when the half points were awarded. So congratulations to Holmgaard. The GT Championship going towards the final checkered flag of the European Series. Atlas BX Motorsport still leads the championship by 200 with 200 points. RPM Racing, that's the Tracy Krohn and Nick Jonsson Porsche, they're on 192 points in second place. Shearer Sport, they've gone up to third place in the championship as it stands on 188, and then in fourth place on 184 points is the Vili Motorsports by EV Motors. Just behind them in fifth on 178 is both the RD Sainz Lamborghini team and the CP Racing team, and the BUGGYRA team, and oh, hang on, scroll down, Bradley, and the Red Ant Racing, the 903. So we've got four cars tying on that fifth place in the championship overall.
Let's now extract that information and work out what's realistic. So Atlas BX with full points in GT4
and still leading GT4 at this point.
Leading GT4. RPM with full points in 992 AM.
Yeah, they'll get full points for the AM.
So neither can do better than where they're at right now, and there's
No.
an 8-point gap between the two. So, and really Shearer Sport are the ones that could improve if Shearer Sport got victory in their category, which
So
is
they are-
Pro-Am.
Yeah, they're currently third.
Which would be hard to do with Herbert Motorsport being part of that.
Yes, Haas RT, they have to beat Haas RT, who were ahead of them on the road.
They would still not beat Atlas BX, even though they had full points in their category. So the only way this is going to change is if Atlas BX in the GT4 category have an issue. There are only 3 cars in that category.
That's right.
So they can only go down to third in class, which is 32 points. If they do that, that will put them equal on points with RPM Racing at the moment, but it does allow Shearer, if they could go, if, to the lead, then they could win it. But Atlas BX to drop behind BUGGYRA, sorry, would be a big problem. They would be having a big issue, because at the moment, is Dong No aboard the Atlas BX 403 Mercedes GT4. They're on lap 541. Hoffer Racing, second in class, 515. So a 30-lap difference between the two of those two. And then BUGGYRA, actually only BUGGYRA just 4 laps back.
I think the easiest one to consider, and the more realistic one, is if the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes drops to third in that class. I think if they continue to lead the GT4
it's still going to be
class,
hard to beat
it's going to be very hard to beat them, yes. They have got quite a considerable lead, as you said, and for the checkered flag is 4.5 hours away, so as we get towards that, then the time for making up deficits for teams that are behind them, the chances become slimmer and slimmer as that clock ticks. So championship presentation coming up this afternoon in the paddock for our competitors. Keep an eye on the 24/8 Series website and social media outlets. They're on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Twitter. In fact, our media man, our media guru Jim's getting absolutely all over it and has been keeping the updates coming thick and fast to keep you up to date while we've been off air, and have been live timing also being available throughout the night. And so Ben, we're getting towards that part of the day where we're starting it a bit cloudy. We've got the sky has lit up, someone switched on the light, or at least turned the dimmer up at the moment. It's not quite bright light, but we've got a bit of an overcast cloud. I'm pretty sure when the sun comes across the horizon, that cloud will burn off, as we've got a weather forecast of bright sunshine and very hot temperatures towards midday, which is of course checkered flag time, so temperatures getting towards 25. We're going to have highs of 28 later on. Towards the finish of the race, it's going to start getting warm. What does that mean? Well, apart from it being very pleasant, it also means that these very tired motor cars are going to be subjected to some extreme temperatures once again. We've had a lot of discussion about brakes, Ben, and certainly in the nighttime hours, we really saw how those brake discs were being abused, with some beautiful pictures from our cameras of glowing brake discs. Here at the Circuit of Catalunya, the heavy braking areas are quite numerous. Is that a problem on the crossbar?
The window's just open, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that's not a door. That is like opening the window. So I wonder whether that's not actually much of an issue, because remember that has that canopy, the whole of the top of the cockpit lifts off.
Clamshell, isn't it?
And that's the door. That's the way you get in and out. What is opened on the left side, on the driver's side, is simply like winding down the window. I would argue, because they've actually got a nice little advantage right now. Since we've checked in half an hour, they've built up half a minute lead over the Mark V8.
Maybe a little bit of ventilation needed. It's going to ruin the aerodynamics. The design engineers probably tearing his hair out if he's watching this race.
I wouldn't want the buffeting in there, or that when you open only one window.
Yes.
At 70 miles an hour.
Yeah,
it's bad enough.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's voluntary, the fact that that window's popped open. We've got the 91 in the fueling area from third place. That's handed that second place to Charles Espinal in the CP Racing Mercedes. We're going to see a couple changes on the leaderboard whilst we cycle through these pit stops, as we continue to watch the number 714, the KTM crossbow, that is. And that window is still being opened.
So Patrick Kolb comes into the pits from second, elevating CP Racing up into that second position. And we do expect to see the same from Julian Andlauer. In fact, he's done exactly as we've said in the fuel zone right now, is the leader of our race. And the 76 is now in the pit. So they are mirroring each other, the 76 and the 91. I'm not sure whether CP Racing will take over the lead of the race. It might be too far back, but it's certainly on a different strategy. They are toing and froing. Let's go down to Diana now, who can congratulate Home Guard Racing on the one hand for wrapping up the TCE category this evening, or yesterday evening, but question marks over how they've lost the lead, Diana.
They had to change the drive shaft sort of middle of the night. It took them about 18 minutes, they said. So that was something they had no choice that they had to do. So I've just been into the garage, and actually they're all ensconced in a bit of a, they were in a bit of a conversation, so I was just worried that I'd interrupted them at the wrong moment. So not being able to congratulate them properly yet, but we will get to that bit. But they're disappointed that they've lost the lead, but they've done what they need to do, and they're just going to keep pushing.
They're probably wanting the accolade of winning the 24 Hours of Barcelona in the final ever Touring Car Endurance Series race in the 24H series. The Touring Car Endurance Series is, we have two races in one here. We have our GT race, which is denoted in orange and white letters, white numbers I should say, on your TV screens and our timing screens, and then in blue the Touring Car Endurance Series part of the race. And this will not continue into 2024, so it's a little bit sad. I mean, the grids have waned, in fairness, the touring car classes. The TCR, for many, many reasons, the TCR class has waned. We discussed this a little bit last night, Ben. The National Series seem to be still relatively healthy wherever you look at TCR, but certainly they've disappeared from endurance racing for sure. So this will be the final presentation of a championship trophy to Touring Car Endurance Series, and this is the final race for the Touring Car Endurance Series.
However, you say that there are 2 races out there on circuit. I would argue that there are about 5 or 6.
Yes.
Because we we will continue also next year with the TCR class.
What I should have said was 2 series
Yeah,
are
yeah.
racing together.
Yeah, 2 series.
But we have many. We have all of our classes are a race within a race, aren't they? Yeah.
So, but if the rules are going to change slightly in terms of that overall championship, so that participating in a class that only has a couple of cars will not effectively benefit you like at the moment it does. To be in a more competitive class is a disadvantage when looking at the overall, and so that's where, as we've just mentioned, in the overall standings, you've got a GT4 car leading in 992 AM car, and then there's no GT3 cars up there simply because the competition has been so strong that it's been difficult to match the kind of performances that you could in GT4. So it'll be interesting to see that rule's going to slightly change so that Holmgaard can't continue to enter GTR with just 3 cars and win the overall championship. One of our mainstays, really, like Holmgaard, is the Lithuanian contingent that join us at 24H Series. 2 cars for Jutta Racing, and Diana's with them now.
I'm with Jonas, who's just jumped out of the car. You've been in the car for about an hour and a half. How was that stint?
It was really, really interesting because when I started it was totally dark. And during this, my stint, it became light as you see, so it was changing every 5 minutes. It was changing and changing, and you can see already much far away, and you can predict your car and where you're going to be. Because in the night, you just needed to, from the memory, I guess, where you're supposed to be.
It's a very different mindset in the night, isn't it? How are you managing the traffic?
Well, you just need to be faster. No, actually, as everyone else, you know, you are following the situation in the track. You are following the lights. If the light's on the back, you're just cautious that someone is faster than you. So it's obvious you have to let it in. If there are no lights, it means you are faster. As simple as that.
How satisfied are you with the performance of the car?
Perfect, perfect. There's nothing I can add. Like, no questions.
And how much was it evolving during the night?
How much, sorry?
How much was everything evolving during the night?
For us, it was okay. We didn't have any accidents. Our team has got 2 cars. None of them has any accident so far. So okay. We've been maybe not lucky. Maybe we didn't use all the code 60s in the best possible way. But that's luck. That's race. It's the same for everyone.
There's still a number of hours yet to go.
Yeah. So we are looking forward.
Thank you.
71 Jutta Racing sits 5th in the Pro-Am category, 7th overall, and in the GT3 category as a whole. The teammate car, the 72 machine, sitting 9th in GT3 and 3rd in the full fat AM category, which is led by CP Racing, that have elevated themselves up now to within a lap and a half of the leaders. But the 76 has come in, had a service, changed tyres, changed fuel, and changed driver. So Greg Gilbert back aboard. The starring performance of Julian Andlauer will be parked for a little bit. Maybe even that's it for Julian Andlauer, because he's done a lot in the night. And Greg Gilbert, who's still not quite there in comparison to Andlauer's pace, takes over for the next stint.
When did Gavin Pickering take over the Haas RT Audi? 13 laps ago, am I saying that?
Yeah.
Because the second place was handed to CP Racing when the 91 came into the pits. The 91 has now dropped to 4th behind Gavin Pickering in the Haas RT. Daniel Alleman.
But it's all down to these the pit stops.
Yeah. So we're going to see the 91 come back through into 2nd place. Alleman 40 seconds behind the Haas RT Audi, and lapping slightly quicker in these early stages of the morning.
Now, interestingly, this may be the time where our resident strategy guru, who is obviously working with Red Camels for this event, would be looking back from the end of the race, working their way backwards to work out what options they have strategy-wise, and when they may, what is their optimum strategy to combat their competitors strategy-wise. And my little strategy computer's saying there could be as little as 3 pit stops left for our leading cars. Interestingly, all top 4 leading cars with 3 pit stops. So despite the fact that CP Racing are off strategy, if they can get themselves to an hour and 20 across each of the next 3 stints, each 4 stints, sorry, then they will only need 3 pit stops left. But that is a real stretch. Haas RT need an hour and 19 per stint to be able to do the same thing. I don't think they can do that, looking at what they've been doing before. So I think they are slightly off strategy.
That's a stretch too far, 1 hour 19.
1 hour 21 for CP Racing, though. We could have that classic thing, which I feel as though every time they go racing, I feel the anxiety of whether they're actually going to get to the end of the race because they try to stretch it.
They do. A lot of lifting and coasting going on there, isn't it? They're creating fuel. I mean, this is all right. You start a 24-hour race and full of expectation, full of managing that expectation, and then, yes, you're quite right, Ben, we're at that stage of the race where we are back timing towards the checkered flag and aiming for that final stint. When can you put that final load of fuel and bolt in your final driver to take it to the flag? I mean, you cannot really let the complacency sneak in, certainly when you've got a 15-second battle between Rick Breukers in the red Camel car and Kobe de Bruyker in the 903 red Ant car. 15 seconds, and then not that far behind them, the number 955 Villi Motorsport, Sabino de Castro, is in that mix as well.
Let's go down to Diana, who's got an update for us.
Just to let you know that the 906 Richardson Racing, they had the brake calipers were leaking, so they brought the car into the garage and changed that very, very quickly. Probably lost about 8 minutes or so, and the car has made its way back out there on track. I think they were running about 25th, 26th in class, but they're persevering, they're not stopping, they're keeping going.
Yeah, I'd like to see them keep going. They're 4th in the 992 AM class, but they're about 10 or 11 laps behind 3rd place Orchid Racing Team. Still plenty of time for things to happen, and things like a leaking brake caliper or a Porsche 992, that's very, very rare. That is very, very rare. So that's unfortunate that that's dropped them out of contention for at least seeing them on the podium and spraying champagne. But it's not over yet, still 4 hours 16. So plenty of time to get back into that contention.
I don't know how much endurance racing that team has done, to be honest. Know them from single-seaters in the UK. Andrew Richardson and his sister Louise, very good karters back in the day, and both progressed into single-seater racing. Weirdly, Andrew kind of headed up the team quite quickly after making the transition, whereas Louise stayed and did a couple of Formula Ford races sporadically for the team, as and when. But it's nice to see the name Richardson Racing in the endurance paddock with their Porsche, and we hope we can welcome them more and more to this paddock. On board with Tracy Crone. 4th position. Pole in AM. Leading in AM. And they are miles and miles ahead of the 2nd place AM car, which is something like 40 laps behind. So, as you would expect from that AM by age rather than AM by experience and pace team. It's Antti Ramo in the MRS GT Racing 992, which sits 2nd in the AM category. There's actually only a minute and a half between themselves and Orchard Racing's Antonio Garcia. So a nice little battle going on down in the mid-20s but for second and third in the AM class, still very much up for grabs. Just 15 seconds separate our leading two 992 cars. Rick Breukers in the 909 leads Kobe de Bruyker in the 903, and then a minute and 16 back, it's Sabina Del Castro. Now, when we left last night, and I think it was around 10:30, Joe Bradley said in comms, oh, well, they'll be like that till the end. I thought, no way, you're not going to have 4 cars on the same lap when we get back in at 7:40 in the morning. Well, I doff my cap, Joe.
Not far off it, is it?
It's not far off it at all. We've lost the Tracy Crone RPM Racing has lost touch of the other 3, but it really could go any way for the podium.
That's another one for Di, isn't it? I know she's on a mission down there, which has taken priority. But the leader of the AM 992 category, also the 992 AM category, on 573 laps. They've lost 9 laps to those leading 3 992 runners. And Tracy Crone circulating the 907. I'm not sure where they've lost those 9 laps.
He did rotate it a few times, didn't he?
Yeah, well, actually, good point. So that does mount up. That does mount up with a couple of harmless off-track incidents, but that will mount up and losing time. Plus, I think it's the intensity of the pace of those 992 class leaders, because you know they've been. Look at the lap times there. So, red camel car leading. Rick Breukers at the wheel. 1:49.1. All right, Rick is renowned, and the team recognise he is the fastest driver, and that's no disrespect to Luke or Ivo or indeed Fabian Dance. Kobe de Bruyker 1:49.2, a 10th difference in the red ant car in second place, and then a 1:49.5 for Sabino de Castro, and that ebbs and flows. It can go the other way. Sabino de Castro will be quickest next, and so these 3 cars battling it out. 1 minute and 16 in between third and first on what is a 1 minute 49 second lap, so still very much all to play for, and the pressure is on from the perspective of the drivers, of course, because you know we don't take it for granted that they're going to hit their apexes, they're going to hit their braking points, but every time we go into a braking area, we're relying upon the driver to get it right.
Yeah.
And the margin of error is very, very narrow. And all it will take for a 15-second gap to disappear is to trip over somebody or miss your apex or miss your braking point and slide wide, and then it's gone. And so no pressure at all, boys.
The other interesting thing about that battle is they are pretty much on the same strategy. All 4 cars, in fact. Philip Hambrecht doing a half a stint on his last stint, and that might attribute to some of the lost time. But Breukers, De Bruyker and De Castro all, well actually, Sabine De Castro 21 laps in the car, Kobe De Bruyker 27 laps, so a 6-lap difference between the two of them, and Breukers is in the middle with 25 laps in that car, but ultimately in and around the same kind of strategy, because they all need a similar amount of pit stops to get to the end. They all need 3 pit stops, much like the GT cars actually, just the way it's fallen for them. But there is flexibility in when you do those pit stops, because of the kind of half a stint that they're on now. So whilst it looks quite simple, I think someone like a Trustwell could easily make it look a little bit more complicated. You know, come in early, for instance, come in on the hour rather than the hour and a half, offset them against other people, and then maybe that gives you more flexibility. Of course, this is all down to assuming there'll be no more closed 60s, which is a very, very silly thing to do.
And that's why you just keep on program, just keep stretching that fuel window until you get to that final fuel window, and see where that comes.
Yeah.
And you just let that come to you. You can't preempt it, because if you start going off sequence now, you might lose time that you'll never gain back. And then add in the factor of code 60s, which is when, you know, we can get rid of, if we need a brake change or anything that's going to take time, the code 60 is an ideal opportunity to do that. the new regulations coming in for 2024, we'll not go into any detail now, but there are going to be changes to the regulations regarding refueling under Code 60 and the like. At the moment, when the Code 60 flag flies and you come into the pits, you're only allowed 50% of your fuel allocation. So it's not like you can get a full tank of fuel during that Code 60. So it's a little bit different to other series where we see full course cautions or safety car periods coming through. And even other series using Code 60 actually, where the refueling regs are a little bit different. So it's very, very complex, and that's why we're up here, and Paul Truswell with the Trusses-sized brain is down there working out and currently leading that 992 class.
Thank you for joining us on the chat or across, I suppose we call it X these days, but if you are in touch with us, at Ben Constantine and of course at RSL Studio using the hashtag Fit24HBCN for all of your comments, and of course on the chat as well on YouTube. Good morning to Coax from Germany, to Shadow Hayes, Charlie Booth, Alessandro Woodstra, Erwin also with us as he has been all the way through this race, Miguel and G Hammer, plenty of different names joining us. Jorge Antonio Carmen Aguilla from El Salvador joining us this morning.
Wow, welcome. All the way from Central America.
Vortex looks like it might have a bit of a body issue on that rear left. Might have clipped something, but I have to say, is there any wood around? Hang on a second, I'm about to say something that I probably should
touch your head.
The tape, the table I think is laminated wood. They've had a really,
they've
had a really
what are you saying?
quiet run.
What are you saying?
They've had a
What are you saying? Oh my goodness! Stand back, everybody. Wait for the vortex.
Right, they've done 20 hours without issue.
I know. Honestly,
let's say that
this season, the 2023 season, the attrition rate on the Vortex V8s have been very, very reduced from what we've seen in previous years. They've always been contenders for our Spirit of the Race award because the spirit of endurance racing is just plodding on, and doesn't matter what adversity is thrown at you, you kind of address it and get on with it. And Vortex are prime examples of that. Currently, Go on.
Talking of that.
Yeah. What, adversity?
Of Spirit of Race.
All right, yes.
I really have no idea.
There's a few contenders out there, isn't it?
No, I mean, actually, no. In my brain, there is none at the moment. But I need you to throw
Ben,
some out there.
Right, okay, then I'm going to throw this out there. Just about 6 minutes away from 4 hours to go, right? So perhaps with 4 hours to go, yeah, we should really be looking at considering Spirit of the Race. But don't you think that every single garage door, behind every single one of those garage doors, there's a spirit of endurance racing?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the competition.
Yes. Who do we pick?
Yeah. Yes, everybody has the spirit of racing in the paddock. I wasn't taking away the whole ambition of the whole paddock there.
Yes.
Just saying.
Nobody. You weren't saying no one cares down there.
Yes. There's 41 cars. Well, they have no idea why they're here.
It's a good point you make, though. It is a very good point you make.
I'm a bit stuck with that one at the moment. So suggestions on a postcard. Probably better to use Twitter.
I've got one. I've got a one so far. So if you think about, go back to the start, the very, very start, when we rolled off from the grid. There was a car that didn't roll off from the grid.
MRS GT. Oh, BUGGYRA.
The BUGGYRA 416 Mercedes pushed into the pit lane. Thought they'd rectified the problem. Didn't. Had to be pulled back into their pit garage. Eventually, they started this race several laps down from the whole field. Now, anyone who was sensible would have gone, all right, everybody, let's put it in the truck. We're in Barcelona. Let's head to the beach. But no. The BUGGYRA team, BUGGYRA ZM Racing, to give them that full title, they went out and have continued and put the car in the race way down. It was a drive from the back. They are third in class at the moment. We are 3 laps off being second in class. We are lapping around about the same sort of lap times as the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, BMW, of Max Partle, Adam Lacko at the wheel of the 416. However, just the absolute determination to get into this race and get into contention. At the moment, if we put the flag out now, we'd see those girls and boys on the podium spraying champagne on that third step. So for me, that is perhaps a very strong contender for the spirit of going racing, because, you know, the adversity that they had from the very outset, they should have maybe put it on the truck, but they haven't. They fixed it on the hoof, and they are still in this race with 4 hours to go. There you go.
Yep, like it. Another one for me would be throwing out. I've got two suggestions here, and they are literally popping into my brain as I'm slowly cranking the cogs this morning. It's taking a while. We only missed about 4 exits to get into the circuit.
We really did.
We really did.
Yeah, did well to get on air at 7.
Number one idea would be the 2 gentlemen that Nick met down at Haas RT from Antigua, making the trip over here to help the team, to document their performances for...
Also giving the Spirit of the Race award to a media team rather than a race team.
Well, it wasn't. They're part of Haas RT.
Yeah, but they're
the media
to,
side
to
than,
document
yeah.
the
so
team going about their work.
they're spreading the word to a country that doesn't have a racetrack. It doesn't have a tarmac racetrack, I should say. And they are fans of Haas RT, and they run a podcast, and they were talking about their passion for being here and what they're learning, and they had to get through a whole day of horrible rain on the Friday, which they probably weren't used to either. RD Sainz parked up on the main straight here. That's a bit of a shame. They were...
That's on an outlap as well. I
What?
think that's on an outlap, isn't it?
Is it literally...
Is that the 720 we're
coming
talking
out?
about?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they were literally coming out of the pits. Di, you are an absolute angel. 720, Nicolas Michelin showing at the wheel of that car, currently 4th in GTX. As you can see, that hasn't just pulled over there, that's come out of the pit lane and has ground to a halt.
Now we had somebody overnight pull up very similar place, but they had parked up at the gap, which is actually just sitting behind the graphics there, and were able to easily be transferred behind the wall without the need for a code 60. That, however, is needing a code 60. Wake up, everybody. It's time to adjust your strategies. It's time to get yourself to the fuel bowsers. We've had 5 hours without code 60, and as it seems to be throughout this 24-hour period, they fall when Joe and Ben are in the comms box. It's going to get busy down in pit lane. Already in the pits is the KTM Crossbow, so that's already had their full service, and they are now going to be able to do tyres and driver change under code 60, so that has worked out nicely for them. First into the fuel bay is the 721 Jutta Racing, followed by the BMW M4, and then CP Racing taking early advantage of that. Remember, if you're half a way round the circuit, it's hard to take advantage, and look, the Lamborghini's already moving, so this is going to be a really, really short one. Maybe it's not good to come into the pits and get a service. We're halfway through stints for so many.
Well, we mentioned stretching that fuel window.
Yeah.
We're under code 60. We've popped straight into the pits, and we're gonna get 50% fuel allocation to stretch that fuel window.
Yes,
So it doesn't matter how quickly the code 60 is. You've still taken that opportunity.
If we go racing shortly, which we can because
yeah,
they
the
are good to
Lamborghini's
go,
going. Yeah.
all of these cars are stopped doing effectively a half a fuel, but they don't have, but the cars out on circuit are running at full pace. So that is definitely, for me, that's always a disadvantage, even to fueling under green flag conditions and getting a full tank. But fuel bays are absolutely rammed. Everybody taking advantage of this right away. We do have cars unable to get in, including Holmgaard, who just pull up at the back of the queue.
There may be, Ben, I mean, we've seen this before, so the apparent causation of the Code 60 was the Lamborghini coming to a halt. But now, having thrown the Code 60, there may be some tidy up operation going up on the track, and they've waited for the next Code 60 to do that. And sometimes we are unaware of what's going on in the officials' heads and what's going on at race control.
Well, and 5 hours worth of racing in the night without having a chance to sweep up anything.
Yeah, good point.
I'm sure there's an opportunity now to do that. And it makes it fairer as well to allow everybody to come in. So we've got the number 1 in now, and the 91 pulls in as well. The Herbert Motorsport from 3rd position. Pretty much everybody is taking advantage of this Code 60 to readjust and get themselves, pretty much get the whole field onto the same strategy.
If you are watching the stream, we've got some fabulous drone footage for you to see. The way that the perspective of the drone, and we seem to use the drone when we go to Code 60 because the cars are travelling a lot less aero wake across the back of the cars to disturb the drone. We've seen the drone being fired off with the wake of a rear wing of a GT3 car, just going out, spiraling out of control. So the Code 60 that we thought was going to be very, very swift is still ongoing. Yeah, and we've still got the first visitors to the field station have been refueled and are out, and some have pulled onto pit road, others have gone straight back out. The 85 CP Racing Mercedes, Charles Putman, now at the wheel of that car, as we said, has come into fueling and gone straight out. Alex Fontana in the car collection Porsche, currently 5th, 3rd in the Pro-Am GT3 class. They've gone straight back out. Gavin Pickering, on the other hand, has pulled into the pit apron in the Haas RT Audi. We'll see whether or not they get some sort of driver change.
Big significant thing though is that Rick Breukers didn't come into the pits. Yannick Redan did. So we've got a split strategy now at the 992 category. Breukers could still do half a stint. He's just clicked over to the hour mark, but Kobe De Bruyker deciding that he would bring in the 903, as did Ebby Motors and the 955. So Trussers is doing something different here. Is that them coming in now, 1 lap later? Yes, it is. So 909 now comes in.
Maybe that do with Mike down, Bradley. Maybe that do with track position.
Could have been where they were.
Yes,
they just missed. They just missed it.
Getting in first.
Yeah, they were. I mean, the thing is, Kobe De Bruyker was able to come in, and Rick Breukers was only 15 seconds up the road. So they must have been very, very unlucky there.
Yes, because at 60 kilometres an hour, it takes a long time to get around this lap. 4 minutes, and 2.5 minutes to 4 minutes a lap.
Plenty of space down there in the bays right now. We've got the 34 Land Motorsport Audi in pits. We've got Ebby Motors and Red Camels on the same Bowser, in fact, right now. As we take a look at that Mercedes GT2 car. I don't know if a Mercedes GT2 has ever done a 24-hour race. It's such a new car. Only
it's a debut.
It definitely is.
Debut,
That's been confirmed, yeah. Okay. How much of that car then is kind of 24-hour ready, I wonder?
Well, we're here to find that out, I think. I think that's the objective of the exercise of bringing that car out. And
so, under 1 minute left of the Code 60. We're going to go racing again, and Red Camel could easily be left in pit lane here.
Still in fueling, Ben?
Still in fueling. Only allowed to have half a tank, remember, but that's pretty much the same across the whole board. And E2P now come into the pits. Oh, that's worked out perfectly, hasn't it? Look at that. Just pulls away Breukers from their pit bay. Now, will he do a full service? I suppose he doesn't need to.
Well, he's pulling in.
But he is. He's going to do this. Fabian Dance looks like he's waiting. And we go green. So this is now disadvantage to Red Camel because the Ebby Motors guys have serviced their car. They are actually still in the pits as well. So this is advantage Redan that are now on circuit, circulating at full speed because they got the pit stop in early. and Rick Broik is still in pit lane. We're going to see a change in 9.03 here to the advantage of Red Ant. They'll all be on a very similar strategy, but Red Ant are going to take advantage of travelling at speed. Where are they on circuit? They're coming over the line now.
There's the lead.
And that is the lead change over the line for Red Ant as Red Camel stay stationary.
Yeah, the Red Camel just moving off the pit apron there. Tyres and driver change. Fabian Dance now at the wheel. Let's head down to Diana, who's, I think, right on the scene there. Diana?
Yes, they also put some oil in, and Rick just jumped out of the car, but he's heading to the back of the garage. So let me see if I can just grab Rick for a quick, if you can hear me. Obviously we've got no visuals at the moment, just audio, but I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, we're fine, Di. We've got you.
Okay. He's just chatting to Paul Trustwell at the moment. And Rick, you just jumped out of that car, a bit of a change of plan on the strategy there at the end?
Yeah, it was a code 60 and we just got it after I passed the last corner, so we were a bit unlucky with the timing. But it's still 4 hours to go. I think we don't have the best setup, but maybe on strategy we can win, so it will be exciting.
As always, though, you said that right at the beginning of the race, but you're making the most of it, as we would expect with this man behind you.
Yes, I did. In the first stint the setup was horrible and we had a lot of understeer, but from the second stint onwards it changed completely. Setup was quite good throughout the night, but we expect the same problems now. The temperatures will get up again, so we will see.
Thank you very much, Rick. So I'll let Rick get back to chatting to Paul Trustwell there, as he's just got out of the car there, just having a quick debrief now.
Yeah, we speculated that one correctly, where the Red Camel's car just did not have the track position to get in early on that code 60. That kind of disadvantaged them. Interesting to hear what Rick said about the pace. We haven't got a great setup, did he say? Is that just Rick being the racing driver he is?
Yeah, look at the pace of the car.
The car's never quick enough. Never, yeah. He said that right at the start of the race, Diana's just said. Yeah.
They didn't really have the pace.
They're not really happy with the pace. However, they were very much in the lead of the 992 class going into the last 4 hours, the final 4 hours. They've just given up that lead of the class by dint of pit stops, and the way that code 60 process came about. Yannick Redont takes over the lead in the Red Ant car. 37 seconds last time by was the gap. We'll just keep an eye on that as the things settle in and they get back up to racing pace.
And the gap between Fabian Dance and Sergei Nicolai for second in class is about half a lap. But looking on the tracker, Yannick Redont in the lead. Here he is through turn 12 as AB Motors come over the line. So nearly a lap now between those two cars. And remember, we were talking about them all being on the same lap. So that little code 60 there for a very inconspicuous reason of a Lamborghini parked up for about 5 seconds, has very much changed the complexion of the race, as you would expect. Now because of that, the strategy is ripped up and started again. Remember, I was telling you that we needed 3 pit stops to get to the end. Well, we do still, that applies, but the limitations of each of those stops has completely changed. So maybe the fuel saving that we were talking about with Charles Espenlaub doesn't need to be quite as severe any longer. They, according to my timing screens, just need 2 more stops, whereas interestingly, IMSA still need 3 more stops, according to my computer.
I trust you, Ben.
Don't trust me.
You're my team strategist here, and you're saying the 85 only needs 2 more stops.
Yeah.
If we can eke it out to what sort of stint time are we talking? 1 hour and 20.
1 hour. Well, now it's just under.
Right.
Now it's just under.
So we are needing. I think we need to get the car to last at 1 hour 20 around here, you are going to need a fuel save to some point.
Well, and remember, that's what the strategy needs, but they've only got half a tank of fuel in from that half tank fill that we've just had under code 60. So they won't be able to achieve what the strategy computer wants them to achieve.
Yes, yeah.
They're not going to be able to stretch that first stint long enough, which means they're not going to be able to stretch the other two long enough, and therefore they will actually need to do, unless a code 60 plays in their favour, a third stop. That might also apply to the 91, although I'd say that the 91 maybe is in better position because they only pitted 25 minutes before that code 60. So Daniel Alleman had only done 14 laps, whereas Espen Laub had done 1 hour and 10 before that code 60 came out, you see. So Alleman, I think, can legitimately get just 2 more stops in if he can stretch the fuel, but he will need to stretch the fuel.
Just seen 2 green lap times pop
yes.
up. So that means personal best lap times. Alex Fontana in the car collection Porsche, who's just behind Daniel Alleman in what is 5th place, currently 3rd in the Pro-Am GT3 class. But significantly, Yannick Redant in the Redant, a 1:47.4 is the fastest lap that car has done all race. And with the sun making an appearance through the cloud and the brightness in the sky certainly becoming less sort of grey and more towards a tint of blue across to our right, the temperature and the track temperature is now beginning to rise. And there's another one, 1:47.2 from the GT2 Mercedes from the NM Racing team. Luke Ibanez at the wheel of that car. So the track is perhaps at its best that we've seen for a long time. Obviously got a lot of rubber down there with 20 hours of racing on it. And personal best lap times there for our 992 leader. Significantly, let's see if now Fabian Dance can match that. Last time through was a 47.9, so only half a second is the margin. And there's Yannick Redant just going through there, 1:48.0. So he's lapping very, very quickly. 37 seconds the gap between the leaders of the 992 category. Fabian Dance is that car in that 2nd place. Sergio Nicolai in the Vili Motorsport car, a further 52 seconds behind in 3rd. His last lap time, 1:48.4. So, like I said, these 3 still trading lap times, but the speed on the track is going up. And there's Pia Kaffer.
Oh!
Into the number 1. Oh, that's not right, is it?
That is the Orchard Racing team, 2nd in 992 AM. In that occasion, a great battle. Alexandra Motte with a missing right front wheel. It is parted company at turn 10. Cameraman is now hunting for the wheel. And we are going to go code 60 once more. So now teams can get their 2nd half of fuel in.
Interestingly, that looks like the wheel has come off from from the fitting rather than a breakage.
Yeah,
it's come off the hub. The wheel nuts come off. I just wanted to see when the last time the 917 was in the pits, Ben, from your...
That was the 2nd lap out of the pits.
So that was his outlap. That was his outlap.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there it is. So the wheels come off. The wheel wasn't on properly. That's the only reason that comes off. Trying to see where he is, Ben. He's at
turn 10. Turn 10.
Is that not turn 5? No, it isn't. You're right. Good spot. Let's
also,
head down to
also, there's a clue.
Yellow flag at turn 10.
There's a clue.
Overload of information there. Got Binksy in the pits. Binksy's shouting up.
Various issues overnight. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to speak to the engineer because they were in a bit of a debrief at the back of the garage, but the car is in the garage at the moment. They are working on the car. They're trying to see what they can find and get it back out as soon as possible.
Just watching a replay. Under braking into turn 10. 917
The wheel wasn't there, was it? Just flew off there, didn't
Yeah,
it?
just parted company. Went back to the pits, actually. Would have been heading back to the paddock.
He's limping his way around. He's not going to do too much damage to the suspension, as the suspension isn't in contact with the road. So he's that right-hand front corner is basically riding on the skirt, isn't it?
Just stiff enough.
Yeah.
To hold it up. So
Yeah.
it's very, very marginal.
So great work from Alexandra, and he took advice, didn't he? He pulled over, the wheel came off, he pulled over, took advice on the radio. Engineer said, try and limp it back. I think we can make it. We're not going to damage the disc. And he's on pit road. No, he's in the old chicane section, isn't he? Between turn 13 and 14.
So, you know, race control can free up the track again. But I think they, you know, once there must be some kind of gentleman decision that once they've called a code 60, they hold that for a while, just so it doesn't totally mess up everybody's strategy. Because now everyone who came in for their half a tank wants the other half a tank, so that at least they can get to the end of the race. And so many taking advantage of that. Yeah,
I think you're right, Ben. I think that's very sensible, as ever, in the 24-8 series. So the 917, what a great number for a Porsche that is. Round of applause. That should get the Spirit of the Race award.
Just for the number.
Hawkins Racing Team's Porsche. Get the number 917, 917. So it allows me to say the 917 Porsche has made its way back to the pits to claim another wheel. Now, hopefully, it was just a loose wheel nut, and the stub where the wheel attaches to, the threads are still there to take another wheel nut. Because if the threads aren't there and it's been cross-threaded and damaged, then that's going to be a lengthy pit stop. We're having a bit of a track inspection whilst we're code 60.
Looking for the nut?
Looking for the nut, maybe. Yes, that's not where the wheel came off, though.
It won't be anywhere near there. It would have parted company.
Yeah.
Probably halfway down the
straight.
straight.
Is he a turn 10, maybe?
Yeah, he's a turn 10.
Yeah, he's a turn 10. Yeah, so it's more off into the grass, isn't it?
The nut will have been much further up the road, I would have thought.
Yeah, good point. The nut could be anywhere between turn 5 and turn 9.
Right, we are going to go back to racing quite quickly. Interestingly, once again, Red Camel's either been caught out or not taking advantage of this code 60 period. And Red Ant did come in to do a second fill of that car. So they are in a very strong fuel position. But 909 deciding not to do so. Other cars not to do so. That one, the 91 machine, Herbert Motorsport, not pitting under this last code 60, and neither has Haas RT. But our leading two cars are IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche and the CP Racing Mercedes, both back in the pits to get themselves that second tank. So they're now absolutely to the brim, and that changes things once more for the strategy as we go back to green, and we can go down to Diana.
The 720 RD Signs Racing Team, Audrus, one of the drivers, is standing watching what's going on with the car. Audrus, you've had a few issues overnight. Can you tell us what the issues were?
I was sleep was very good sleep. See what car is not running. We have problem with gearbox sensor, and yes, we see this problem from start, but it is not so big. We have time to times little bit not change it gearbox, but this moment stop it.
The team are obviously working on the car. The other driver has stayed behind the wheel. Are you confident you can repair and get back out?
Yes, I think we will repair.
Go back into the... Will you get back behind the wheel?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I really do like Audrius whenever we get to chat, and his English has improved. He didn't speak a word of English when he first came to this series, and now he's really trying. And you know, I don't speak his language at all, but it's great. And he's always got that smile on his face, even in, you know, you walk in there and the car can be in bits, and he'll be smiling. Just great to have him, that kind of character around, and they've become a big part of this of this championship, haven't they? The 720 team. RD Sainz, Celui racing with their Lamborghini. It's dropped them down out of the order, obviously. GTX, 5th place in GTX now, when they were in contention. They are in contention, however, for championship standings, aren't they? RD Sainz currently 5th in the championship. They were, and that's the overall championship, they were in contention for an overall championship, or at least a step of the championship podium, but their race this weekend hasn't gone their way, and they've dropped to 5th place, and certainly out of contention for overall honours.
But in GTX, they are untroubled, no?
I believe in GTX, talk amongst yourselves while I do a lot of scrolling. Yeah, they are. Well, the 701 Vortex currently on 164 points.
Yeah.
The RD Sainz Lamborghini 178. So there's not that much in it, and if the Vortex,
The Vortex needs to take a really big chunk.
Well, the Vortex needs to finish first, actually, and currently in 4th, the 701 car is the car in contention for GTX Championship honours, and that car is currently down the order in 4th in GTX, so just above, but I'm just trying to fathom out. So they're on 558 laps. The car in 3rd place is the GT2 Mercedes, the NM Racing Team Mercedes. They're on 566 laps. So the Vortex is going to need a small miracle to improve on their championship position by way of moving up the order in that class. But yeah, it's going to be great, isn't it? I love this part of the year. I love this part of the season when, you know, we started a Mugello in March, and you start with a clean sheet of paper with so much hope, and you just don't know what the season's going to bring. And then we get to this point in the season, and the teams that are in contention, the intensity mounts, the excitement mounts, and we are on the verge of crowning our champions today. Today we will crown our European GT and TCE champions.
And one of the most competitive classes, let's say, because we've talked about the overall honours, but we haven't actually really talked per class as to what's still open and what is done. And one of the really competitive ones is the Pro-Am in GT3. Looks like Haas RT, leading that category right now, 3rd overall, do have half a hand on the... Maybe it's the overall GT honours. I was looking at...
Yeah, GT3 Pro-Am is pretty much the property, championship property of... the championship is the property of the #1 Shira Sport Audi. The GT3 overall is currently
Haas RT.
Haas RT.
Yeah.
Shira Sport, if they improve their position overall in GT3, then they are, so for instance, I'll let you do the maths, 142 points, Haas RT lead the GT3 European Championship. 136 points in 2nd place is Shira Sport.
So 6 points difference.
134 points in 3rd, so 8 points difference is CP Racing. And CP Racing currently on in line to score 28 points.
6 point difference between Haas RT and Shira Sport. And then 8 points
yes,
back
8 points to the lead. Yeah, that's what I meant.
But Shira Sport can easily get, not easily get, but has the opportunity to
improve their points.
Easily improve 6 points, because that's only 1 or 2 positions. So that's the GT class generally is pretty hard fought, as you say. CP Racing also there and thereabouts.
Well, I'm not sure why that hasn't updated yet. I'm not sure this is accurate, because CP Racing currently 2nd. They would be on 36 points, and Haas RT, who are behind them, they would be on 32 points. So take 4 points off that, that's 138. Add 8 points to 134.
42.
And we've got CP Racing currently. So
okay,
doing the maths in my head for the GT3 Championship, by my calculations on the current standings, CP Racing are at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
In GT3.
Yeah, well, okay. There's all to play for, really, isn't it?
Yeah. It really is. So currently GT3 European Championship class leader. Just saw the RPM car go through there, and they're in overall contention for the overall European Championship honours. They're in second place, only 8 points behind Atlas BX Motorsports. And they're currently leading their class, so they can't gain any more points on Atlas BX. RPM Racing, to win the championship overall, are completely relying on Atlas BX dropping points.
Yeah.
So they're doing as much as they can by leading their subclass. I'm going to put this away. It's far too early. Far too early for mental arithmetics. Mental arithmetic, can't even say it.
This car, by the way, CP Racing Mercedes that we are watching on the live stream, is being caught quite a lot, quite quickly, by Mika Panu in the Haas RT Audi. 5 seconds on the last lap, probably by dint of the fact that Charlie Putman is in quite heavy traffic here. He's got 992 cars behind. He's got the GTX Mark V8 ahead, not really making inroads or easily clearing them, but probably being dragged into the pace that they are doing. And that is therefore inviting Haas RT to chase down. He's now cleared the Mark V8. As you see the drone come into shot.
Yeah.
Remarkable machine.
Don't get too close to the rear of those cars.
There is no sight at the moment of the Haas RT Audi in the back of the pack, and of course that will also need to clear these 3 cars as well. But the gap is coming down a lot, and now we've contextualized it in terms of the championship. Every point counts for CP and Haas RT. They're fighting for the overall GT3 honours, and so it really is getting to the nitty-gritty. There is Haas RT coming out the final turn at the back of shot, with CP at the front of shot. Half the length of the straight, 500 metres between the two of them.
There's the gap. We're just about to see who's chasing them down. There, lights ablaze, lights blazing from them, flashing frantically from the number 21 Haas RT Audi as they go through turns 1 and into 2. They're now into 3. That sweeping right-hander. It's great. Our producer staying with this battle for this second place, second step of the podium up for grabs. Oh, the KTM crossbow just cuts across. Mika Panu having to be heads up driving there. He thought there was a gap, and the KTM just closed the door, slammed the door in his face. He's still not through, and they're through and out of turn 5, heading towards the kink at 6, into that very fast left-hander at 7 now, and then they'll sweep left and then up the hill. Not much speed difference there as they go towards turn 9. Gets through on the inside now, but look at the cornering speed on that KTM crossbow. It matched the Audi R8 inch for inch into turn 10, and the Haas RT car chases down the CP Racing Mercedes, and now he gets his foot down, quite literally, just spinning up those back wheels on the R8. Just the traction control just coming into place slightly, and through now the end of the lap now, back to the way it was intended when it was first designed. Those 2 sweeping right-handers to end the lap. Let's see what the gap is, Ben. 3 seconds.
Oh,
he's took a chunk of time again out of Charlie Putman, and with 2 cars in between on the road, we've got the Rafael van der Straten driven Mark Cars V8 just ahead of the Haas RT. Now this is a powerful car, but he heads up driving from van der Straten, who moves to the left at turn 3 and lets the Haas RT car through. 1 more car to go.
Family connections, of course, between those 2 cars.
Absolutely, yeah, good spot, of course. Yeah. So
we learnt last night.
Who's in the RPM car? It's Nick Johnson. So Nick probably the prime driver in the RPM, the 907, the bright green Porsche there that we saw in between. That's the bright green Porsche there in between the CP racing car and the Haas RT. You know what, Ben? We don't need to stopwatch now, do we? We don't need to wait for them to cross the line to see what the gap is. The gap is becoming visual to us. Down the inside of the RPM, Nick Johnson stays out of it, doesn't want any part of this. This is the battle for second place now, going out there, going on out on the track, and the Haas RT Audi R8 now underneath the rear bumper of Charlie Putman. He moves to the left onto the inside at turn number 10 and makes that move very, very easily. I did not think it was going to be as easy as that.
I'm a bit worried that Charlie Putman may be experiencing an issue here. We know that he doesn't necessarily have the pace of the other drivers, but not to the extent of 5 or 6 seconds a lap. And he's in the 51s right now. Mika Panu is going to come across the line with a 45.6. So Charlie Putman either hasn't had his coffee this morning, or is there an issue with the car? I think this has been looking into CP Racing, and there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of concern. But the pace differential is massive.
Yeah. From a 3-second deficit to 2 seconds advantage for the Haas RT. Mika Panu through 1:45.6. We know how quick Panu can be in that car, and he's certainly well on the pace. The gap has remained at 2 laps to the leader. We've kind of ignored Gregory BUGGYRA in the IMSA car. Car 76 still leading, 617 laps completed for them. 2 laps further back is this battle that we've just been talking about. Mika Panu now in the Haas RT into that second spot.
On board with the 34 Kirchhofer Land Motorsport Audi. I know there was a few questions overnight whilst we were riding on board with this car about the windscreen, the state of the windscreen. What you're seeing there is a plastic film that is put over the glass to hold it together in case of a smash. It also allows you to create tear-offs where you, like you would do on a visor of a helmet, you can literally pull off a layer of plastic which will clean the windscreen from all of the detritus that is left on. But it creates this kind of slightly spongy plastic layer on the windscreen, which, when splattered by gravel, and you would not believe how often you get gravel spat at you out on a racetrack, those impacts with the gravel and with the plastic then create effectively like little air bubbles. And what you're seeing on the onboard camera of Land Motorsport is lots and lots of air bubbles which can't be cleared. And actually, those air bubbles are far worse than having a couple of bits of rubber and flies on that windscreen, but there is nothing that they can do to clear that without completely getting to the very bottom of the air bubble and, well, basically taking off the complete protective plastic film. You can see most of the other cars without the issue, but that Land Audi really badly impacted overnight. And it can be also, Joe, that they just haven't put the film on in the right temperature so that it captures air underneath.
It's pretty tricky, isn't it? Putting a tear off on a windscreen, you've got to get it pretty well even. And if you just get the slightest bit of dust under there, that's what can happen. CP engineer telling Di that everything's fine. So everything fine with the CP car. Just Charles running his race, running in the 1:50s is his target time by the looks of things. So we'll see how that pans out.
They took advantage of those 2 little Code 60s to get a full tank of fuel, but there's no way they're going to be able to stretch it to just 1 more stop with 3.5 hours still remaining. So they definitely need to do 2 stops, and with 2 stops does allow you to basically use it as you need. Even if Charlie Putman does stretch to 1 hour and 15 like we saw from Phil Quafo early in the morning, that means you've got another 2 stints like that as well. So not quite sure if there is any fuel saving going on, but he's faster than that. And by the looks of the body language of the car, it felt like he was really nursing it, not leaning on the car. He wasn't trying and failing to drive. He was definitely driving within the capabilities of himself and the car. That's my analysis of what we saw from the car.
The 992 class, before we look at their championship standings, let's head down to Diana Binks, who's... what have you got for us, Di, down there in the pit lane?
I'm just chatting to Joe Foster from CP Racing, and he's... have you had a coffee yet to wake yourself back up?
No, I think soon, though. It's definitely coffee time. We've had a couple during the night, though.
Joe, you were out during the night stints. How was that?
It wasn't bad. It was honestly kind of peaceful. The track obviously changes a lot during the day. It gets quite slippery in the afternoon when it's hot. Nighttime it changed also. There was quite a bit of debris on the track, you know, just slag and things from the tires to avoid. And, you know, interesting behavior maybe from some of the folks that haven't had much experience at night, but it wasn't so bad.
Is driving at night something you like doing particularly?
I don't mind it. I find it kind of peaceful. Yeah, it's good.
And how would you rate this circuit here in Barcelona?
Oh, I think it's always fun to race on a proper, you know, traditional F1 track. I like this circuit a lot, and obviously this year we have the new thing to adapt to in terms of the new configuration where we're not using the chicane that we used to. And those two turns now are quite fast, and I think they're much more fun. So we anyway like it much better now.
Obviously we've got 3.5 hours or so to go. Charles is in the car at the moment. It looked like he was losing a little bit of time, or is he being cautious?
No, I think we're managing a couple of weak spots on the car at the moment, and we have a pace that we're going to run, you know, for him, and obviously we're here for the points in the championship in the AM class, and that's what we're focused on, and we'll see where we end up.
Are you getting back out in the car?
I don't know. Potentially. Well, I'll do whatever they tell me.
Joe, I think you need that coffee.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks.
Joe Foster maintaining the discipline there. CP Racing have always maintained discipline, and they tend to let the results come to them, and they've won championships, they've won races, they know how to do this, and we're not going to question how they're going about their business.
He did say there are weak spots, though.
Yeah,
he hasn't said we've got a perfect car, but we're running to a time.
Do you ever have a perfect car with 3.5 hours to go in a 24-hour race? They'll have given Charlie Putman a target time. Charlie's hitting his marks, and they're in the AM class lead, and I'm pretty sure they've got their sights focused on that. We tend to look at this as an overall thing, and we've got the CP Racing guys challenging the Haas RT and the IMSA for the overall lead. However, that team's, I can assure you, that team is looking at that class win, and they'll be on the podium.
Well, they're looking at the class championship, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's exactly that.
In GT3 AM, they are safe for that championship, I would say. It's not going to be very... it's not going to be very easy to lose that one, because it's versus E2P Racing. Javier Morcillo's down in 28th position, and Land Motorsport, the 34, is in 3rd position and doesn't have the ability to take points off. So I would say that CP Racing for GT3 AM, done, dusted, deal done. Really no chance of losing that now. But for the GT overall, it's still the possibility of winning that category, and they just need to fight versus Haas RT, and was it Shiraspor was the 3rd one that was fighting for GT3 honours? Yeah. Herbert too far back. Haas RT, Shiraspor and CP Racing, the 3 that could still win GT3 overall.
I wanted to talk about the 992 class championship. Currently being led by Yannick Redont in the Red Ant car. 5.5 seconds is the lead that he has over the Red Camel Jordans. Fabian Dance at the wheel of the 909. 148.7 for the Red Ant car, 149.2. They've been in the 148s together, so the gap is ebbing and flowing somewhat. But the championship is, at the moment, we've got the Red Ant car. That's on 40 points, heading towards a 40 point. So that is on 184 points. Red Camel, they are on, they're heading for 36 points. So that is 164. And then Villy Motorsports, they're heading for 32 points. So that is on 100, they're on 180. So at the moment, the championship standings in 992 have Red Ant Racing at the front and heading towards a European Championship in the 992 class. And if it stays that way, that's slightly different venue. We can work that out because they've got that in the wrong order. So it's Red Ant Racing on 184 points, Villy Motorsports on 180 points, and Red Camel on 164 points, is how I see it.
.5 seconds is the gap between Yannick Redon and Fabien Dance at the head of that 992 field. Dance is a little slower than Yannick Redon on that last lap, but this lap is a little bit faster. So it really is ebbing and flowing between the two. It's not chunks of time like we were seeing from others. It's just fractions of time.
Yeah, they've been. It has been ebbing and flowing, and there we go. The Red Camel car taking a tenth or so out of the lead, and it's been like that for the last few laps. Ben, there's still nothing in it. What did I tell you about 992? I did say, didn't I?
Yeah.
And we still got over 3 hours of this, and it's going to be like this to the flag. And you can't discount Sergio Nicolai at the wheel of the Villy Motorsports car, the 995, the 955 numbered car, in third. RP Racing currently in fourth in 992 overall. They're a few laps off the other cars in the class. However, they are leading the 992 AM category, and they've got quite a substantial lead over the next 992 AM car. Just to give you that, exactly what that is, Nick Jonsson is in fourth place overall, RPM Racing. And then the next 992 AM car is the MRS GT Racing. Patrick Luciano in 25th place overall on 557 laps. So Nick Jonsson in the RPM car on 599 laps. Massive, massive advantage over the next car in class. We are about 16 minutes or 17 minutes from the top of the hour, and that will bring us up to 9 AM on what is turning out to be a very bright Sunday morning here at the Circuit de Catalunya. The cloud just beginning to dissipate, got some haze, morning haze off on the horizon. It's due to clear. The forecast is to be bright and sunny all day with highs of 28 degrees. It's going to be about 25 degrees out there, ambient, by the time we get to checkered flag. And the 903 car continues to lead the 992 class, but it's a great battle going on. Some drivers just waking themselves up with various methods, not just caffeine brought into it. Some doing the odd exercise. There's the E2P Racing Porsche just getting on with it. They haven't really featured at all this weekend, which is a bit of a surprise. The Spanish team, Javier Mochilo at the wheel of the car, way down the order, having lost a chunk of time. They are way down the order. Got to look all the way down the order to find out where the E2P Racing drivers, EP2 Racing car is. 30th overall, 11th in GT3, 5th in the GT3 AM class, but bit of a recovery drive, but just enjoying the Circuit de Catalunya here in Barcelona. Local team enjoying the way and just getting on with their race. I suppose when you've been hit with problems and hit with adversity, you've just got to get on with it and enjoy the drive, and that's clearly what this team is doing. Javier Mochillo at the wheel. Pablo BUGGYRA and Antonio Siniero are the other two drivers. Only 3 drivers down to drive this. I think it was one of the teams that Nick spoke to on the grid, actually, E2P, and did mention that and how they were going to manage with just 3 drivers. Obviously, a lot more driver duties needed. But if you manage to get online on the 24 Series website, the magazine that is produced for each race, there is a lovely article on this team. They were the 991 team's European champion, of course, last year. They took the championship, and Javier Mochillo, the CEO of the E2P group, now at the wheel of that car, as I said. So great to have them back. Hopefully we'll see E2P continuing into 2024. The calendar for next year has been produced. We've still got 2023 to finish, and that takes us to the Middle East for the Middle East Trophy. We head off to Kuwait for the 12 hours of Kuwait on the weekend of, or indeed the dates of 7th to the 9th of December. And then, of course, the crown in the jewel, or the jewel in the crown is what I meant to say. As soon as I said that, I knew. The jewel in the crown of the 24 Series, the 24 hours of Dubai, 12th to the 14th of January at the Dubai Autodrome. That forms round 2 of the Middle East Trophy, and then a week later, a 2-day meeting at the Yas Marina circuit, 21st Century Motorsport facility at Yas Marina for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. 2024 European season kicks off as kind of back to tradition here. Mugello, the 12 hours of Mugello, 22nd to the 24th of March. We then head to Spa in Belgium in April. That's going to be wet. I think we can get the wet tyres ready for that, 19th and 21st of April at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, another classic venue to race at. We've got the first of 2 24-hour races in May, 24 hours of Portimao, 10th to the 12th of May. Not a stranger to Portimao, the 24-hour series. We are strangers to Portimao in May, and Ben tells me it's a lot more pleasant weather on the Algarve in May, not as intense. The intense heat that we've encountered has been a challenge. Portimao, renowned for that, the only circuit to have a paddling pool in the paddock.
It's got a swimming pool.
It's not really a swimming pool.
It is a swimming pool. You can do laps.
It's a paddling pool. And plus,
a paddling pool is something you blow up and give to your child.
It's not a proper swimming pool, though. It's just an ornate thing.
Yes, you're not officially supposed to swim.
You're not. It's not a swimming pool. There are signs that you are not allowed to take your motor scooter into the pool.
Yes.
Good advice, I think.
Yeah.
Good advice. Do not. There's signs all over Portimao. Do not take your scooter into the pool.
Honestly, if you can cope with the heat, then go to Misano next year. But
well, I'm about to say that.
Sorry.
Misano's next.
Oh, I've jumped ahead, sorry.
Yeah, 12 hours of Misano, 5th to the 7th of July. So we're not going to face searing heat in Portimao, but we are going to face searing heat on the Adriatic coast of Italy at Misano for the first time. First visit to Misano, a track more known for motorcycle racing, I think.
Yeah.
As is Mugello, in fairness. You know, all right, Ferrari used as a test track, but the MotoGP is the biggest meeting of the year at Mugello, and I think Misano as well. And then rounding off the European Championship this time next year, wishing our life away, date to be confirmed either in September or October, back to the Circuit of Catalunya, the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, for the 24 hours of Barcelona once again, a traditional way to bookend. Mugello to start, Barcelona to finish. The solid calendar, that.
The 24-hour race of Barcelona, the date for that, I would have thought, is more controlled by the circuit because it's a traditional race thing. than it is from Macronti. Of course, there'll be a bit of negotiation between the two. Has it ever been in October?
Not to my
been
knowledge,
early
no.
September usually.
And I'm not sure why the deliberation is. I think there's another event here that they're waiting to settle the date for that, and then we'll shift that around. I'm not sure if that's a motorcycle event. You know, maybe another event of sorts. I'm not quite sure. But look out for that. And we've been teased, haven't we, with a non-championship event.
No, I'm not excited. Now I think I know.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that's true.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure that's true. That didn't sound right. But we've been teased with... so in the next 2 weeks, keep an eye on the 24H Series socials and website for news of a non-championship event. A first for the 24H Series is what we've been told. And Mr. Gary Willems, one of the heads of the 24H Series organisation, just playing with us. It was like a cat playing with a couple of mice, wasn't it?
He claims that he gave us some information.
I wouldn't clip.
No, he didn't. He absolutely
I've interrogated a lot of
no
people, mate. He gave me nothing. He's not getting bailed out at all. Not at all. No.
If
it was like an episode of Line of Duty, wasn't it?
We had speculation from another member of the paddock, and if it is what he speculated, it's nowhere near as exciting as we've built up for about the last 2 days in our head.
Yeah, he should be in PR.
I want to go like when they announced Enna Pagusa a few years ago. What? We're going down to that circuit there? Yes, that's amazing. That's what we want.
You never know.
I'm not going back to Enna because that's mad, but that kind of thing is what you want.
We missed going to Enna, didn't we? Because that was the COVID years.
Yeah.
Yeah. We covered the race remotely.
Did you never go?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
We weren't able to travel.
Oh no.
Weren't able to travel down to there. But I remember we covered the race, and it looked fabulous. I mean, I know the history of that circuit is, you know, renowned for being a big part of the Formula 2 Championship for many years.
Scary, also.
Yes.
Renowned for being scary. The only thing scarier than doing a multi-class race at Enna Pagusa is doing a multi-class race at Villarreal, which was nearly happened.
That nearly happened, yeah. Nearly happened this year. The 992 battle is intensifying. Just under 3 seconds now, the gap. So Fabian Dance is putting in a sterling stint. We can see how hard he's pushing into turn 1. I was speculating yesterday, Ben, that's a lot faster than it perhaps looks. It's a heavy braking off the 1 kilometre straight here, but then you can carry a lot of speed in there, and we've just been watching there, and Fabian Dance, the rear end of that Red Camel's car, just gave up the ghost. Rear end grip limited was the as he went into the corner. Gathered it all up and continues.
I wonder how he feels.
What do you mean? Feels? Emotional?
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Now, Yannick Redon is the faster of the two drivers. TCR car to clear. This should be far easier for Yannick Redon down the inside at 5 and puts a car between the two of them. But there are obviously parts of the circuit where he is pedaling faster than the GT3 car is.
I know, and you know what, Ben, overall, it's costing him time.
Yeah.
He hasn't got the overall performance over a lap to get by the GT3 spec car collection Audi R8. And there are parts of this track that is tripping him up, and that, as well as Fabian Dance absolutely driving that Porsche like he's stolen it, putting in some fabulous lap times here, he's now almost onto the rear bumper of the leader, the 903. So it's Red Ant being chased by a red camel. How many times have we seen this? This is a beautiful, beautiful dynamic that has evolved in this 24H series in the 992 category. Bert Redon and his sons, Yannick and Ayrton, a big part of that team. And now the Red Camel family team of the Breakers, with Fabian Dance, the family interloper, playing a big part right now. What was the gap of the line? It was 1.6, it was 1.5 there.
So in perspective, Fabian Dance, I reckon, has got about 20 minutes left of fuel in that car. But he has tyres that are a little bit older. No, actually, I'd say they're a bit younger than the 903, but the 903 much heavier. The 903, I reckon, has got just under an hour's worth of fuel left. And this is complete guesswork because we don't have the figures, but we can kind of work it out from when they pitted and what they would have done at that pit stop. Yannick Redon definitely with a very full fat car because he pitted twice under the last two COVIDs? Codes 60s. And Fabian Dance only pitted once. And again, look, Dance getting stuffed up in the apex speed of that Audi, not good, but it's going to be much stronger along the straights.
Yeah, you can see the Audi R8 just punches out of the corner. But Yannick...
Alex Fontana getting into the mix as well here. Alex Fontana, 5th overall. He's going to put a lap on the Land Motorsport Audi. But it's really getting very, very tasty out on circuit. Into the pits is the last HRT Performance Porsche. 3 in the garage parked up, 2 with engine problems. And NKPP, I think, with suspension problems. And this one, the last to run, the Swiss. Over the line comes the battle for lead in 992. No change, but just 1 second between them.
Wow. Wow, still haven't cleared the Audi, though.
Fontana gets through.
Yeah, he's not part of this, is he? Fontana in the GT3 car collection Porsche will try and get past his teammate. Now, I'm pretty sure Yannick Redon needs to get underneath.
Yeah.
If he can, but he can't because he hasn't got the performance to keep up with the GT3 spec cars. And now Fontana, who may have created a hole for Redon, Redon wasn't close enough to take advantage.
No, exactly.
And there's just nothing he can do. There is nothing he can do in that 992 spec cup car against the GT3 that, as you said, he's got a quicker apex speed, but then the GT3 spec just punches out of the corner. And this is allowing Fabian Dance onto his rear bumper.
Next car to try and get past these 3 is Pierre Caffer. He'll make short work of all of these 3, but can the Red Ant car take advantage when Pierre Caffer slices through the traffic? Here he comes in the back of shot in the Audi. Scherer Sport PH, he's chasing down Alex Fontana, but there's a whole lap difference between them. Ooh, very, very late dive down the inside. Pierre Caffer's going to need to be careful with these 2 because Fabian Dance's focus is purely forwards, purely on the back bumper of that Yannick Redon Red Ant Porsche.
Just look at the way the Audi punches off the corner there into the penultimate corner down towards the final turn at turn 14 now, using all the curb on the entry. And there's Pierre Caffer, picks his way through.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he'll be able to get past Redon on the straight very, very easily.
It's nice for yeah, it's getting Fabian Dance getting frustrated because actually he could pick up a little bit of a slipstream here, surely. Pulls out the slipstream even.
He did. You know what? It just shows how fast the Cup cars are, the 992 class cars are, because Pierre Caffer had no same performance level as that GT3 Audi behind him and in front.
Here comes Pierre Caffer now. That was Yannick Redonc saying, go past me. I don't know whether Yannick is playing this correctly. Now he gets really close to Pierre Caffer through 5. And this is the place where he's getting closest to Rigo Dalmo, isn't it? Because this is where Rigo is seemingly really struggling in his Land Motorsport Audi.
He seems to be. You know what? I'd be tempted if I was at Red Ant Racing to have a wander down to Car Collection and say, can your boy let us through, mate?
Please help us.
We're trying to race, and your car's got a better performance, but not overall on the lap. And here we are, back onto the rear bumper of the Car Collection Audi for the 992 leader.
Momentum from Yannick Redonc through turn 9, but not quite enough.
He hasn't got the braking, has he? He hasn't got the braking, and he can't carry the same amount of speed through the corner. He's almost side by side going through 10.
There was nearly an overlap through turn 10. There might be an overlap here through 11, but the Audi's going to disappear, and there won't be an overlap through the final 2 corners. And what's more, the Yannick Redonc car is going to have to follow the Audi through these fast sweepers, and he's surely going to lose a little bit of that performance through those last 2 turns, scrub those front tyres, and once again, no chance. This is fascinating stuff with just under 3 hours remaining of the 24 hours of Barcelona. This is the battle for the lead in 992. There's not a huge in terms of difference in terms of strategy. Also, by the way, Daniel Alleman is about to pass Charles Putman at CP Racing. So Alleman's about to knock CP Racing off the podium. There they are. The director's on it this morning.
Yeah, great pictures.
Well, actually, that's Greg Gilbert that is trying to get past first, which means maybe Daniel Alleman's already done it. Where is the white and red Porsche? Ahead already? I reckon he might be.
Yeah, he's ahead, confirmed to us. The 91 of Alleman through the final turn.
Oh, here, open door, maybe. Can he get through? Fabian Dance has a spectator's view here of Yannick Redonc desperately trying to get past the Audi, and he's done it. Shuts the door at 7, no chance to come through, and we've got the Jutta Racing Audi off, and that is actually at turn 9. They're going to come up to him straight away, and luckily he gets himself cleared from the traffic. We've got another car off. Oh, the other Jutta Racing, and that will be code 60 because that's deep into the gravel.
Yeah, buried into the gravel, the 71 car. Not quite sure where that is, Ben. Is that at 5? Yeah.
Different view of 5.
Back to the 992 battle. We've got, and he's, we're going to find out what happened now. The 72 car has a harmless spin at turn 9. 2 cars avoiding action. I'm not quite sure what happened to them. The 992 battle, now that Redonc has gotten by the Car Collection car,
Code
Fabian
60.
Dance has to, and Fabian Dance, they've broken up the party. We've got code 60. Dance dances his way into the fueling area. The action to that code 60 flag coming out. The battle in the front of the 992 class has been paused slightly. That gives us a chance to get our red flag and maybe have a look at the rundown.
So 903 in a fuel Bowser, watching CF99 gets 3 fuel Bowser as well. Yes, it will be in Bowser number 1, position number 1. It's not 2. In terms of traffic, it's always that concern that all 10 Bowsers will be taken, and therefore you are not going to get fuel that you have come into the pits for. The same strategy then, push both cars onto the same strategy, although of course, remember they get half a tank of fuel in this. It's
half a tank. 50%.
Sorry,
fuel allocation.
That's exactly what I was trying to go one way or another.
So it's not necessarily a tank. It's a 25-litre tank.
And if you're only allowed 10 litres, if you've got 25 litres in there already, and do 55, you can then do 55 again. You have capacity in the fuel tank to go over your allowance.
And that's why we use track.
Yeah,
because we don't know how much fuel is in the car. Let's head down to Raymond's back. I thought it was Uncle Marion for a moment there.
Morning.
Well, that's very true. She said to me, bad notes they come alive. Mainly because I joined it. Oh, hang on a second, no, it's because first car to hit its actual pit stop after fuel. Number one, out ready to go to the satisfied level for the bottom of the safety that comes to me. They're all as well. The red capital jewel. No, that's the red on both ends. Actually, the red and car, the leading car. And here comes red camels. They're both going to hit their spot. Red camels hits its spot first. And we want a back to here. Change of driver. One of the boys is liveness, the jumping in. Certainly would be getting that from Dan at this point, Ivo. Now, also we have our leader in, the insert LS4 car. That's the driver safe as well. The driver down in there. Okay, and out and away has gone Red Camels. And red on at the same time, and they're going to leave the pits nose to tail with red out still just slightly ahead, so they came in a couple of seconds apart. They're going to go out about a second apart. So that one's moving on, and there's still a packed fuel station. It's like today they doubled the green shield stamps. Everyone's there for more fuel. And ask your parents if the green shield stamps are there.
And for our international audience,
international. Anyway, so still cars coming towards me, including here comes the Herbert ship. That's going to double the time. Obviously undercoated. Here comes the single crossbow. Then racing remarkably good conditions. Most of them not that good on the hours. Here comes CP Racing for third or fourth, depending on where they were slicing to. Actually, they've just gone past Herbert in the pit lane, so they've gone back into third again. BUGGYRA 416, so for the car that had those problems right to start the race, still going around trying to catch up. Here comes Hassar 2 with their Audi. They're also going to be serving a penalty. It's green as the Herbert car goes down. It's kind of a cascade of cars in the pit lane. It's so busy, they do park more and more towards the centre. The angle to get to is very, very sharp. They've got it about angle. Out of the pit lane, out of their pit box, sorry. There you go, as the green light flies, and the Esau continues, but there must be truck action for Ben and Joe.
green light flies. That's an interesting one this morning. Green flag flies. And the green light goes on.
Well called that. Very, very busy pit lane, and we had, I think, pretty much the whole field there came in. The timing screen there, they're either AF or BF. Simon Turman now at the wheel of the LS Group, leading this race by 2 laps. Now at the wheel, he's on his outlap. Max Hofer at the wheel of House RT, 2 laps down in second. Daniel Alleman, I think, has given up that car, the 91 Herbert car. Let's see who his teammate is when he leaves. Phil Quaife, they've bolted in the hotshot, haven't they? The hotshot, former winner here, 2012 in a McLaren. Phil knows this place, and
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
And the battle for the 992 honours is between Red Ant and Red Camel. 0.7 of a second. The last time we checked between those two on similar strategies now, with Willie Motorsport a couple of laps down in third position in class. RPM the best of the AMs in the 992 in fourth, with HRT fifth, but 7.5 minutes back. The 72 Jutta was the reason for our last code 60. It's 14th, with Red Ant 904 in 15th. And the best of the GTXs is the KTM Crossbow. Definitely has the pace over the Mark V8. Second in class, about a minute back. Hoffer Racing GT3, the number 11, really hasn't shown after its early issues spinning. NM Racing's Mercedes GT2 car out there in third in class. And then the best GT4, and by the looks of things, the championship winner-elect in GT, Atlas BX Motorsport. Best GT4 miles ahead of its rivals. Vortex 701 in 21st, RD Science 22nd, MRS GT Racing 23rd, and Orchard Racing Team in 24th, recently wheelless out on circuit. Hoffer Racing is the second GT4 car, the M4 GT4, second in class in GT.
Adame.
Dobré ráno, Jane.
Dobré ránko. Téměř dvouhodinový stint za tebou, jaký to bylo?
Tak doufám, že jsi zdíval, že jsi to neprospal jako celou noc.
Ani poko se nezapomněl.
Tak určitě. Dobrý, bylo to přesně takové to rozhraní, když jsem vyjížděl za tmy a přijíždím už vlastně za světla. Je to takové to nepříjemné, že to sluníčko svítí přímo do očí, tak jsem si musel přivřít chill. Ale auto funguje stále pěkně, musím zaklepat, žádné problémy, tak jenom ať to ještě vydrží 3 hodiny.
Stíháme soupeře na druhém místě. Chvilku si se přibližoval, ale pořád to nestačilo. Jak to vidíš?
To uvidíme za 3 hodiny.
Je tam možnost se dostat na to druhé místo, že byl by to docela jako překvapení, protože po tom startu...
Není to překvapení.
Není?
Ne, my to chceme.
My to chceme,
tak.
Dobře. Ale na
my si nehrajeme na překvapení.
Ale na startu, když jsme měli ztrátu asi 15 kol, tak to byla docela výzva, ne?
Přesně, to byla výzva nevzdat to, povzbudit celý tým a bojovat vlastně, tak jak jsme říkali na začátku, před námi je 24 hodin, musí se toho spoustu stát. Stále máme ještě 3 hodiny, vidíme teď zase Code 60 asi, nebo ne, highlights. Takže prostě nejde říct, co bude. Ještě 3 hodiny musíme vydržet.
Díky.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Tight battles. Let's talk to Charlie Parkman, who was on a preservation mission in his last stint.
In that last couple of hours, I mean, was there a growing issue with the car, or were you just trying to go regarding a regulated pace?
No, the car's fine. I'm just doing the best I can on it. A little bit of a challenge out there today, you know, this morning as the track's changing. I just didn't quite have the confidence in the track that I probably should have, that it was cooling down. But no, the car's fine. We're just running like we feel we should, strategy-wise, and getting in.
Is this the vagaries of Barcelona, where the grip can change from lap to lap?
Oh yeah, yeah. You can be really good and turn 13, 14, get to turn 1, and it's just really slippery. So, yeah, it's a great circuit. There's not a problem there. And of course, we're all learning this new tire, you know, the new compound on the Hancooks, and so it's been a little bit of a struggle getting adjusted to that tire, I think, for everyone.
So you now, yeah, there's only a couple of hours to go. So you leave it to your teammates. Do you think an overall podium's still popular?
It's possible. We hope. It's this all the time. So yeah, but we're happy if we can get our top in the GT3 AM. But we do love those overall podiums. So we're gonna try. We're going full out. Thanks a lot.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charlie. It's still possible. No idea what's happened to my powers of speech this morning, but there we go. Also, I'd like to thank Charlie for not being like everyone else who's literally disappeared off for breakfast whilst we do the run down the highlights.
Well, in fairness, Charlie has just got out of the car. He'll now be going for breakfast, Nick, so you just happen to be in the right place at the right time, as ever. I've got to say, now that we've plopped into these cars, our new drivers for this stint, the timing screens a short while ago lit up like a Christmas tree. We've had purples, greens, fastest lap of the race overall. Max Hofer in the Haas RT Audi, a 1:42.6. I think that's the actual first time we've seen a car into the 42s, and considerably into the 42s there. So Hofer absolutely on a mission, and there might be a 2-lap deficit to the IMSA Porsche, but I tell you what, someone needs to tell Hofer that that is still achievable. We've had a change of lead in 992. Oh no, we have not. We did have a change of lead in the pit stops, but we're about to have a change of lead again if we're not careful. Kobe De Bruyker now right under the rear wing of Luke Breukers in that red camel car down the main straight underneath us.
Hang on, are they about to pass the leader of the race here?
They've come up to the leader of the race, who's in a GT3 spec Porsche. Two 992 Cup cars. Just shows how quick they are in a straight line. And now, through the corners, that's where they're at a disadvantage from the GT3 cars. They are absolutely nose to tail. It's like a Carrera Cup race.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's exactly like the Porsche Super Cups that were here in June, defending Luke Breukers in the centre of the road, trying to stop Kobe De Bruyker from getting past. You can't do that for 2.5 hours.
I was going to say, he's only got 2 hours 40 minutes to defend. Side by side into turn 5. Coming out of this corner, Luke Breukers has his mirrors full of that red ant. Look at that, and you know what? You can see Kobe De Bruyker has got the advantage of being able to use all the road, whereas Luke Breukers has got to keep his car very, very tight and basically make that track very narrow. He can't defend for 2.5 hours.
What do you say now? Surely, don't you say to Luke Breukers, let him go, follow him?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because you're going to compromise both of them so much by this. Luke, sitting again in the middle of the road, braking in the centre of the road. He's going to be asking more of the tyres by defending so hard.
They've both got new tyres.
Yeah.
So once the tyres start to plateau, let's say, they're in an optimised state here, but they're very soon going to plateau. And then the cars will be a little bit more equal. It's all going to come down to drivers here, I think. Out of the final turn and across the line, they head towards us, just about to appear underneath us. What's the gap at the line?
0.3.
Wow.
And in third position, if you're wondering, when we started our stint here, it was a 3-horse race. Over those last couple of Code 60s, it hasn't fallen well for Willy Motorsport by EV Motors, and they are now a lap and a half back for Sabina De Castro. So they really need something to fall heavily in their way to get back onto this little battle. It was about 20 seconds when we picked up the microphones at 7 o'clock this morning, and we are now just a couple of moments away from putting them down and inviting the second team, the other team. I was about to say Team B, but that wasn't very fair. Probably Team A, to be honest. Team A? Team A.
He doesn't mind.
Yeah. Coming into the box. And that'll be it for Joe and I. We'll go and put our feet up and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a race this has turned out to be. We always knew the 992 class promised a lot, but even I've been taken aback by just how competitive this is. I mean, to come down to an actual battle on the road with 2.5 hours to go is just, and it has been like this for the last, what, 2 hours of certainly our morning
Not
stint.
this close.
Coming back with the live stream.
Yeah.
Incredible.
The other thing to watch out for is the battle for overall honours in the GT3 category, because right now, points are now updated on the website. Haas RT have a 4-point advantage over CP Racing. Haas RT sit second, CP Racing sit third. If those positions were to change, that would then change the championship standings as well, because it would then put them on equal points. I think, and I need that confirmed, but I think if they were on equal points, then it would still go CP Racing's way because of their third position in Monza, and that would give them that tiny advantage. Alex Fontana getting in the mix now of this 992 battle. He's been a real star. If you watch SRO racing, you would know, but not sure he's done that much here in 24H series, and he's really taken that car collection Porsche by the horns and hustled it the last couple of hours in pursuit of Patrick Kolb. Now, the other thing to consider is Patrick Kolb, because he is in the car collection he's in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the 91, which doesn't have the opportunity of winning the GT3 category overall in the position it sits, but is faster than Phil Quaife and taking chunks out of Phil Quaife. So he might be the cat in the pigeon battle there, as we watch Hashard. I don't know what a pigeon battle is.
Cat in the pigeon battle.
I have no idea.
He needs coffee, everybody.
Haven't had coffee.
I know.
Hardly had breakfast.
I know.
And quite a lot of different categories of car on the same bit of tarmac here. I think we've got all 4 categories represented, apart from TCR. But yeah, watch out for Patrick Kolb in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. In terms of the strategies, it's really simple because they all came into the pits on that last Code 60. So we're all basically back to where we were before. All freshies.
And how many pit stops do we reckon? Another 2? Gotta be, hasn't it, with 2.5 hours?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just how long are we going to be left? At the end of the race, back timing.
I think 1 for the 991 category, the 992 category, sorry. I think they could get away with just 1 more stop.
Okay.
But you couldn't do that in a GT3 car. Not from what...
That's going to be marginal, though, for these two.
And we're not going to do 2.5 hours of racing without another Code 60.
No.
Not in a day, not with championships at stake and people pushing. It was remarkable that the whole night went clear, basically.
It was remarkable, yeah. How many hours did we have full green?
4.5.
Yeah, that's quite rare in those darkness hours. I've got to say, commendable driving from Luke Breukers, and indeed likewise for Corby de Bruyker. These are the drivers we've been speaking a bit about. We were, dubious whether Luke Breukers was doing the right thing with defending. He's proved himself right. He was defending very well indeed. Now that he hasn't got that threat right under his rear wing, he's able to optimise his line. and he's reacted to that. The gap just across the line last time by was about 0.6 of a second. Now he's able to focus, optimise his lap time. The tyres have certainly come in, and we've got Kobe de Bruyker just now, just a little bit further back, not in a chat. He's going to have a real dive bomb if he wants to get by Luke, coming through turn 14 now to complete another lap. It was 0.6. Let's see if Luke Bruyker's using all of the track and more, wasn't he, on the outside? He hit his apex, kept that throttle buried. Across the line they go. It's out to 8.5, out to 0.8 of a second, almost 0.9. So that lap there, we had Luke Bruyker's in the red camel car, 1:48.1, 1:48.3 for the red ant car, Kobe de Bruyker. So things have settled down as I thought it might be.
Just taking the peak off the tyre and therefore into the 47.
And that's what Luke, I think, was waiting for. He, you know, he knew if he could just, you know, another couple of laps of defensive driving, just narrowing the track, just, you know, not giving room for an attack under braking, and it proved to be the tactic. Great driving.
What is the gap between Max Hoffa and Phil Quaife? I think it's just over a lap, yeah, because Max Hoffa's just come over the start-finishing line, and CP Racing's Phil Quaife now comes over the start-finishing line. So it is a lap and about 10 seconds between Haas and CP. A few more penalties to be handing out right now. Haas RT with a 14-second penalty for exceeding speed limit during the code 60. Jutta Racing with the same penalty, but 40-second. And those are our latest two. There's been plenty of penalties that have come through across the night, but they all have been served, of course, during the last code 60.
Time-wise, the gap between Hoffa and Quaife, Haas RT and CP, is 2 minutes. Just over 2 minutes.
So a lap and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Or a lap and 15.
Yeah, no. Phil Quaife came straight out the box and put that car's fastest lap of the race in. He's now settled into 45s, 46s, but that was a great lap by Max Hoffa. He's going to have to make up more time because he's going to lose 14 seconds in the penalty box.
Yeah. Well, at least what that would do is at least put the CP Racing on the same lap as them. Even though it will be pretty much a whole lap. But Phil Quaife is still losing time to Max Hoffa. Max's last lap of 44.7 to Phil's 46.6. So that's almost 2 seconds lost. And that is not the way that CP Racing need to win this championship. Now E2P getting involved in this 992 battle. E2P have previously run a 992 car, but they're now in the full fat GT3. Local Spanish team, Javier Morcillo, aboard that car. No, he's not. Antonio Cenero is now aboard that car, and they are down in 11th in GT3, 5th in AM. So right at the tail of our AM category field. With a few issues, I think, over during the night. On board once again with Luke Bruyker's down into turn 10. Well, hang on, there's someone coming on the inside of him.
Oh, that's the E2P racing
E2P,
car.
okay.
Yeah, he's just letting the faster class car through. Very clever the way he made the room there for it, wasn't he? Final minute of our stint, Ben. Final minute of our Barcelona 24 hours. Not going anywhere. We're going to sit right behind Bruce and Johnny, who are about to take over.
Well, we should do our nominations for Spirit of Race then.
Well, I think I'm going to go for the obvious one, which is the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes, who could have called it a day at the very start of this race when the car was pushed off the grid and into the pit lane and then stayed there for a while. So they were way down the order. However, they didn't. They came out. All right, they're out of contention for overall honours in their GT4 class. However, they have made their way back into contention for a podium, and right now they sit in that 3rd place in GT4. So if it stays the way it is now, we are going to see them in that podium presentation.
And I'm going to go with Ralph Bon and Renauer for double bubbling. It's going to be very hard to award them the trophy if we go that way, because they ain't here. but to race in Valencia in a sprint race, to come and race here overnight, to go back to Valencia to do day 2, shows real commitment to spirit of racing. And I know it's been done before, but to have 8.5 hours of driving in between racing, there's some spirit of racing those two, that's for
really
sure.
Spirit of racing on the highway.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the last 2.5 hours of the race. You've got Diana and Nick down in pit lane, and in the booth you have Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer to guide you through the final 2.5 hours of this 24th Barcelona 24. And there is so many answers still to be had. Over the line, the 992 battle was basically equal.
So difficult to go away for a few hours in the night, kept checking in to see what was happening, but to come back and see that 992 battle fearsomely tight on the screen. In fact, the first screen I saw, they both had the same acronym, RED, and I thought, is it the 2 Red Ant Porsches at the front, or is the Red Camel car still in the mix? And quite clearly it still is, with Luke Breukers just ahead of Kobe de Bruyker. Last time around, just 0.04 of a second between the pair. They're fighting over the lead in the 992 Cup class. 634 laps on the board. And right now an overtaking manoeuvre and a change of positions. Kobe de Bruyker has just gone ahead of Luke Breukers, so Red Ant now ahead of Red Camel. Stay with it. You'll work it out as we go along. So much tyre debris. Last night, in fact, fairly early in the afternoon, yesterday, there was a lot of tyre debris at the side of the circuit. Then through the night, you couldn't really see it. And in the light of the day, anybody running wide is going to have a mountain of spent rubber building up in their wheel arches very quickly indeed. But good move there by Kobe de Bruyker. But well done for Luke Breukers for not making it too difficult. Quite sensible at this late stage in the race to be so cautious, but the battle lives on. Instead of being the hunted, one is the hunter. So we've swapped those roles around, but settling in now. We've still got 2.5 hours remaining in this race, and very pleased to see that through the night, actually, we had very few caution periods, which certainly was a help. When I say caution, we had no code 60. So my name's Bruce Jones, settling in for the stint through to the finish of this race, alongside Johnny Palmer just joining me at the moment to lead us through to the finish. But the stage is set fair. The sun is rising, and it looks like we're going to have a lovely warm day, probably up to about 28, 29 degrees by the end of the race, and so we'll be wearing shorts at the podium ceremony, I reckon, Johnny.
Why not? That's the nice thing about a midday start and therefore finish. Got the rest of the day, rest of Sunday to enjoy here in Barcelona. But before that, I mean, what a stonking fight at the front of 992. It would be wonderful to have had a third car involved, but I'm just being greedy there. There's 0.04 of a second between these two cars after nearly 22 hours of racing. And Kobe de Bruyker with that crucial overtake, perhaps. Luke Breukers had a moment to extend, and he got it up to about a second, but now things have switched around. Certainly, though, still very much in the reckoning, as long as Red Camel Jordans.nl can stay in touch. Meantime, the 76 IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche race leader in the GT series for Simon Teilman, number 76, is in the fueling area. That all seems to be going very, very well. Thankfully for the 76 crew, a nice quiet entry into that fueling quadrant. And likewise, easy to get out of there as well once the fuel has gone in. There's not a car in sight, really, so don't have to worry about the clearance as it pulls away from the pump. Here's the Audi number 21, which is in second position, driven by Max Hoffer. 648 laps to its name. So the next time it crosses the line, it will have completed exactly the same distance as the Porsche that is in fuel, which will be 649 laps. I was hoping for 700 or so, considering we did 696 last year. And pleased to hear that there was no code 60 overnight either. However, the KTM Crossbow with the Milwaukee sponsorship has clearly been in the wars lately. 2 bits of bodywork not quite sitting correctly. That door/window on the left-hand side, but more obviously the rear wing. That's not the prescribed angle for a rear wing.
It has snapped away from the left-hand support, the two sort of swan neck supports at the tail of the car, clearly for a rear wing, but that has clearly had some contact around the circuit. Don't forget, during it was night practice, wasn't it, that we had we had the clamshell door pop open on one of the drivers for the KTM Crossbow, but now it's just a side window again on driver's side, so it does suggest left-hand side of the car. There has been contact with something solid, but the car's still going around. But the car that's really impressing, the driver that's really impressing, is the driver in second place. Quick lap after quick lap, 1 minute 44.6 seconds. And Max Hofer really flying in the Haas RT Audi. But as we say, we have got 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining in this race. The gap is still a lap between the first two cars. And race leader down to Nick.
Yeah, what do you reckon's going to be done here in this stop then, Nick?
A quieter pit lane. Because everyone came in at the top of the hour for a code 60. So they've all done their work. They're all the same thing. Also, the number of cars retired is very low, and virtually all of them are in the HRT pit. The HRT pit has got 3 dead Porsches in it, and I think they're 3 of the 6 retirements are from one team. So it's a very, very quiet environment here, which obviously speaks volumes of the quality of the teams and the drivers to keep these cars running and out of trouble for what is now, 21.5 hours.
And that's not a deliberate slur from Nick on HRT, by the way. They turned up with the most numerous cars, and normally very, very good at running reliable machines. We don't necessarily know all the reasons why those retirements have happened, of course. Could just be a bit of bad luck. Vortex have gone through that in previous years, but the 701 and the 702 are running still and running together on the track as well. Philippe Bonnel in 4th position in GTX. The 702 has not had all the good luck though, so Solène Amrouche is a number of laps back. 551 completed. Compare that to Philippe Bonnel and the rest of the queue on 593.
42 laps difference, and I think most of that time was lost under cover of darkness, because it certainly wasn't that big a gap when we clocked off at 11 o'clock last night. But the car that was leading then is leading now. We had the drama up front, of course. Early on we had the Ferrari from WTM by Rinaldi Racing leading the race, being clattered by the GT2 Mercedes, and that sort of seemed to be the onset of problems. Whether they were related, we do not know, but that then fell down the order, fell to 28th, got back up to about 15th position, and then was parked up overnight. And then, of course, the whole complexion changed with Herbert Motorsport losing a lot of time with what was the most peculiar problem. There was it had a little off-track moment right at the end of Ralph Bone's stint when he just arrived from Valencia from competing down there. He's back there today. In fact, we could pop down there this afternoon, Johnny. A bit more racing in the Iberian Peninsula. And then the car would not refuel, and it turns out a bit of gravel had got into the fueling vent, and that stopped the air escaping to allow the fuel in, and that cost them about 3.5 laps, we reckoned at the time.
Yeah, it was easily a 4-minute pit stop in fueling, where normally you can get all that job done in about 90 seconds to 2 minutes. So costly. 3 attempts to put the fuel in, then they basically gave up and tried to cure the problem with the team, and then 6 laps later Robert Renauer came in. Finally they were able to get all the fuel they wanted. 714 has made it back to the pits, and actually when the car is stopped in front of us in fueling, you can't detect an issue with the rear wing. It's almost like it only happens at speed, but clearly once that breaks and the strut is no longer in connection with the wing itself, yeah, it's still wiggling around.
Yeah, the left side is down, but it's hanging just beneath the swan neck, the 2 swan neck supports on the rear, but yeah, speed it gets pushed down. It's not attached to the left-hand swan neck. So perhaps, Nick, if you've got your monkey wrench, you could help out down in the pit lane, because that KTM, the sole KTM in the race, about to leave fueling, and it'll come to stand at your feet fairly soon.
Here's the Ginetta G56 from GSR Motorsport for Ernesta Globite, and the 405 car as well has had a prolonged period of time in the garage. It is 4th place in GT4, but a number of laps down on the GT4 leader, who is working its way, well, into the top 20 now for Stephen Shu and Atlas BX Motorsport. So the Mercedes from Korea running as car 403 this weekend, leading that GT4 category and looking very handily placed in the championship as well. Update on the Porsches. Red Ant Racing, Red Camel Jordans.nl, 0.9 of a second now. Kobe de Bruyke leads Luc Breukers.
Yeah, good to see the GSR Motorsport Ginetta, the one Ginetta in the race still going, and it's sort of sludge green and gold livery, because that had problems early in the race. Overheating was its major problem. They just couldn't keep the temperature down within the car. It's had its spins, turn 14 most notably, right in front of a pack of cars, but Anesta Glabita, she's keeping out of the way there, but the whole point was to come here and do 24 hours, and they're very nearly there. Let's have KTM news. They're with Nick.
And as you say, Bruce, it comes to my feet and it arrives, and yeah, basically it's a simple failure. It's not damage of the wing, the left-hand swan neck. The screws have just come undone, so they've got a selection of new screws to remount it, and they're going for it now. I think it's okay, they can get them in. Now, they're not short of tools here, being sported of Milwaukee. They've got a large selection, including all the 10mm socket heads you could ever want. The rest of the car has been in the wars, but it's more that normal thing, the little scuffage on the rear, a little bit of tape to cover up something that's leaking on the right, some taping up some of the transponders. So they've really, I don't think they have had any accidents, to be honest. I think it's been quite a clean run here. I think they've managed to get this car around with nothing, given back the 22 hours. And this is a simple, I don't think it's not even a failure of the bolts. I think it's just that someone forgot to put the Loctite on them.
Okay, could you also check the left side window, Nick? Because that was ajar as the driver was coming around.
No, just tape. It's just tape. The windows don't open, Bruce. It's a clamshell. So it's an optical illusion.
Oh.
There's a bit of tape on the bottom as it was coming away aerodynamically, but that's it. Absolutely
Could you
fine.
actually confirm there, Nick, there is no opening left-hand window or right-hand on the side of the clamshell? It did look as though one was ajar.
There's no opening. Well, the window's not open on the left. I'm not saying it never opens. It doesn't look like it does, but I'm not the designer. The right-hand one is very slightly ajar by about a centimetre. That's deliberate. That's part of the ventilation. So it's angled back, and you've got about a centimetre of gap here. You've got a very small amount of gap here on the window. Hopefully you'll see it in a second. But that is not an issue. That, as you can see, is actually, they can open that window to get some air in, and they've left the socket on the screw, which is a problem. They can't get it off. Oh, there we go, I've got it off now. And they are now out of the way. So yeah, so it's very slightly ajar, Bruce, but it's not a problem, it's ventilation.
Thank you very much, Nick. I was quite disappointed you couldn't get to help there.
He was wanting to move in, but the team were pushing him back, I think.
They've heard, haven't they?
We'll do it, we'll deal with it. Dominic Albert is moving again, and unfortunately, the window's popping out once more. It's the left side that's the concern. There is loads of tape on it. It's not supposed to open, but it definitely is opening. It's part of the clamshell, yes, but somehow the air's getting in somewhere else, I think, and then forcing the driver's side ventilation. But that, I mean,
but it still
Nick
looks
talked
as though
about a
it's
centimetre on the right-hand side. That's about 30 centimetres on the left.
To my eye, it looks as though it's still hinged at the front edge, but then again, I haven't been round and taken the close look that Nick has. But Dominic Albert, who was the driver who kicked the race off for the Austrian team, has been going very well in parts, but obviously now delayed. Second in class, only a lap down on the VDS Racing Adventures Mark car, the car with the Mustang body shape from the Mark crew down in Australia. So it is very close, so that would have cost them a chance to be very, very close indeed. But looking at the pit cycle, in fact, VDS Racing Adventures should be coming in fairly soon. Nathan Van Springle at the wheel.
RT, full
Has RT have pitted from second position. They've been in the fueling area. Now Nick's watching the rest of the stop.
It's a full service, including driver change and tyres. So Max Hoffer's got out. Didn't see who got in because I was waddling as fast as I could at this time of the race towards it, but it was a mystery who actually got into the car. But they have gone a full service. Quite interesting because I don't think Max is in there for a particularly long time. So they're obviously now playing with driver times and getting to the end and everything else, but that's another new set of tyres thrown at the car.
Okay, we're just waiting to see. It's Mathieu Detry, the driver who's been there all season. But hats off to Max Hofer because that was he set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.682 seconds in the last hour. So the Austrian, who's been very busy all around the world, the 23-year-old Austrian, 24-year-old Austrian. Gosh, he's knocking on. He's been racing down in Australia. He's been racing everywhere. So one of the rising global GT stars, and he's put in his stead. KTM back on track, still with Dominic Albert on board, still with that extra ventilation. Window to my eye, the left-hand side, still, Johnny, admit it, it does look as though it's hinged at the front.
Yeah, and the tape that they obviously put on that, the attempt was to make sure it's kept down and it's slightly better through the aero, therefore, but there's often been a rule as well about taping too much that should open in an emergency, like a door or a window. So it's probably good ultimately for Dominic, and he'll be used to it now because he had to battle with that for the whole of his previous stint too. About to be lapped by the CP Racing Mercedes, which is running in second position. Phil Quaife squeezing up the inside at turn 5, and Elia Earhart is right there as well, but not on the same lap as a Mercedes for Scherer Sport. Through goes Earhart in the second best placed of the Audi R8, Mathieu Detry, who has just taken charge of the HRT car. That is the best of the 4 ringed offerings, 4th place now. Another 15 minutes before we reach 2 hours to go, and the GT cars have generally, during green flag periods of the race, been pitting as close to the hour mark as possible. Some of that's governed by how long the drivers need to be at the wheel for, of course, too. Very quickly, I remember a stint before we knocked off last night where Robert Renauer, his drive time was really not fitting well with the number of extra pit stops he'd had to make. So sometimes a call has to be done there because you can't go over a certain driving period in one go. Also, there are maximums for all stints across the race, and that depends very much on which category you've put your GT3 car into. For instance, the 76, less hampered by that. Someone like Julian Andlauer can drive for a maximum of 12 hours in that car. And every time I was glimpsing before going to sleep last night to see who was at the wheel, funnily enough, it was a young Frenchman, because he's got perhaps the best pair of eyes for the nighttime driving, very comfortable behind the wheel of a Porsche GT car. Some of the AM driver that he shares with, I think, more comfortable driving in the daylight hours.
Yeah, I had to really feel for Robert Renauer. Sprinted up from Valencia, where he'd been competing, got in the car of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, immediately set its fastest lap. But as you said, instead of having a decent long run, kept getting interrupted to try and stop this refueling problem. Through the night, he reduced that lap time to 1 minute 43.7, so very competitive indeed, but just frustrating. He, along with Ralph Bone, probably finished off the cake and headed back to Valencia to do today's sprint race down there. You know, I think they should come back for prize giving, frankly. But prize giving should be over just about by the time they've finished their race in Valencia. But in fact, now I look at the calendar online, no, they'll be racing just after the podium ceremony, of course. Still trying to get my head around a midday finish for an endurance race. You automatically think 3 or 4, but you know what? I put up my hand. I rather like coming through the night and having a shorter run to the finish. I think in terms of one's body clock, one's circadian rhythms, this fits in rather better, certainly for me as a sort of not a night owl, quite the reverse.
Nathan Van Springel is one of the semi-pros in the 758 Mark II V8. Just trying to work out where he may sit in pace-wise, the team, because Rafael van der Straten has been associated with this crew for a number of years. Jose Closer likewise, but it should be Nicholas Hermans and this guy Van Springel who are generally the quickest. Still a glorious look to the Mark II V8 with that huge diffuser protruding several inches or even feet out the back of the rear of that red and blue and white car, with the giant, almost GT3 style wing on the car as well. Runs in the GTX category, is the leader in the GTX category, and with that KTM crossbow slightly extended pit stop, is the crossbow still on the lead lap? It should be, compared to the Nathan Van Springel car. So again, that's another close battle, just like we've got in the 992 division.
Yeah, Nathan Van Springel just going through turn 10, turn 11, now trying to pick up on the moving map, down to turn 6. Goes 714, Dominic Olper. So there's a lap and a quarter between them, not quite on the same lap, just the other side of that equation. In terms of their pit stop sequence, Nathan Van Springel will be in very soon. His stint length, 1 hour and 42 minutes, whereas the length of the stint for Dominic Olper is only 35, coming on 36 minutes.
76 76 Porsche of Simon Thurman is now somewhere in that middle sector. Meanwhile, the number 34 Lance Motorsports Audi with the Kirchhoff sponsorship, and Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff driving at this stage, is second in the AM division. But the other AM car much further up the order. In fact, it's cleared all of the Pro-Am runners now. So that tells me how good CP Racing are in terms of their championship knowledge and their consistency across their driver combo. The 4 regular guys who are so used to working with each other, Charles Espenlaub, the AM Plus, and the others, the AMs. And then they were joined again by Phil Quaife, who's done a couple of Dubai 24 hours with CP last year and this, and tackling his second 24-hour race with the American crew, and it looks to be a very good fit. They were racing last weekend with Adam Christodoulou, again with strong links with that team too. But Adam presumably busy this weekend. Or there may have been a pre-arrangement, of course, to get Quaife back in, but that's going really well. And yes, he's a lap and a bit away from the lead, but for an AM driver combination, every credit to them so far for, you know, keeping it right up there.
Yeah, it has. And again, I think when you have years of experience of running in this 24H series, it really, really helps you work out how to deal with the code 60s, etc., etc. But just that one semi-pro driver, it's not like they've got 2 or 3 of them and they're obviously slotting in the AMs when it goes, there's a purple period on the track. But let's find out from Nick, because he's hot to trot down in the pit lane.
Well, am I hot? I'm just looking over to my left, so down towards turn 1, and the weather's looking decidedly less Spanish summer. If I didn't know better, I'd say certainly off in the distance it's raining, and it's very dull and coming over. Certainly it's going to reduce the temperature of the track, but I think there's a possibility of some showers in the area, whether we get hit by one in the next hour or two. But it could be a final roll of the dice for the drivers, but certainly the weather's not looking anything like as nice as it was an hour ago when we arrived.
Well, my little local meteorological office is saying mixture of sun and cloud till 10, by 11 bright sunshine, 12 etc, full sun for the rest of the day. But I like the way, as the humidity is rising a little bit, that Nick's putting a bit of drama in, just over 2 hours to go, and he's creating a storyline for us.
10 a.m. till 11 a.m, a 9% chance of rain I have. 11 a.m. till 12 p.m, thunderstorms and a 63% chance of rainfall. There could really be a sting in the tail. I love how Bruce is looking down at his weather app now. Just save that there here.
That is the classic weather app. If you have 2 people, they always have 2 weather forecasts.
Totally. And more are available, I'm sure. But I suppose it depends on wind direction. It depends on wind speed as well. There are storms to the south of us. So, yeah, it will only take a little tweak in that, in the predicted weather for the next 2 and a bit hours, and the teams will need to be wary. Thank goodness that we haven't had much rain at all in the race, if any. So that means that the fairly restricted number of wet weather tyres that Hankook have brought, they should have plenty of storage to lean on there for a couple of stints maximum.
I think we had a couple of months worth of rain on Friday, it must be said. It started at 2, by 4 it was immensely heavy, and there was puddle on puddle, and the cars had to be pulled off the track, and it certainly made qualifying very lively, because there was only effectively 1 flying lap, and instead of 3 sessions, that was it. 3 laps for 1 session, over and out. Everything was slightly delayed. We did have a couple of support races for the Alpine Europa Cup and for the French Porsche Sprint Challenge, but it was certainly a day that cost the drivers, cost the teams in terms of getting their cars set up. But we've been running dry since the start of the race, but now Nick has seen back to the past and is bringing it to the present. There may be some rain this morning, so I shall park my weather app and look at yours from now on, Johnny.
Fair enough.
But actually the best thing is to look out of the window. But when you're sitting high in a grandstand, what you have no idea is what's coming from behind you.
Yeah.
When the rain was skirting the circuit on Friday, you could, I mean, some of the factories behind us, you could hardly see them. The rain was coming down so heavily. Yet the other side, we spotted that chink in the clouds, and we did get better weather coming through just as the sun was going down about 7:30 in the evening. But it's been dry ever since.
Ivan Jacoma is now driving the 23 car collection car. So that is the Porsche that runs in 6th position, ahead of the car that's long been associated with car collection, and it's still an Audi, but it's now Lant Motorsport and Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. The gap between those 2 cars is about 13 minutes in actual fact, and 6 laps separating 6th from 7th. 4.4 seconds the difference between the top 2 in the 992 Porsche category, and that is good work from Kobe de Bruyke, first of all, to just dial out the distraction of Luke Breukers in his mirror and concentrate on producing good lap times. The Red Camel Jordans.nl can't quite do the same, pan around with the same velocity right now, but they are very much in touching distance with likely 2 more stops to go in the 992 class, so got to get those right as well. And if one, of course, is not the full stop, so if you come in with maybe 45 minutes left on the clock, then it is really about turning that car around as quickly as possible, and all the rehearsing to this stage needs to be well worth it. Elia Earhart has got ahead on the road of Phil Quaife. That doesn't give Earhart any more positions in the Share Sport Audi, though, with the day-glow detailing. Flash of the lights from Kirchhoff in the mirrors of Phil Quaife as well. So a number of the GT3 runners all finding each other in the early part of the lap.
Yeah, just wanted to get past the Cholet Lamborghini that's been up and down the order. That's, of course, is running in GTX, but that's lost time. It was when we went to bed last night, Johnny, it was running 3rd in class. It's now down to 5th in GTX and fully 24 laps down on that VDS Racing Adventures Mark car. So, but still running, and still running at decent pace. I was just having a quick look up and down the timing screens to see if any of these cars are walking wounded, but no one really carrying great visual clues that there's been any damage overnight, and nobody running at notably slow lap times. So that at least is good. So from this point of view, it's been actually a very clean race. We had obviously that flurry of Code 60s just yesterday afternoon into the evening, but nothing untoward and nothing for very long at all. Nothing to really shape this race.
6th placed Porsche of Car Collection. Tucked in behind is the Audi from Jutta Racing. So that was a 71, I reckon, of Jonas Karklis. Again, laps between them. 6:47 completed by the Lithuanian entered Audi. And the car of Car Collection running after 655 laps, rounding the 3rd corner. If you want a time difference between the top 2 in GT, we've told you about the laps, but it's about 3 minutes that separates Simon Tierman and Phil Quaife. So that, when you read it 3 minutes rather than a couple of laps, that feels a lot closer, and more pressure perhaps on IMSA LS Group Performance to not put a foot wrong, because if there is a slight spin or some damage that needs to be repaired, 3 minutes can disappear very quickly indeed, and CP Racing just need to continue to pound round and make sure that they are putting some timing screen pressure on the race-leading car.
Spending time looking at the timing screens for any notable defects, looking at the moving image screens, and suddenly caught even Giacomo. I know he's trying to press on. He's only just started his stint in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, but he had a massive twitch and collected it. So you've nearly got to 22 hours in the race, and try explaining to the team. All their efforts have been slightly reduced by joining the gravel in a gravel trap, but 2/3 of the way around the lap, he got it back together and sweeps through the final corner. Another lap will go on the board. 6th place, but he's got a full lap to catch Shira Sport Audi. Elia Earhart at the wheel, the driver who started that yesterday afternoon at the wheel of that, but in turn he is 5 laps down on the race leading Simon Thurman. It's still Porsche leading the way, and more to the point, we had that wonderful scrap between IMSA and Herbert. They were chopping and changing, and then that refueling problem and the time spent in the gravel, unfortunately for Ralph Bone on his 50th appearance in this series, cost them time, and they tumbled down the order. Herbert have done well to get back to 3rd place, but you have to say IMSA Performance, they took pole. We mentioned the fact, of course, that it was all very tricky in qualifying. It had to be quick fire, but they've been running absolutely beautifully. Patrick Kolb is pressing on. We're just talking about Herbert Motorsport. He's starting to catch. He's on the same sequence as CP Racing. Phil Quaife is in 2nd place, leading the GT3 AM class, but leading the GT3 Pro-Am class. Patrick Kolb is just starting to catch him, but only by a fraction of a second here or there. So 3rd and 2nd may swap around, but right now CP Racing have got that 2nd place for the American team.
Yeah, and they will be well aware of their surroundings, how much time there is to the race leader, but more importantly, how much they need to, well, fend off the rest of the AM competition. And the good news for them is that Lance Motorsport are a number of cars back on the timing screen, and even more in minutes. It's about 10 laps, actually, that separate the AM leader, the GT3 AM leader, from the 2nd place car. It's 3.7 between Kobe De Bruyne and Luke Lucas, so that's half a second in the last 5 minutes or so. It's also pretty close between Patrick Houseman and the Red Ant cars, and the 2nd of the Red Ant cars, Mark Goossens, at the wheel of that. So Houseman and Goossens could be a battle that we witnessed 20 minutes. In fact, the 907 and 24th edition of the 24 Hours here, and Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer keeping you up to date with group performance. Continue to lead the motor race. They have done for a lengthy spell now, thanks to hard work from CP Racing about 3 and a bit minutes further. The gap is 3.8 through 3 minutes and 8 seconds, I should say, through the previous split. Then Mercedes looking very good for GT3 owners. Then a group of 4 Pro-Am cars come next. The Herbert Motorsport Porsche, car number 91 with Patrick Cole, 12.6 seconds to the single car. Haas-RT with the first of the Audis is in 4th position for Mathieu Detry. Earhart is 5th. The car collection Porsche is in 6th place for Ivan Shakoma. Motorsport Audi of Dr. Johannes Kerhoff. What we've got here is the leader in 992 and the second place car are different slates on our graphics, but bear in mind they are 3.9 seconds apart to break away the 8th and the 9th place cars. It's Kobe de Bruyke and it's Luke Breukers virtually nose to tail. And they were just prior to Bruce and I taking over. So it's 20 car lengths, but Luke Breukers still had a sight in GT3 Pro-Am, 5th position, as therefore return racing car number 71. Vinny Motorsports by Heavy Motors is still on for a podium. Then the HRT performance car, 12 of Mara. 907 is another Porsche Cup car for Patrick Houseman, and then Mark Goossens behind. They've only got 3.5 seconds between them. 4 cars. The second of the Jutta Racing Audis is in 15th position from the GT3 AM class, and then the GTX race leader is the VT. The 75 to 16th in GT. 17th position is the 714 Razzoon Malden Racing car. That's second in GTX. Hoffa Racing's GT3 AM Mercedes 18th. The 715 NM Racing car is third in GTX, which is Mercedes GT2. Atlas BX Motorsport car. First of the Vortexes is the 701, and it's 24th Super Trofeo number 720 had been leading GTX. It's now only running in 5th position, though, after problems overnight. Third, ahead of a similar car for Orchid Racing Team, 24th. Then it's the Hoffa Racing by Web Motorsport being second in class. Richardson Racing is 26th position at 992s. The BUGGYRA ZM Racing GT4 Mercedes is 27th. E2P Racing really should be a lot on the circuit they know well. 19th is 28th. 29th for the second and the 405 is the GSR Motorsport car for the GT4 category. Then the 928. That's been in the pits for a fairly long time. That's to drive the MKPP by HRT. One of the times that he was telling us about earlier on. Likewise, the 929 shown as 32nd, but not currently circulating. GTX 708, the Sebla Shoe Racing Porsche Cup car, HRT, another car not in the race and unlikely to rejoin. And
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Energy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
For 22 hours after not starting the race properly, they had a full stop. The Mark VDS, the Mark car's Silhouette Mustang, as of course it is also getting a full service as well, and they're now starting to roll through more regularly. But none of the big hitters in either the main class or 992 are yet to make a stop after that fuel up about an hour ago under the last code 60.
BUGGYRA is just about the best pronunciation we've had all weekend. I do like that.
Forget,
5 or 6.
Do not forget, they can't agree amongst themselves how to pronounce the team.
Well, we spoke to Alia Kolak, and she said BUGGYRA. She said that's
and
right.
I spoke to Adam Alako, and he said BUGGYRA.
But you've turned it into BUGGYRA.
Well,
I
now think that, well, it's got a more 70s feel, hasn't it?
Yeah,
and they've got their own song. Yes, sir, I can BUGGYRA. See?
The man with his own glitter ball, Nick Damon.
Yeah, he has along with the cameraman, he has a guy moving that around for him from garage to garage. 4 cars absolutely together. It might be the rolling start again at midday yesterday. 9:67 is the first car to round turn 10.
Well, it's a special car. It's the remaining HRT performance runner with Mara Kalamia, clearly one of the quickest drivers in that class, running. What position he is in overall? 12th overall, setting good lap times. But you suddenly get these clusters of cars together. At the back of that pack was CP Racing, Mercedes, and Phil Quaver's done what he needs to do. He's picked off the 3 cars in front. He just was a little bit cautious. But the gap back to the next car in line, Patrick Kolb in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, is only 16 seconds or so. They're both really having to press on at this late stage of the race. Into the final 2 hours, it's nip and tuck. And as Johnny pointed out earlier, the top 3 cars all naturally in the GT3 class. The outright leader is just GT3. Then GT3 AM in second place. That's CP Racing Mercedes, who've really done another fantastic job. And in fact, on that lap, Phil Quaife worked the traffic better than Patrick Kolb, because it's now out to 18 seconds. And the car in third place, the Herbert Motorsport, is GT3 Pro-Am. So classes within an overall category, all going for their maximum points if they possibly could. And if you were not with us at midnight, that was when there was an allocation of points at the halfway stage in this race. So for quite a lot of teams, that if they were winning their class, they pocketed 20 points. If they're still in front at the end of the race, they'll pocket another 40 more to complete their European season.
Přidáváš další stint, jo? Dejme poslední jízda za tebou.
Nádhera. Mně se teda už moc nechtělo, teda, abych řekl pravdu, ale na druhou stranu po těch nočních jízdách jsem věděl, že tam máme rezervičky a za světla, kdy je vidět, tak se to tam dá fakt jako nahulit úplně brutálně. Takže jsem se trošičku na to těšil, že bych si mohl spravit náladu aspoň nějakým rychlým kolem, což se povedlo. Jednou se mi tam povedlo předjet toho Bavoráka, kterýho stahujeme, takže mě se jelo krásně, bylo to jakoby ještě zima, takže ještě to je rychlý, ještě ta trať není přehřátá, takže mě se jelo asi nejlíp zatím z celé doby, jako jo. Jsem utahaný jak pes, ale jelo se mi nejlíp. No.
Předával si Jarkovi jeho poslední stint celkového týmu, zbývají poslední 2 hodiny, jsme na 3. místě se ztrátou 2 kola, na 2. místo. Jak to vidíš?
Jako 2 kola je štreka, jo. Nicméně teďka Bavoráka předjel, jel jsem do tankovačky, měl jsem skoro natankováno a on teprve přijel.
Jo, takže zase jako jsme jako sakra rychlejší teďka, jo, takže hele, bude to napínavý, si myslím, do posledního kola.
Děkuju.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Energy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Dropped the Luke Broekers / Rick Broekers car to within 10 seconds of Sabino Di Castro now for Willy Motorsport, who is in 3rd spot. But as promised, we can catch up with Luke now with Nick.
Pretty intense hour of racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't expected to jump in the car at this moment. Eventually it came out that I had to do so, so I did it. It was very difficult because I was tired, a lot of night driving, but had a great battle with the Redant car, and it's quite amazing to end a 24-hour race like this almost at the end.
You were battling with the Red Ant car. Did you actually think, I'll just let him go and follow him at some point, because it was dangerous, wasn't it, having that close a battle?
No, it was not dangerous, only I thought he might be a bit quicker, and at the end it's endurance racing and we had hours to go. So I chose wisely to follow, save the tires. I figured that way I could stay longer behind him.
It's a very close battle between you two. You put your brother in the car. Is that going to be the secret?
It's a little power we have now. No, he's doing a great job. He's always quick, so we can see what he can do.
Thanks, Luke.
So Luke Broekers handing over to elder brother Rick Broekers, who was pretty clear in his complaining of the car not being to his liking early on in the race. And that was not the fault of the team necessarily, it was just the fact they hadn't got the required running on Friday. He'll know all about now the understeer, if that still exists on the 909 car, and how to drive around the issue. A question of just trying to do as many good lap times as possible now and hope that Red Ant Racing don't quite have the consistency. Plenty of curb being taken there by Rick. The camera's moving around anyway on the main straight, but it really did rattle over that final corner curbing out of turn 14 and across the line. And the team will be updating him, I'm sure, on Kobe De Bruyke's lap times, and likewise how the Willy Motorsport car is doing, because there's only about, well, now that stop's been done, get you a gap in a moment or two back to Sabino Di Castro. But the Willy Motorsport by Heavy Motors Porsche has dropped away from this leading duo within this major subcategory.
Right, so while that Red Camel's pit stop was going on, we had Herbert Motorsport reporting for fuel. That's then completed its pit stop, and Alfred Renau has emerged back onto the track, but into 4th place, because Haas RT running they're only half an hour into their stint. Mathieu Detry, fastest driver on the track at the moment, now up to 3rd place, 53 seconds down on Phil Quaife's CP Racing Mercedes. But we've had that change of position in Pro-Am. But what have we got left? An hour and 45 minutes, so should only be one more pit stop, I would suggest, for if he can stretch. I think Haas RT may be able to stretch it out. If they can do another 45 minutes now, yes, they can do it. One more pit stop for them, so maybe that will work their way. But certainly in terms of pace on the track at the moment, Mathieu Detry is the fastest driver. That is the car that has not has the fastest lap and the second fastest lap, done on consecutive laps this morning at about 9:15 by Max Hofer. He did a 1 minute 48.862. Pay attention, then he did a 1 minute 42.682. He just moved a couple of those digits around, but the fastest car, the Haas RT Audi. But is the clock going to count against them?
They are certainly less than a lap time within the CP racing car. It's likely to be about half a lap that separate Phil Quaife from Mathieu Detry. And the last lap around in the favour of the Belgian racer, car number 21. Alfred Unauer's back out again. And that gap between Haas and Herbert Motorsport is over a lap. The red Camel car has slipped back to third position then, behind Sabino Di Castro in the Villi Motorsport car. But it is still, or it should still be, about the two red machines. By that I mean Red Ant and Red Camel. And Kobe de Bruyke, Rick Breukers, similar names but no relation, continue to fight amongst one another. As we can grab a word with Patrick Kolb now with Nick Damon.
Patrick, you're once again looking pretty hot and tired. How are the conditions out there at the moment in the morning?
Well, conditions are good. The track seems a bit faster than before. No, it's warm in the car. AC doesn't work since yesterday evening, so that just adds to the spice of it. No, but it's good. Track is okay. There's quite a lot of pickup if you have to go offline and quickly you struggle a bit with the tires, but it's okay.
Most of the teams have been complaining about not being able to get set up time on the new tyre. Was there anything you were able to do during the past 22 hours to improve the handling, or are you just waiting for the track to come to you?
No, I mean, in the end, we're constantly improving. We play quite a lot around with the brake balance, which helps us. And we're trying little things on the car, things you can do during a casual pit stop. So this isn't a test for us, it's a race. We're trying to win this, or at least podium, and that's the status quo.
Less than 2 hours to go. Is Alfred into the end now?
Yeah, Alfred is in the car right now, and then we'll see if either Daniel or I finish the race.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Phil Quaife now in the fueling area. So CP Racing's Mercedes just dropping out of second place by dint of making this pit stop with, as we said, just over an hour and 42 minutes remaining, Nick. So expect the white and blue and red number 85 Mercedes in to your feet very soon, as long as you're up at the pit-in end of the pit lane. CP Racing in from second place, fallen to third already. So what we really need to emphasise, John, it's actually pretty close between second, third and fourth positions. The Haas RT Audi, the CP Racing Mercedes and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. They've all done their pit stops, and relatively soon we might be getting Simon Thurman in from the lead of the race, the Performance Porsche.
Hearing from Patrick Kolb there, I'm reminded of the driving lineup that he was part of at this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours for Lion Speed. One or two people, I think Ian McCarthy was suggesting that's the reason why Herberts have turned up with a red and white car for this meeting, because of their Lion Speed connection. Is that what Ian was saying?
Yeah, what he was saying was they run that in the International GT Open Series,
yes.
And it's the colours. Lion Speed is Lorenzo Rocco di Toro Pagina, a name I never tire of mentioning because it just is so mellifluous. I just want to point out, was it not 20 minutes ago Nick Damon was talking about the thunderclouds approaching? It's now fully sunny over the pits.
I know, but it's another 40 minutes yet until the thunderstorms are expected to arrive.
Look, we're building up a story, Johnny. Come on, go
dark
with the
over there. I'll just finish the point about the lineup at Nürburgring. Patrick Kolb racing with Matty Campbell, Mathieu Jaminet and Patrick Pilet in that Lion Speed car. That shows you how much they rate Patrick Kolb to be plugged in with three other pros in the SP9 category. Go on, Nick, you've got a right to reply. Oh, he doesn't want to now. We were talking about the weather conditions, Nick. Go on, you're down at ground level.
No. Right over the centre of the grandstand, over Bruce's head, is sun. To his right, it's grey. To his left, it's grey. But the glorious strawberry blonde head of Bruce Jones has enlightened the entire area and cleared the clouds above the grandstand, but no more, for it is grey on the periphery of his brain.
It's grey in the middle of my brain, but that's fine. But I am an eternal optimist. Nick, you've got pit stops to talk about.
Well, certainly up ahead, the 85 car has come in, and I think Phil Quaife has got out there at the far end there. We're about to get the E2P car in. That's the the local Porsche that was going really well until they had a good 2-hour stop just before we went off air. And of course, what we're really waiting for, because the exciting thing is when Red Ant are going to come in. Mark Goosens came in the sister car a few seconds ago, but we're still waiting for Kobe de Bruyne to bring in that car.
Yeah, so they are on very different fuel rhythms right now, and therefore Kobe de Bruyne's car can go closer to the checkered flag than the Red Camel Jordans.nl machine. These Porsche Cup cars might be able to last an hour and 15, perhaps under fully green conditions. They can go further than a GT3 car. I see that regularly in the NLS Championship as well. So how well have the teams back-timed the situation? How much further do they want to be going? But it'll be one more stop for Red Camel, 2 more for Red Ant, and Kobe de Bruyne presumably going to, well, he'll have to be taken out at some point, because an hour and nearly 15 minutes completed, he won't be able to do this final hour and 38 minutes purely because of the single driver time in one stint. The Orchid Racing team with the Porsche Geneva backing, Laurent Misbach drives this number 917 car and heads across the line in 8th position in the 992 class. Remember, 992 also has the AM element to it though as well, and it's Patrick Houseman for RPM Racing that leads the 992 AM part of the field from 5th position when you combine all the 992 cars together.
Yeah, for the Orchid Racing crew, they lost a lot of time fairly early in the race, certainly before the evening, and they've got to find 8 laps even to catch up with MRS GT. We saw them have their problems. Rolando Sacco was the driver who ended up, remember Johnny, deep in the gravel at turn 13. Took an age for him to be extracted from that. He's back in the car at the moment, the Argentinian, but they're 7th and 8th in the Porsche Cup class and 2nd and 3rd in the AM sector. But it's, you know, sometimes it's great to have a car with a different race livery, so sort of aquamarine and metallic looking grey on the flanks of the Orchid Racing team. Could have something a little bit different, but they have had their problems. But importantly, as I mentioned earlier, did I mention the sun was coming out? The sun is out fully. We've got just over an hour and a half to go. The car's running like trains. Fastest driver on the track at the moment, it's Alfred Renauer, so quite interesting to find out he'll be pulled out of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, more than likely for the run to the line in the final hour. But right now he is doing his best. He's 19 seconds down on the CP Racing Mercedes that has just rejoined with Charles Espenlaub at the wheel. That's the battle for 3rd.
It's with the 3rd season for Laurent Misbach with Orchid Racing, although he had a spell out during the COVID years. 2019 ran in one of their GT4 cars in a single race, and that was here in Barcelona. Simon Tehrman onto lap 677 now. Is the time difference between the top 2 cars about the same? Now that's extended. In fact, it's a different car, of course, no longer CP Racing chasing because of Charles Espenlaub diving into the pits. So 3 minutes and 42 seconds now the difference between Simon Tehrman and Mathieu Detry. A lap time currently taking about 1 minute 47, 1 minute 48. So verging on 2 laps now the difference between IMSA Performance and Haas RT, and a further 3 minutes and a bit, 3 minutes and 7 seconds back, is Charles Espenlaub in his CP Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, Johnny, one thing that makes that gap seem to have stretched, of course, at the time we last really looked at it, Haas RT's Audi was running in 4th place, so the gap was really being compared back to the 2nd placed Mercedes of CP Racing. So with CP Racing and Herbert Motorsport both having made pit stops fairly recently within the last dozen minutes for the pair of them, that is why the gap has gone out. But certainly in terms of lap pace, Mathieu Detry is still continuing to take chunks out of Simon Tehrman's time. But for IMSA Performance and Tehrman, it's a case of pacing it through to the finish. That's how it looks from the outside. Hopefully, for their sake, that's how it looks from the inside. They've certainly had this race by the scruff of the neck ever since effectively the 2nd hour, when there was the delay for the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari that looked peerless in the hands of Jochen Krambach right from the start of this race.
I noticed the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche's Lumirank number is no longer illuminated. They probably lost that at some point during the night. I don't know whether there's anything in the regulations that says that has to be working. It's flashing on the overall leader for IMSA LS Group performance. And in fact, Alfred's looking now to get a lap back on Simon Terman. So Alfred's working lap 6.74, the race leader 6.78. And this is the start, perhaps, of something, but it's certainly not the black Porsche holding up the red and white car at all, because he can afford to give one of those laps back again without the Herbert Motorsport Porsche becoming a threat. And Alfred Renau will dart up the inside of the 904 Cup car as well. Driving that in this stint is Jimmy De Bruycker.
1 hour, 34 minutes remain, so a little too long for just anybody to pit and think they can get to the finish. Another 10 minutes or so, and I think we'll see Simon Terman coming in from the lead for the IMSA Porsche. Obviously, they've got tabs, and we'll see how that shakes out. But it does look as though it's under control. Simon was racing just last year. He finished second in the Alpine Europa Cup, so he's stepped up. And it's always interesting, Johnny, isn't it, to see how people manage. Not just stepping to a car of greater performance, but also how they then learn to manage the tyres through a long race. And if all they've done is sprint races before, there are so many things to learn, and Simon Terman is going through that process at the moment. But for IMSA Performance, a team that's just got more experience, so you can shake a stick out. Why do people shake sticks at things? I've never worked that one out. But anyhow, you know, he's clearly learning from a team that has so much experience. All those years, the team from Normandy competing at Le Mans and as many endurance races as they can do. Simon Terman, 27-year-old Frenchman, started in, actually he's had a sort of two-stage racing career. 2012 he was the runner-up in the French Formula 4 series with 2 wins. Then he got into European Formula Renault, and then he had a mere 8-year gap before he came back and joined the Alpine Cup. So certainly that came to save his career. Probably goes to prove he has to pay for it himself. Has to find the money to go racing. It's not there as a given, but obviously stepping up to proper endurance racing with the 24/8 series, he'll be learning as he goes.
Krista Jørns now in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi is the second best of the R8 LMSs. 6th position for Krista, ahead of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff for Land Motorsport. Simon Terman, his lap times are not as quick as the bulk of the top 10 right now, but that doesn't really matter. Simon has selected his own speed, and he's been doing that for most of the race. And as long as he doesn't clatter into cars that are looking to try and get laps back with quicker drivers at the wheel, then everything will be fine for IMSA Performance. But this is down to the engineer keeping tabs on where quicker cars potentially are and where they want to gather some laps back again, and just giving Simon Terman ample warning. There will be an element of IMSA realising they've got a big lead right now, and just, to be honest, measuring that, managing that between now and the end of the race, which is only 92 minutes away.
Funny how fast it comes up, doesn't it? You sort of pace it, don't look too far ahead. It's like when you're decorating a room at home. You don't want to see how big the job is, just do a little bit by a little bit. But Julian Andlauer, and I was very impressed in the early, through all of his stints. Gregory Gilver, so many years racing in the GT4, and he really seemed to nail it here in Barcelona, and that really helped the team build up the cushion. Laurent Ergon did his laps in the night. Simon Terman, the youngest member of the team, did his laps largely in the night, but now they've got that buffer and they can control it, and they can rely on Porsche reliability, one would think, because you look at the Porsches competing around the world. Ian McCarthy, one of our regular people who keeps an eye on the races we're watching, just absolutely pointing out that Porsche really do a very, very good job. But the lead, it can come down, it doesn't matter too much. We've got an hour and a half remaining, plus a tiny bit of small change, and IMSA Performance, I think, are stroking it. But what we can't tell from the outside, well, that pace is fairly good, but is there a problem that's being nursed? All the crews will be having problems with the amount of tyre pickup they're getting, because the tyre debris around the circuit, every single pit stop, they get an anthill worth of rubber out of each of the wheel arches. It's been quite phenomenal. But again, you know, they all have to contend with it, and they all have to be aware they've got to take a little bit longer in a pit stop to make sure those wheel arches are clear, because we, Johnny, have seen many a wheel arch fire with tyre pickup just getting too hot in there.
The other thing I just noticed about Simon Terman is that he recently ran in the Alpine Elf Europa Cup, a couple of races that you and I were covering this weekend, Bruce. In fact, it was a race winner here at Barcelona last year for the Autosport GP team, the 27-year-old Parisian. So I think capable easily of a quicker time than a 1:48 currently, but doesn't need to do it. Doesn't need to put the pressure on himself or indeed the rest of the team. Herbert Motorsport, sorry, no, 76 is in, and you're also watching the Red Ant pit stop from the leader 992, Nick.
That's the only one I'm watching. That's the big one. That's the big battle on the track. Kobe de Bruycker gets out. Huub van Eindhoven gets in. Full service is being done. As Bruce says, several insect homes worth of rubber pulled out the front of the ducts, and they look around the wheels. They look relatively happy with themselves. Round of applause. Team walks back. Kobe looks suitably tired, and everything seems all fine with an hour and a half to go. Now, I don't think they can quite get to the end. They're going to need a splash at the end, but that must give them a fuel stop time advantage, at least, over Red Camels.
Yeah, less fuel to go in, quicker pit stop, therefore, and what we reckon, 15 minutes difference, perhaps, between when Red Camel pitted and now Red Ant in. Could be even 20 minutes worth. I'll try and look that up, actually, to know, or try and work out.
Nearly 20, because Rick Breukers has got 19 minutes into this stint. Talking about refuelling and cars, the IMSA Porsche is in from the lead of the race at the moment. Simon Thurman sitting at the fueling pump. Only one other pump being used at the moment. So who's going to go into the finish? Is it going to be Long or Ergo? Is it going to be Gregory Gilbert? Well, the driver who seemed to want to do the lion's share early on, Julian Andlauer into the number 76 Porsche. So, of course, everybody else will close up. That means the Haas RT will get closer. There's a lap difference between them. The Haas car at the moment, car 21, trying to pick it up on the tracker, coming through the final corner, turn 14, so that ought to go onto the lead lap. But, of course, the pit stop still needs to start for Simon Thurman, but the fueling needs to finish. Just under an hour and a half to go.
So they'll rejoin with an hour and 25 possibly still on the clock. The car will be able to do an hour, perhaps an hour and 5, so that's also going to need a splash to get it through the final, make sure it gets through the final half an hour. It's not a concern for the 76 because it'll be a nice short stop, get the fuel in, probably not even stop with the team after that. But who's the driver going to be selected for the final stint? Have they got enough Julian Andlauer hours left after he has done a lot of heavy lifting in the darkness and told us that that would be the case partway through yesterday's proceedings? Here's the Haas RT Audi for Mathieu Detry. And as the LS Group Porsche pitted, there were 3.5 minutes separating these two cars. Obviously, that is now coming down significantly. However, the 21 car will need to pit earlier than the Porsche and for more fuel to get it to the checker flag. And where in this mixture will CP Racing work its way in? Charles Espenlaub currently at the wheel of that.
Right, refueling completed for IMSA Porsche. I'm sure Nick, like a streak of lightning, has got down to the IMSA garage to take a look at this. Probably final time they do a pit stop. As Johnny pointed out, yes, there may well be a splash of fuel being thrown in later in the race, but the black Porsche number 76 is coming your way, Nicholas.
Well, not exactly a streak of lightning. I tried streaking, but unfortunately the marshals weren't too keen on that. They'd had breakfast, and it is Julian Andlauer getting in to take this car to the end. Simon Thurman gets out. Julian, of course, allowed to do 12 hours. This is a fully pro entry. He did 12 hours of the 24. Not sure how many he's done. I'm sure Johnny can tell you that. Everything going very well on this IMSA Performance service, and the car out and away. But just one more very brief visit for the pits we expect. But great run so far for the IMSA Performance Porsche.
Yeah, and a mightily impressive stint for Simon Thurman, or a couple of stints. Mathieu Detry looking to cross, or just has crossed the line, so there's only 30 seconds between them now, and will that actually that'll put the Audi back in the lead, won't it? Because they're on the same number of laps completed now, so the Audi about to cut through the end of the first sector. Always good to have this deep into the race, a couple of cars close enough to exchange the race lead, even though the Porsche is still in a very commanding position. Slight sideways moment there for Mathieu Detry, and he's looking to try and clear some of this traffic in the awkward turn 7 as well, heading up the inside of the Vortex car. As we can go back to Red Ant Racing, they have given up the race lead because of that pit stop. Huub van Eindhoven taking the 903 car over. It's Rick Breukers that now leads the category, but the outgoing driver is Kobe de Bruycker, now chatting to Nick Damon.
I'm worried he's gone to get his hat and he hasn't realised we're into camera. I think he is looking for his cap. This is going to be a bit embarrassing when I point out the camera's gone for a break. But here we go. He has gone to get his hat. No one say anything, all right? No one say there's no cameraman. But he's got his cap anyway. It's a night cap. It's a night cap, everybody. Kobe, that was a pretty impressive hour and a great fight with Luke Breukers.
Yeah, it was a great and fair fight. It was really hard. Also a close fight. But I think, yeah, if the respect is there, then a hard fight is possible, especially in this series.
A lot of people have been saying it's been hard to dial these Porsches into the surface. How is the Red Ant car performing on the track?
At the moment we are suffering from oversteer, but I think that's the same problem for everybody. So yeah, it's just really managing the tires throughout the whole stint. So you have some tires left at the end of the stint, and I think we are trying to do that as best as possible.
It looks that pickup's a major problem as well. So I mean, how are you handling that when you're overtaking the slower cars? I mean, you can hardly go offline, can you?
No, I did not notice that. No, we had no problem with that. Especially I don't have a problem with that. So for me, that wasn't a problem.
Great stuff. Thank you, Kobe.
Thank you.
Well, no problems there. Ant hills are no issue whatsoever, Bruce.
Was he wearing a cap, Nick? I never quite gathered that.
He was wearing a cap. He had a cap. It was a cap with a well-known sportswear tick on it.
Jolly good. A tick is good. A tick is good. Right, Haas RT leading the race. Thanks very much, Nick. And that was a very impressive stint from young Kobe de Bruycker there. Great battle with Luke Breukers. Out on the track. Oh, hello. We've got the CP Racing Mercedes moving. So, no, it's just coming into the pit lane, presumably for refueling. Charles Esper now bringing that in from third place. I was going to look out the window in a second to see if he's pulled into one of the 5 punts. Now, Julian Andlau has taken over the IMSA Porsche that was leading the race. On the windscreen it says 002. At the moment he's about a quarter of the lap down on the number 21, the race leading Audi Haas RT. That should chop and change, but immediately onto the pace by the sector times for Julian Andlau, yet to complete a flying lap, but 21 just goes on to lap 683. Oh, taking no prisoners through the final couple of corners. Julian Andlau is scything his way through the field. I noticed Mathieu Detry's body language in the Audi was looking certainly, I cannot waste a tenth of a second. Every overtaking manoeuvre was taken at the first attempt when passing cars, and now in a gaggle of about half a dozen cars, that's exactly what's facing Julian Andlau. So, Johnny, it's warming up as we approach the finish. They know that they've done the maths. Some people aren't very good at maths, some are better, but they've done the maths. They realise they cannot shed a second. So when IMSA Performance looked as though, not home and hose, but just with a comfortable buffer, Julian Andlau has got the message. Tail up, he's on the charge.
It is really close for the lead of the race, considering we've been racing for over 22 hours now. Still should be in the hands of IMSA Performance. It's theirs to give away because of the extra pit stops that the cars still need to do, but the shorter pit stop that the 76 can do, with only really a splash necessary for the 76. But Julian Andlau is just not comfortable with trailing the race leader by 20 seconds, and I think it's just innate in Andlau to want to put the pedal down and try and reel in that car and look for a way by Mathieu Detry. Charles Espenla's brought the CP Racing Mercedes in. At the time of that car pitting, in comparison to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, there's only 13 seconds between those two as well, but obviously that gap will now be extending with the Mercedes not going anywhere quickly, being serviced by the team. They'll also need to come in probably with about 15 minutes to go to put the required amount of fuel in, ensuring that car gets a race finish.
Right, I just want to be a little bit not over dramatic. The CP Racing Mercedes, I thought it was coming in slowly. Anyhow, it came into the pits, didn't refuel. It's back in the pit garage at the moment, so I'm slightly worried it's been a late race problem or something they're going to have to fix in the garage. It disappeared from in front of my eyes, but let's hope for CP Racing, particularly after the strong stint that Phil Quaife put in. Just going back to the pace of the chaser now, Julian Andlau, I think he's one of those drivers, you say, happiest with the pedal to the metal. He's done an awful lot of driving through this 24 hours so far, and I think it's the way to keep the focus as anything. Maybe the team said, right, here's your target, you've just got to do this, but certainly he is giving chase, lapping faster than the race leader, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds in the last lap he's taken out of the race lead. It's down to 18 seconds, but within about 20 minutes we expect the Haas Audi to come in. and see how much fuel they can get in to take it towards the end of the race. But Nick, it'd be very good if you could get to the CP Racing garage. Sorry, we send you to one end of the pit lane. Now we need you up towards CP Racing near pit in.
He's just walked in the garage. I saw him out the window, and he
You can tell with that walking style.
9 laps that was, Nick, for Charles Espenlaub, and normally we'd see about a 24-25 lap stint for the Merc.
There's a lot of work on the rear, more the rear right than the rear left. I'm not quite sure how far this microphone will go into the garage. So I have a look around, try and keep out of both people's way, and a look underneath the car. This is all normally, don't forget, this is a rear transaxle car, so this could be differential, it could be drive shaft. Let's see if Shane will tell you what the problem is. Shane Lewis. Shane, what's the issue?
We're not really sure what took place right now. Something in the drive line. We might have broken axle. Can't believe there's only a couple hours to go. Sitting so good and unbelievable.
That's really bad luck. So Charles just lost drive, did he?
Yeah, he called in lost drive. Luckily, he could get it back in here. These guys are trashed. They got to take the complete diffuser down. The rear assembly in the back's got to come down, so it's not looking good.
Definitely bad luck.
Yeah, man, crazy.
Yeah, so basically, as I said there, you've got the rear transaxle, which means the engine's at the front and the gearbox and the differential is at the back of that car, so it's good for weight distribution. They'll drop the diffuser, they'll give them access to the gearbox and differential and the half shafts or the rear axle, depending on what country you're from, the driveline, and they'll see what's wrong. But that's not the work at the moment, guys, so they'll be plummeting down the field, because even if it's a drive shaft, that's 15 to 20 minutes. If it's anything more, then they won't be rolling again during this 24 hours of Barcelona.
No, big news. And the
is
next
so
nearest
cruel.
car is the AM Land Motorsport car. Remember, subcategories within GT3, but we're talking 8 laps. So less than, around about 15 minutes, maybe somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes that they've got. It sounds like too big a job even for that, but we're going to have to just wait and see. But as you say, cruel stuff. This motor racing business sometimes, Bruce.
It's not all success, is it? But,
No.
you know, it's just that moment. I suddenly thought, he's going slowly, don't know who's by pit in. Maybe he just backed off a little bit early before going, you know, where it curls around the inside of the final corner. The fact he didn't refuel was the first alarm for me, but the fact I couldn't see the car. Then I noticed its body sticking, well, back in the pit garage. We're sitting up high in the grandstand. You can only see the front quarter of the car, but it shouldn't have been in there. Thank you very much to Shane Lewis for talking to Nick there when you have driven so well. We were just talking about how they'd managed it with 3 AM drivers in their 5-driver lineup. And, you know, had really looked so they'd done all the hard yards, CP Racing. Sorry, 3 AMs plus Charles Espenlaub, who's an AM plus. And then, of course, the semi-pro, which is Phil Quave. They looked so they'd mastered the first 22 hours of this race, running in the top 2, top 3, top 4, very close to those next 3 positions. But in the garage at the moment, it won't be out for quite some while. So let's see, can they get back out still in the lead of the GT3 AM class? They may do it just because they've got to come out ahead of the Land Motorsport Audi. Tim Vogler driving that at the moment, but it's going to be very tight. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Should still be less than a lap between Rick Breukers and Oop van Eindhoven through the last split. It's, yeah, a lot less than a lap. 28 seconds separating Breukers for Red Camel and van Eindhoven for Red Ant Racing. Arunus Gesiauskas in the Jutta Racing Audi is then in behind in 10th place, 8th within the GTs. IMSA LS Group Performance now trail the Mathieu Detry driven Audi by 15 seconds, so Andlauer has already found a quarter of that deficit that he had at the start of his stint. He's only been at the wheel for 10 minutes and is pushing on like crazy. And I think, strangely, IMSA Performance will be pretty comfortable with that because they know Julian Andlauer's level of ability, and even though the lap times are possibly more than they need to be, or rather shorter than they need to be, as you say, that's when Andlauer is at his best, when he's really testing his mind after a tough night of lots of driving, but it'll keep him awake.
Yeah, and he's running only just over a second under, you know, more. Here we are, late in the race, we can't decide what's up, what's down, but he's running within a lap. God, I've gone completely mad. Within a second of that car's fastest lap, so that's the natural pace of the car at the maximum, according to the level of the tyres. But 12 seconds, just under 13 seconds between him and the Haas RT Audi. That still leads the race, but it's an hour into the stint. Mathieu Detry's been driving it very well, but he will be coming in within the next 10 to 15 minutes, which would leave an hour left in this 24 hours of Barcelona. So conditions, it's interesting. Who was saying they didn't know? Oh, it's Kobe de Bruyke. Said, oh, I didn't really notice any pickup on the tyres. Clearly not on his checklist. Just drive the car, Kobe, and he drove it very, very well. Looking back to that Porsche Cup class, we've got the 992 class leader is Rick Breukers, lapping almost identical lap times to Huub van Eindhoven, who has been very, very impressive to me. Consistent as well, which is absolutely fabulous when you're running an endurance race. So they are first and second. 27 seconds now, the gap between the Red Camel Jordan's entry, that's 909, and the car that's giving chase, which is the 903, Huub van Eindhoven, Red Ant Racing. So that one I think is going to run all the way to the finish, but certainly Red Camel must feel quite confident. They've got their quickest driver, Rick Breukers, in the car. He will manage it. You think how many laps he's done in endurance racing? Yeah. And but it was a fabulous scrap between Luke Breukers and Kobe de Bruyke before these two took over. But this one will run to the finish. An hour and 15, and that checkered flag should have been flown.
If you recognise the name of Huub van Eindhoven and you follow Porsche Super Cup, that's where you'll know it from. Best result this year at the Red Bull Ring, 5th place. Also, you know, battling with drivers like Dorian Boccolacci, Larry Ten Border, Harry King in this year's championship too. So very experienced behind the wheel of a cup car, and high pressure now on Rick Breukers, who is less experienced in things like Super Cup, but has, well, Red Camel, one of the first teams to bring a 992 gen Porsche Cup car to the 24-hour series, and Rick, of course, was part of that project in the acquisition of the car and then early testing of it, so he's had plenty of mileage certainly. And then prior to that, as Bruce was alluding to, all the years in the Cupra, and prior to that, the Seat Leon. So very much a family affair for Red Camel Jordans.nl, and there is the 909 with the mascot camel on the side and the roof of this car. Don't worry about the RPM Racing machine in behind, that's not on the same lap. RPM Racing, though, is leading its class with Patrick Houseman. What does Rick do here then? Because again, that will be a bit of a distraction to have the fellow Dutchman behind him. But not really in a position now. I think he's actually extending that gap now back to the Krone racing car, so won't be a worry for Rick.
Yeah, Patrick still relative. I'm just trying to see where he is in his stint. 53 minutes in, so his tyres should be starting to feel a little less mighty than they were early on, but all those years of experience for Patrick Houseman. You also didn't actually mention Rick's successes in Lamborghinis. Of course, he got great results at the Daytona 24 Hours in GTD, and he's got a handful of watches, I would suggest, but right now, smooth, fast, doing exactly what the Red Camel Jordan's family team wants Rick Breukers to do, leading the class, 8th place overall. But what's impressive about Huub van Eindhoven and Rick Breukers, they are doing quick laps, and they're doing them lap after lap after lap, wavering only by a couple of tenths, and that's often because they've been passing slower traffic. So doing exactly what their teams want of them.
Overall race lead in the GT series now stands at only 10 seconds, so Julian Andlauer has taken only 14 minutes to halve that gap to Mathieu Detry. There's certainly no slouch in the Haas RT Audi. And remember, though, that the Haas car is a Pro-Am driver combination. So even if and when they allow the Julian Andlauer car through, they will still be on course to win that. The gap back to their nearest rival in GT3 Pro-Am, Herbert Motorsport car, is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So as long as they keep that nice and healthy, they'll still be on course for a subcategory podium. Meanwhile, there's the TCR car of Ivars Valers just heading into turn 4.
Well, you almost took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say, let's go and take a look at the TCR class, and immediately on screen was Ivars Valers, which, as if by magic, 5-lap advantage over Homeguard Motorsport. Norwegian racer Roy Edlund at the wheel of the Cupra, but it matters not for Homeguard because they bagged the title overnight. The dollop of points handed out at the halfway distance point in the race at midnight certainly just clinched that. And of course, we had earlier on Baz Kooten Racing, Josh Stevens retired that car. A little bit of contact with the scenery under cover of darkness. GTX as high, Dominic Albert still leading that in the KTM, and that's running as high as 16th overall with a lap and a half advantage in class over the VDS Racing Adventures Mark car. Right, Mathieu Detry, an hour and 10 minutes to go in this race. And on the same straight now as Julian Andlauer, the IMSA Porsche, the French driver flashing the headlights. 2 cars between them. In terms of pace, Detry's pace much slower lap. 1 minute 48.2 versus 1 minute 45.0 from Andlauer. Andlauer, even if the pit stop comes up very soon for Haas RT and the Audi, both vortexes in the way, and one moves right across the pass of Julian Andlauer. I think the lead could change within a couple of laps. The gap down to 7 seconds. Let's call it 3 laps among friends. But I think just before then, we will see Matteo Detry come in for fuel, and we'll see what level of pit stop for Haas RT with their Audi.
13.5 minutes in the pit lane now for the CP Racing Mercedes, with this drive problem in the 85 car that Shane Lewis was very honest to Nick Damon about, and it's unlikely to emerge in the next 5 minutes, I would suggest. As the car came into pit lane, it had a 19-minute lead over their nearest rivals in GT3 AM, but the laps are being ticked off by Lance Motorsport and Tim Vogler, whilst the Mercedes can go no further. So in the next 2 and a bit laps, we will officially have a new GT3 AM leader, talking about 7th and 8th places in the GT category. It's actually 6th and 7th, I should say, in the GT Series category. And it will have been a long time since any other car has led the GT3 AM part of the race. As soon as that CP Racing Mercedes falls behind, that really will be it. But it still looks like there's quite a bit of work going on down there in CP Racing's car, but hope possibly being lost with every moment.
Right, the Haas RT Audi coming up to the 5th of the pumps, coming to a standstill now. So into the lead goes IMSA Performance, car 76, Julian Andlauer. Just going back to the pace of the car that's second in the GT3 AM class, Land Motorsport. Tim Vogler's got the message, and he's suddenly picked up the pace. If you were thinking we're nowhere in this, we're laps down, we'll just pace it to the finish. Suddenly that is not the message that's being sent to the drivers. So Land Motorsport getting those messages out, and certainly for Land himself, he's won many things in Porsches, and he quite fancies winning another trophy here. So Land Motorsport with that Audi pressing on Tim Vogler. Well, it keeps you awake on a Sunday morning going for a bit of a sprint, and he's certainly doing that, lapping in the 1 minute 47s. That's probably faster than he would have been planning to run in this closing hour and a bit. Gosh, we're almost into the final hour of this race.
Yeah. And the Vogler name shouldn't be new to you within 24-hour series racing. Ingo Vogler has been a regular part of that lineup, but Tim, very inexperienced when it comes to, well, certainly winning trophies at this level, and this could be a crucial win in his career. They managed to get the GT3 AM honours here at Barcelona, but there's still a few more laps yet for the Audi to run untroubled. And we got to about half distance, well, beyond half distance, and thought, cool, we haven't had many retirements so far, but they really did seem to drop away then in the overnight stages, as is so typical here, but also in races like the Dubai 24 Hours as well. There's a race leader in that stealth-like livery, the all-black from IMSA LS Group Performance. In the past have run with the Matmut sponsorship as well. It's the same crew, basically, and familiar in the ACO rule set over the years, including at Le Mans. But they could well have another big 24-hour victory this year, with Julian Andlauer now in front of a pit-stopping Mathieu Detry for Haas RT.
Detry still at the pumps. Presumably this will be enough to take it through to the finish. The amount of fuel being put on board, 1 hour and 6.5 minutes remain in this race. But this is where the pit stops, the refueling stops, look as though they are running for eternity and beyond. But waiting to see if Matteo would take the Haas RT Audi through to the end of the race. Would they put Gavin Pickering, Chris Coles, Mika Panu, who's impressed, or Max Hofer even back in? But Max did the sort of breakfast time stint where he set the fastest lap of the race, not once but twice. And Nick knows who's going in. Come on, Nick.
Max Hofer.
Very good.
He's suited and booted and waiting for the car to arrive. The Haas Racing 21 team, the Aruba and Barbuda engine machine, stopped at its marks. The door is ripped open. They try and yank poor Mathieu to try out the car, and the very lanky Max Hofer tries to bend himself into the very small R8 cockpit. Tyres are already off, and they are beginning that dance. Tyres already on, but not quite got the driver change done. They lost a few seconds there, but the race skips away, and they have gone. Now, as you can watch from afar, just had a word with Phil Quaife, and they are almost certainly calling that for the 85 CP Racing. Apparently it's actually a situation where there's been a problem where the prop shaft itself goes into the differential and the gearbox, and it's stripped. So it's not a drive shaft from the gearbox to the wheels, but it's actually the prop shaft from the engine to the transmission where the problem is.
Thank you very much, Nick. So Hassarty back out onto the circuit. Now, as we approach the final hour of 24, we've got to cast our thoughts towards the Spirit of Race Award. And I had a candidate, but first thing this morning I heard Joe Bradley grabbing that, and he's named the BUGGYRA Mercedes, which came here very tight on points with Atlas BX Motorsport, the two Mercedes crews, and one got to start the race and the other didn't. So fuel feed problems for BUGGYRA, and it was between 50 and 55 minutes until they got going in the race, but they've been going like a train ever since. So that is certainly one nomination. Do have a think about who you might consider to be the team most deserving. I'm still trying to form my thoughts, because I noted that down in my little notebook as a likely candidate, but it's also sometimes, as we know, it's how teams deal not just with getting a car that's perfect, but getting a car that's not perfect back up to speed. But actually, it must be said, Johnny, we started with 39 runners in this race, and for a very long time we still had 39 runners, so there hadn't been a great deal of attrition, as has happened many a time, even when you think, right, this is all set for the night, teams are going to run through the night, but things happen, and cars only ever seem to retire in clusters, not necessarily in an associated accident or anything, but just at certain points things seem to, for some reason, have failures. But right now, I'm still having a think. Have you got any thoughts not dotted around in your head?
Has anybody mentioned GSR Motorsport yet with their Ginetta and the battling of overheating problems and all manner of other things as well? Because sometimes Spirit of the Race Awards come from the tail end of the field, and they are the last car running now. 4th place in GT4, they're 32nd when you combine both races, but it is still pounding round in that sort of Austin Allegro / Ambassador livery that we were talking about deep in the latter hours last night when we were still on air. And that can be overlooked, but you know, they could very easily have thrown in the towel well before this, and they're still pounding round. So I think I'm going to go that direction with the G56.
Yeah, well, that's a very, very good call, because though they've been running, you know, at the tail of the field almost all the time they've been running, they did have those early setbacks within the first hour and a half of the race. They already had an overheating car. Every pit stop they tried different things and nothing was happening. So good call. They had a spin when I thought they were going to be collected by half the field. Going through the final corner, turn 14 at Barcelona, a quick corner. Suddenly you're facing the wrong way. I think that's happened. They've had a couple of rotations, but they're still here, so good call. I'll still keep thinking. And actually, from my point of view, the fact we've got both Vortexes still running in the race, which is a rarity. It seems the camera picks them up when they're running close together, and trying to see the differential. It was about 42 laps between them, because one of them very, very much delayed, which is the 702 was the one that's been delayed. Leon Alamrouche's car running a little bit better, but exciting days ahead for Vortex, because we know they've unveiled their brand new all carbon fibre design for next year, so certainly planning to move deeper into the modern world. And the Vortex, again, we talk about sound, Johnny, in racing. We all hold our hands up and say, yep, that's the Mark VDS car coming past, but the rumble you get from the Vortexes, and it's nice to have a pair of them, really is something else that stands out here, particularly going between the giant grandstand and the pit buildings opposite. It makes a wonderful rumble. When I say it, I mean they.
Whilst I was describing in great detail my affection for GSR Motorsport, we had that much anticipated change in GT3 AM, because the Lance Motorsport Audi of Tim Vogler and others is now in front of the sorry CP Racing crew, who are still working, I believe, on this potential drive problem. There's still people moving around in the CP Racing garage. I can't
22 minutes in the pits so far.
I can't see the rear of the car, so I don't know to what extent the repair work is still ongoing. But they had something like a 19-minute lead. They've been in the pits now for 22 minutes, and therefore back down to second position in the GT3 AM category goes the CP Racing Mercedes. You don't have to still be running to be classified in the 24-hour series, but you do need to have done a certain percentage of the race. CP Racing might still be okay to feature on the podium in GT3 AM, but it's just not the way that CP do business, to take a trophy whilst the car is in the garage. It won't feel right for them.
No, it's not their nature. Over the years, Johnny, we've watched their successes and their celebrations for great results, but they came here leading the GT3 AM class with E2 TP Racing having had a grueling race. They actually ran really well in the early stages. They're still running, but they are only 607 laps on the board, so I think it's safe to say they'll take the points only for 5th in GT3 AM. But if the points go for second place, and at the end of 24 hours, if you come second in class, you pick up 36. So I think we can safely say the championship title will be theirs. But they want to do it with the car out on the track for their quintet of drivers.
It's 11 o'clock here in Barcelona. We have just less than 60 minutes to go of the 24th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, powered by Hankook. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer with Nick Damon in the pit lane, keeping tabs on all of the, well, perhaps late emerging stories in this Enduro Classic. Been going since the late 90s in a touring car format in the early years, but welcoming GT cars into the fold a good portion of years ago now. And although the future of Creventic racing is going to be a single class, effectively, or a single trophy race, we're still going to have touring cars represented in 24-hour racing and the odd 12-hour next year as well. Calendar was released earlier on in the weekend. Check the 24hseries.com website for all of the venues we'll be reaching out to next year. So 695 laps completed for Julian Andlauer and IMSA LS Group Performance with their Porsche. The advantage is a lap and a bit over the chasing Herbert Motorsport car now of Alfred Renauer. We know that all of the GT cars will have to stop at least once, but depending on how recent all of the relevant pit stops were, that determines how quick your splash can be into the closing stages.
Right, I want to see what the pace was going to be from Max Hofer. He has the fastest lap in the race. He's immediately down into the 1:43s for the Haas RT Audi. He's doing what he's got to do. It's going to be very, very tight towards the finish of the race. I think with just under an hour to go, the IMSA Porsche crew, particularly Julian Andlauer, have got enough in the tank and enough under the right foot, the throttle pedal being planted beautifully there. But certainly Max Hofer, tall Austrian, lights flashing, just picking his way past the GSR Performance Ginetta, which stays beautifully out of the way down into turn one. He's got one thing to do. It's a simple task: chase, 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 and see if your tail coming out between turns 1 and 2. So he's certainly doing that as he's trying to work his way forward.
Yeah, that's an indication from the body language of the car quite how hard the Audi is running of Max Hofer, with the young Austrian driver then pedalling incredibly quickly to try and keep pace with Alfred Renauer. 1.9 seconds the difference, and these two, the Porsche and the Audi, still a bit too far away from the GT Series race leader. No immediate threat from Krista Jörns though behind. But there's your battle on track for the podium positions between Herbert and Haas RT.
But it's really bad news for Haas RT, because really their chase is to try and hunt down the IMSA Porsche. He's got more pace than Alfred Renauer has at the moment in the Herbert Motorsport car. The Porsche is second, but the Audi needs to get through, and in fact, Alfred Renauer not making it difficult, pulling out of the way as they dive down into turn 10, the bottom of the infield straight. The move has been made, but that potentially could have tripped them up. And a very good mention, actually. Joe suggested another car that's fighting back from a problem, and it went very well in the hands of James Littlejohn. The Richardson Racing Porsche changed the gearbox and carry on. You're here for 24-hour racing.
Out of the final corner goes the 21H, the Haas RT car. Not HRT, although I suppose those are the correct initials, but different from HRT Performance. And unfortunately for that group of mechanics and teams and drivers, a lot of the HRT cars have fallen away and out of the race. 91 Porsche up on the curb there for Alfred Renauer, but he knew that in this phase of the race the 91 car's not quite got the speed of the Audi, so ultimately will lose less time if he allowed young driver Max Hofer through. And through the last split, 3.5 minutes the difference between Max Hofer in the Haas Audi and Julian Andlauer in the Porsche.
Okay, let's just point out their stint lengths. Julian Andlauer 30 minutes into his stint. We've still got 55 minutes remaining. Do the maths on that one. Hour and 25 minutes sort of combined. However, Haas RT, will they need to come in again? Not yet 10 minutes into the stint with 55 minutes remaining. How much fuel? Are they going to need to come in for a splash and dash? If they don't, that suddenly propels them right into the ballpark, where it seemed IMSA Performance could pace it. They're not pacing it now, they're going faster than the pace because they've got Julian Andlauer on board. But I think I'm fairly confident they've still got enough in hand. But as I said, it's a very, very simple task for Max Hofer. Go chase. Good dog, go chase. Get the rabbit, and that's what he's doing.
10 minutes into the stint, so he took over with 65 minutes to go. I think they should be okay. You can just about do 65 minutes in a GT3 car with maybe a bit of fuel save here and there. Obviously, quite a lot of this track is full throttle, namely, and even more so since we took the chicane out of the configuration for this year. So you are on the loud pedal from turn 13, pretty much all the way through 14 with a slight lift, and then down that long straight to the first corner. CP Racing showing signs, I reckon, of packing up here, which is just horrible considering how well they'd been running up until this drive problem, which had very little warning for Charles Espenlaub.
Well, that's really sad. You could still see some feet sticking out of the rear of the car, but only one person and other mechanics actually packing up the rig outside the garage. So my heart goes out to them. Just as we arrived at the circuit, had a quick third breakfast of the day. It was it's going well for CP Racing. I joke, I've only had 2 breakfasts. God, what do you think I am, greedy?
They were both free, though, in fairness, so, you know, why not lap it up? The 714 KTM Crossbow working its way through the first sequence of corners, and there is Alfred Renauer. An update on what's going on in the TCR segment of the race. So that's still being led by Wolf Power and Ivars Valers, with a recovering Holmgard Motorsport for Norwegian driver Roy Edlund. But the difference between the top 2 in TCR is something in the region of 14 minutes now, so Wolf Power comfortably in the lead of that in 1-2-1.
Well, let's just blow the trumpet for BUGGYRA ZM Racing. They never would have thought, when they spent the first nearly 55 minutes in the pits trying to sort a fueling problem, they could rise as high as second in GT4. They have just recently just moved ahead of the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. However, they owe us a pit stop fairly soon, whereas the Hofer Racing should go to the end. So it's more likely to be third place in GT4, but still some valuable points for BUGGYRA ZM, and they came here with very, very high hopes in GT4. Alas, it's gone away from them because Atlas BX Motorsport just running like a train. They're many laps ahead. The Korean crew with Roloff Bruins at the wheel, and that has been actually one of the most peerless performances in this race. They've just run like clockwork with their silver Mercedes.
Got the ability to look at average lap times from both Julian Andlauer and Max Hofer, actually favouring the Austrian at this stage by 0.4 of a second. He's only completed 7 in the stint, whereas Julian's done 19 now and been at the wheel for a little over half an hour. But nevertheless, if that's the rate of catching, 4/10 a lap, roughly speaking, then, well, they'll need more than that, but will they need to pit again? And that's the big thing, is that the LS car, the IMSA Performance car, will have to spend a bit of time on pit road, probably no time whatsoever outside the garage, though. That will all be about as quick fueling as possible to then get Julian back out into the race, and no doubt in front of Max Hofer. But can Max then reel the Frenchman in?
Well, he absolutely is, because they're going to, there's 2 laps between on the timing screen. Johnny, you can get your trumpet out. The fanfare, the 700 lap mark is about to be achieved by the race leader. You had little sleep last night worrying about whether that would be met, but in the final hour it shall. But IMSA Performance Porsche up the hill to turn 12, down the slope out of turn 13, but the Audi's getting closer and closer on the track. However, 2 laps down, but 20 minutes less into this stint, only 13 minutes on the clock for Max Hofer, but he is catching. But actually for Julian Andlauer, he can let him pie, it matters not. Just looking at the lap pace, at 1 minute 45. Yeah, actually slightly quicker. The traffic rather caught out the Haas Audi that time around, but all Max Hofer can do, the tall Austrian, is just keep on chasing. Should be able to go to the end of the race, but we do expect one more visit for a bit of refueling for Julian Andlauer. No need to talk to his pit crew or Nick Damon until after the race.
I wonder whether that's now a distance record, you know, for this particular race. I'll ferret around for the statistic on that, but we won't have broken anything like 700 laps in the touring car era of this race because the cars weren't going quickly enough. It's only surely in the more modern times of GT running and GT3s that we could get anywhere close to this. 696 was the completed distance last year, but certainly a key markstone there, the 700 lap marker hit, and we've still got 50 minutes of the race to go as well. So if it's not a distance record, it's well up there and may well take some beating in future years too. The nice thing about it is that we've certainly got no hint of either of the cars backing off the speed. They can't afford to because they're so close to one another. And Herbert Motorsport kind of waiting in the wings, a further 11 seconds back for Alfred Renauer in third position. So it's a GT3 car leading a GT3 Pro-Am driver combo, and likewise in second position.
The grey matter is still just about stirring. I've had a sudden late candidate coming into my mind in terms of the spirit of the race aboard, and I think all the teams and all the drivers would vote for this. The person who decided we would no longer have a chicane between just before the final corner, the hated chicane removed, the Grand Prix was so much better accordingly. I think when you're doing a 24-hour race with that really annoying little left-right flick, that's been a bit of a winner. I know other people are voting for other candidates, but again, I just had a thought. I think that's improved everybody. Every single lap has been better accordingly. We've had better gaggles of car coming down the start-finish straight, cleaner overtaking manoeuvres, less desperate overtaking manoeuvres into the first corner. And I think that's been a big reason why we've got so many cars still running deep into the final hour here at Barcelona.
The early stages of this race in the 90s is now confusing me because, according to a little stats page I've just found, in 1998, we managed 918 laps when a BMW M3 won the race. That must have been on a different configuration of circuit. Got Nacional in the next column. So is there a much shorter version of the Barcelona circuit that we could have run? Because I can't dream that we would have got to 900 laps in 24 hours with BMW M3s. And then a Honda Civic managed 881 laps the following year. So
what would they have cut out? I can't think where a national loop could be here, unless you went down to turn 10 at the end of the infield straight and then
that's a very good point.
Cut through and didn't do turns 11, 12 and 13, but I've never seen that.
Yeah, excellent point. Well, that requires a bit more research, but it would have been a very beefy Honda Civic to have completed 800 laps in 24 hours. Anyway, in the more, let's say the last decade, easily we haven't got to 700 laps. In fact, 696 last year was the most, I reckon, on this configuration. So we are now in completely new territory with being north of 700 laps on the full Grand Prix circuit. Slightly different version of it last year, of course. And I suppose slightly longer with the chicane. Again, I'd have to look at the specific number of metres that we were covering last year per lap compared to this year, but
well, let's
still.
hope people out there can have a little scratch around. What are the other configurations of the circuit? Perhaps if you cut double back out of turn 2 and came in where we have turn 6, so you cut out the uphill climb to that long right-hander at turn 3, that's still quite long right-hander at turn 4, and then the downhill left-hander at turn 5. But I still don't think 900 laps quite works according to that, particularly, you know, with a car that's not a GT3 class car. Right, let's take a look at the gap between first and second. The pace is now favouring, after those very quick initial laps from Haas RT, it's favouring Julian Andlauer, so he's looking quite comfortable there. We've got 46 minutes remaining. The BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes, the car that just didn't want to get going at the start of the race, a bit like a petulant teenager, didn't want to get going till long after everybody else. That is being refueled at the moment. That will drop it back any second now to third in the GT4 class. So Jaroslav Yanis is sitting there for the Czech team, waiting while the fuel goes in, but that should be the last visit to the pits for 719. The Scherer Sport PHX Audi reports to pit in. That's Krista Johns bringing it in for refueling. Second best of the Audis. We go Porsche Audi in the top 4 positions, and why not carry it on? And then Porsche Audi down to 6. So we like a little bit of symmetry here, keeps things neat and tidy, but that's the pattern. But Scherer Sport PHX, number 1, down in 4th position, but more to the point, losing time because they're sitting in the pits. They should rise no higher. They're 3 laps down on the Herbert Motorsport Porsche that's holding 3rd at the moment.
I'm doing various searches now for the Barcelona Nacional circuit.
I knew you would. I knew you couldn't resist it.
Is it even here? Is the next question.
Yes, they were racing in Bondwick Park.
It's a possibility. Yeah, I'll continue that, and possibly well after the event as well.
Actually, I'll tell you what, if they ran it at Pedralbes, the very, very wide street circuit at which Fangio used to shine in the 1950s, that'd be cool. And how about on the banked oval at Sitges, just to the south of the city, where they used to race in the 20s and 30s? Oh dear, I'm heading off to the field of rabbits and the rabbit holes, but that's what we love about motor racing and the diversity of it all. But right now, I suppose we should focus. 3/4 of an hour to go. And it is Julian Andlauer putting in very, very respectable consecutive laps. Haas-RT, Max Hofer giving chase. He lost a bit of ground, and I think that was actually just down to traffic. He's picked the pace right up again, but he's not taking chunks of time out of the race leader. So, oh, Julian Andlauer, has he just come in for fuel? No, he might have just been, yeah, it's listed as F on the screen, but it must have been a splash. He's now into the pit lane, and that should be the last visit for IMSA Performance. Fresh set of tyres being brought out. No point taking those Hankoots home. Put them on. And so the black portion, and it's looking quite neat, quite tidy. But of course, while he's in the pits, the Haas-RT will be closing in. But it was best part of 2 laps was the differential between them before the car came off the track.
I don't know whether you can still operate in this way, but there is a cut through on the track map short of turn 1, which does a hairpin right and then feeds back in at turn 6. So I think you basically delete the first sector of the lap and it becomes 2/3 of the length. But whether that you can still operate that in 2023, I don't know, but I reckon that's the best bet of how we were doing things in this race in 1998.
Does that include the roundabout on the approach road when you come onto the circuit?
It's in that sort of vicinity,
near enough,
isn't it? Yeah.
In fact, I tell you what, if you've ever had a high shot of the circuit, you've got a lovely ochre-coloured building, 3-storey building, a villa down at about that point. It's in the trees on the right-hand side of the pit straight as the cars go down to the first turn. It's possibly just turning at the foot of that, but good spot, Johnny.
But we're using all 14 corners this year and just about 4.5 kilometres. And in this version of the circuit, 703 laps. We've never done that distance before in the 24-hour of Barcelona in its 24th edition. So it's a nice time period, I suppose, to be in new territory now and extending well beyond the 7XX numbers of laps. Find out to see exactly how far we get in the remaining 43 minutes. There's your race leader, Julian Andlauer, on the outlap, but there's now a big concern for the 715 Mercedes.
Oh, stop it. This is the car that had the problem in the early hour of the race, and the front right wheel
as well
is not working at all because it's talk about camber angle. It seems to have collapsed and come off the hub.
It was Vyacheslav Gutak who brought that car in after 652 laps, and still don't know to the nature of what the contact was at the first corner with the 22 Ferrari. But is this a story of that component becoming more and more stressed? This is where we first saw the issue for the 715, and I think pretty much for the team as well. And as they start to push it back, the front right completely collapses and goes to about a 45-degree angle.
Well, they've got to get a quick lift out there and then some dolly jacks. Now, what happened? Well, the car went up onto the jacks. Now they've got the dolly jacks underneath, so hopefully they can wheel it back. But that front right wheel not attached at all to the hub down there. So that's very cruel for the GT2. Mercedes NM Racing Team was hoping to have a pair of them here. Brought was just one. They do things differently. We did have this extraordinary moment where the race-leading Ferrari was hit by behind because down the start finish, that was into turn 1. That's what cost Leonard Weiss the lead of the race. There was a big delay for him then, and then subsequent problems that removed the Ferrari 296. But the fact of the matter, quicker in a straight line, the GT2 Mercedes, and the GT2 class is all about power rather than aero. That was an unusual incident and an unusual equation, but just shows how different classes of cars deliver their performance in different ways. But right at the end, for the local team, Nils Montserrat's team, that is so disappointing.
I think the wheel is still attached to the hub, but because it's still rotating and the brake disc is flush in behind, so it's perhaps a toe link or some other piece of crucial suspension which has failed, and that's not a quick fix. If it was just a wheel that was falling off, then they could certainly sort that out very swiftly indeed. The BUGGYRA Mercedes is taking fuel. The VDS Racing Adventures Mark car is also getting its final fuel fill, or what they will hope is the final fuel fill of this particular car. There's a tyre missing on a car that I'm being told, though. It's not on the BUGGYRA machine. It's on the VDS machine we're just hearing about. So left side wheels, I thought we were both there. Is it missing a rear left? No,
I think it's missing
left.
a rear left. We've got a couple of mechanics in front of it doing the refueling, but 3 wheels on my wagon. I ain't rolling along, and that is sitting there. How cruel, because the VDS Mark car is second in the GTX class, only a lap down on the race leader.
And how tough was that for the VDS car to actually make it into the pit lane, bearing in mind it's a rear-wheel drive car and you've actually only got one Hankook in contact with the road. 40 minutes to go here in Barcelona, the 24th edition of this wonderful race, and we've been talking a great deal about the spirit of the race for 2023. Well, we have a decision, and it's time to get down to Diana Binks for the presentation of this all-important award.
Thank you very much, Johnny. I'm just coming out of the garage, by the way, so just bear with me 1 second while I collect our guest. He's just making his way out now from the garage. And it's the 906 Richardson Racing and Andy Richardson. Andy, sorry to sort of drag you away from your work at this final hour, but here at Creventic, as you know, we offer the Spirit of the Race Award. So we would like to give that to you this weekend for all the hard work that you and the team have done to keep the car going out there on track. Peter Fry from the series is here to give you a memento and say thank you very much for everything.
Congratulations. Yeah, thank you very much. This is the Spirit of the Race Award. That means that you never go up. This is not for one person. This is always for the whole team. So completely the whole crowd.
So Peter's giving this to Andy and the whole team here at Richardson Racing to come and sort of share in the celebrations, because the guys have worked incredibly hard this weekend. Guys, just give me some thoughts. What does it mean to get this? It's a lot of hard work this weekend.
Oh, it's been incredible hard work. It really has. It's great, been good team effort.
It's their effort.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Really good 24 hours. Yeah, amazing 24 hours, great team, hard work.
Well, many congratulations to you all, guys, and I can see Adam Wilcox down the back there. He was trying to get in, but we said he wasn't allowed. Kidding. Anyway, congratulations and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Diana. And looking down, congratulations to Richardson Racing. And it's interesting, they said it's hard work. Yes, it is hard work. It's a lot of fun. And with the 24H series, actually, it's not all go to the end of the race. Code 60 now. Just trying to pick out yellow flag at turn 14. So who has gone for a bit of a slide? Can't tell you as yet. Slow-moving vehicles, of course, because they're running at 60 kph. But one of the rescue tractors is in the background of the shot there, perhaps coming to drag someone out who we cannot see as yet. So what does that mean to the race? Is anybody refueling at the moment? You can only take on half a tank, but at this stage in the race, that's all you'd be looking to take on anyhow. So nobody at refueling as yet. Code 60, in fact, we've been clear of those for a very, very long time, which has been super impressive, I must say. We had a flurry of them earlier in the race when we still had light before we went to darkness. The last one, right, car number 405 in the gravel at turn 14. So that is the cause. Approaching the corner backwards, rotating around and sliding in. That's why it's out of sight, quite deep in the gravel there. And that's the GSR Ginetta that had the problem of the spin there before. That stayed on terra firma on the black stuff then, but is now in the gravel, and that should be removed hopefully fairly quickly. And it was for the Lithuanian crew, they've worked through all the problems there with overheating. They got that sorted. Temperatures dropped through the night. They managed to keep going and keep going. Hopefully that can come out, so at least they can get 24 hours on the clock, which is the whole point of competing in the 24H series, as well as having good fun.
I just want to remind everyone that they were my nomination for the Spirit of the Race Award, and I think after they didn't win it, they thought, right, we need to draw attention to us again, so just chuck it in the gravel, and we'll have a chance of winning it next time around.
You're a cruel man, Johnny, but I like your analysis.
There you go. So that's Mindaugas Leah Tutkas, who is stranded in the gravel trap now. Still, unfortunately for them, the final car to be running in the race. It is an excuse to put some fuel in the car, though, for the 34 Lant Motorsport Audi and the 917 Porsche. That should see it fine till the finish.
And Red Camels, Jordan, so that could be quite crucial there. Rick Broker's straight into refueling. Still at least half the pumps available. We've got 5 pumps and 10 Bowsers. So again, get the fuel in while you can. Sprint to the finish coming soon. Waiting for any signal as to how long it will be until the Code 60 period is removed. It hasn't always been the work of a moment to pluck cars out of the gravel. We certainly saw last night up at turn 13, one of the course vehicles then got bogged down itself. We had the image of a rescue vehicle towing a car, and that was a bit of delay there, but actually gave some of the teams a chance to work on parts of their car. And one of the car crews still working is NM Racing Team. We saw that front right-hand corner collapse as the car tried to leave the pits. The Mercedes GT2 is being sorted out now, but in the sort of pace with which it suggests they are trying to get that back in the race. Unlike poor CP Racing, their Mercedes is still sitting in the garage. It'll be interesting to see if anything is being worked on, but we did see the crew starting to dismantle their airlines and things in the pits. So for CP Racing, I think it's over and out. But for NM Racing Team, on hove turf, still trying to get that car to finish in GTX.
So Rick Breukers for Red Camel was in a position to get into the pit lane. The problem for Huub van Eindhoven is that his position on track is not conducive to getting into the pits and getting fuel quickly, unless Red Ant have turned down the option of fueling that car. But I still think it will need a splash potentially with another 34 minutes to go. I suppose it depends a little bit about how the Code 60, how long the Code 60 is out as well. But Red Ant desperate to want to be given the choice at least for fuel or not, with Huub van Eindhoven at the wheel. This could decide the 992 division as we head down to Diana Binks with a little more from the pit lane.
I'm with the 715 team that we saw earlier on, stop in the middle of the pit lane, making its way out onto the track with an issue with the front. Vacislav, what happened? We saw the wheel, and it looked as if it was at a degree that obviously it shouldn't have been at. Yeah. It was stuck on the pit lane. You've had to bring it back and put it into the garage.
It's actually happened a lap before. That's why I was going slowly to the box. But the team didn't recognize the issue, so it was a suspension issue. And yeah, we do everything we can. We know what is the problem, but it takes time to change the suspension completely. We are super lucky with obviously I don't know what happened in T14, so we're using all the time we have. But yeah, we just need to change the part and get the car out. It's the only thing we need. So we are not doing fast. Unfortunately, it's not possible to do a fast repair. So we cannot just put a tape and go. We need to change the part completely. It's taking a time. Yeah, it seems the part is deep inside. It's a wishbone, so the car is just dropped onto the asphalt. But I hope we can do it. It depends how long it's going to be at Code 60.
All hands to the deck there. We can see with the team working incredibly hard. So we'll leave you. Thank you very much for updating us.
Thank you. Bravo.
Wishbone, so it is suspension, and the problem is it's well inside the car as well. They want to take as little off that as possible to access it, but sometimes you're not given that choice. We're going to go back to green in under a minute's time, so that's not good news for NM Racing either, because they wanted slightly longer with the rest of the field restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. But the Jeanette has been recovered. There it is in front of Rick Breukers' 909 car. This car's just taken fuel, leading the 992 class. Huub van Eindhoven has not pitted in the Code 60. Do they need fuel at Red Ant Racing?
Right, just waiting for the explosion of sound. The VDS Racing Mark car also in the pit garage, also having repairs, and it's got to be interesting to get a report from down there. Report of a wheel missing. But we're back to green, and car 21, the Haas RT Audi flashes past us, and any second we will have the race leader coming through turn 14. And that'll be another lap on the board. That'll make it 708 laps for the race leader. The IMSA Porsche with Julian Andlauer will surely take this through to the finish. His stint is 52 minutes. There are 31 minutes remaining in the clock. I think that means he does still need to pop in waved to his pit crew after taking a splash of fuel. But I think the Audi for Haas RT can go all the way to the finish. They're only 34 minutes into their stint. Yeah, that should be fine. And again, they'll have saved a tiny little modicum of fuel during that brief Code 60 period. But it's still, the ball is in the court of the IMSA Performance Porsche crew. They've been pretty peerless in this race.
Vortex working its way through the final sector of its current lap, so 7:01, and about to cross the line again with Lionel Amrouche on an out lap. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars all pitting during the Code 60. Julian Andlauer not, though, having to come down pit road because we talked about, well, actually that car potentially needing a stop, whereas the Audi didn't. So maybe Julian did come in during the that Code 60 and has already done his out lap. He's on lap 709 now, and once we are fully back to green flag conditions, as in they've gone through the next split time at race speed, we'll get you a real-time gap between the 76 IMSA Performance Porsche and the Haas RT Audi of Max Hofer doing the chasing. Daniel Allemann was late in during that Code 60, but they should be absolutely fine for fuel now at Herbert, as is typically the way of the German squad to pit at every possible opportunity during a Code 60. Yves van Eindhoven now being shown ahead of Rick Breukers, of course, because that car did not pit, whereas Rick did, and the gap's 13 and a bit seconds at the sharp end of the 992 class.
Looking for gaggles of traffic that could make a difference, and even at this late stage in the race, we've got a couple of cars running very close together. The Scherer Sport Audi, car number 1, Pierre Caffer on board. Plenty of company for him. He's battling with the car collection Motorsport Porsche. That could be a place change coming up very soon indeed. Pierre Caffer all over the tail of Ivan Giacomo. Even was going very, very well, the Swiss racer, at the start of the stint, but certainly Pierre Caffer in an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 is a fearsome combination, and I expect those places to change very, very soon indeed. Fourth and fifth nose to tail down into turn 1, but this time around Ivan Giacomo didn't even have to block. He had his car just far enough ahead. But you can imagine Pierre Caffer's just plotting his move now. Where is he going to make it? Going through turn 3, that's not the place to do it, but he's having a look. The good news is the 758, the Mark II VDS, is out onto pit apron. It's lost a position in GTX, or more to the point, it's just abandoned its chance to beat the KTM. That had its problems, well, about an hour ago, didn't it, Johnny, with the rear wing coming loose, but this time around not having the requisite number of wheels has been a limitation for the VDS team.
So Pierre Caffer was definitely quicker through the sequence of turns 1 and 2, even though he didn't get the place. Just a more conducive line, I suppose, to a quick lap. And Ivan Giacomo running the risk here of concentrating far too much on the car behind rather than being quick through the corners that are in front of him. They both run a touch wide through the kink at turn 9. And a flash of the lights now. Can Pierre Caffer be late enough on the brakes? No, because it's well defended by Giacomo in his Porsche.
I think Giacomo's got to come in at the end of this lap. His stint length is 1 hour and 36 minutes already, or did he come in for a splash of fuel?
Yeah, although the stint length, if there has been a fuel stop, won't be. The fuel stop period will not be included in that drive time. So, but nevertheless, it's going to be pretty nip and tuck if he wants to stay below the 2-hour marker. Just heard from Diana Binks in my ears, so let's see what she's got down in pit road. Binksy?
Updating you that I was just updating you that VDS didn't want to talk. I did go into the garage just to sort of get some other information from them, but I got no response, I'm afraid. So, well, nothing to report apart from the car.
They are second in GTX, but with that wheel issue.
Yeah, they were pretty. To be honest, they were pretty frantic inside the garage. But the car has rejoined.
Okay, so it's Nicholas Hermans at the wheel of that now, 958. Razzoon More Than Racing lead GTX in their KTM Crossbow for Daniel Drexel in the 714. But Mark Carr and the VDS crew had been out front in GTX, now side by side between Pierre Caffer and Ivan Giacomo, and this is the German's best opportunity. Bruce, it'll be the inside line for the Audi next time through turn 7.
Yeah, got the job done. Had a little Joe trying to run around the outside at turn 3. Didn't quite work. Took the tighter line into turn 4. But by the time they got to turn 5, he did exactly the job you expect of a driver of his experience. Giacomo driving beautifully, but he couldn't hold the inside line. Down went the black, and acid yellow Ferrari claimed the position. But Giacomo, I honestly think, will be coming in this time around. A little bit of pride lost there, and the position. So 4th and 5th have swapped around. The Audi from BUGGYRA Sport PHX has moved up. Pierre Caffer will run this to the finish of the race. He should now pull clear of even Giacomo, but even at that late stage, a move that takes 5 corners to be completed. Hold on, let's tick that box. Very, very good indeed. Well done, Pierre Caffer.
Huub van Eindhoven crosses the line, leading the 992 class from Rick Brokers, but Brokers taking chunks of time out of him. Huub van Eindhoven must be in massive fuel save mode here. He's just done a 150.2, whereas Rick, he's 3 seconds faster on a single lap. And I still can't quite understand why Red Ant didn't pit under the code 60. I'm pretty sure they would have passed pit road entry and decided to turn it down. And now I'm a bit concerned about how much fuel is left in the belly. So leading the 992 class is the 903 car, but the 909 is coming now with Rick Brokers at the wheel. As we hear about a penalty for the number 1 BUGGYRA Sport PHX car, that's for not respecting the refueling regulations. So there's going to be a 10-second time penalty for car number 1.
Well, no wonder Caffer had to press on so much, but he did the overtake before that penalty was announced. But is he going to be able to build enough time for a 10-second penalty, which obviously is longer than that, because that includes pit in, stop for 10 seconds and go out again. So I fear that all his work to get past even Giacomo in the car collection motorsport Porsche may have come to naught, but that car collection car, I'm sure, she'll be in for a splash very soon of fuel, whereas Pierre Caffer doesn't need to. He's only 19 minutes into his stint, 24 minutes remaining. This race won't sit still, will it?
The Pierre Caffer penalty is interesting to me because it'll be 10 seconds to be served at the next pit stop. But if you've not got a next pit stop, they should be fine for fuel. Then it'll be added onto the race time, is my understanding, at the end of the race. But it can't just be a 10-second penalty. They'll have to work out how long it takes you to get into the pit lane as well and convert all of that in. But you're right in that Pierre Caffer's going to have to build a 10-second lead and quite a bit more to make sure they hang on to 3rd position in the Pro-Am class.
And another team has picked up exactly the same 10-second penalty. It won't really affect their race. It was the fact the front right suspension collapsed was their problem. That was the 715, the NM Racing Team Mercedes. They've fallen down with that problem to they're in the pits at the moment, actually, NM Racing Team, but they've fallen down to 3rd in that GTX battle. The extra penalty won't help, but it won't hinder either, because they're not that close to the others. But still out on the track, still fighting. 23 minutes remaining in this race. Again, just having a quick check at the lap pace at the front of the field. Certainly Max Hoffa was very quick early on in that Audi on fresh rubber, but since then Julian Andler has been getting the better of the traffic and is running at a better pace in the race leading Porsche, so therefore extending his advantage, and he's got 712 laps on the board, only 711 for the Haas RT at the moment, so that is a comfortable margin going into the final 20 minutes or so of this race, the 24 hours of Barcelona.
Here's a fight at the 992 class then. It is Red Ant Racing versus Red Camel. We've been racing for 23 hours and nearly 40 minutes. And how about a 1 second gap between the 2 category leaders here? This is unbelievable stuff. And Red Ant Racing, Huub van Eindhoven should be faster than Rick Brokers, but I don't think they think they've got enough fuel left, certainly at the speed that Rick is going, whereas Rick has that cushion now of pitting under the code 60. He can go as fast as he likes. Nevertheless, he's got to find a way by Huub van Eindhoven, who is a highly skilled Porsche Cup racer.
So there you were talking about how Van Eindhoven a couple of laps ago was on fuel save. He can't be saving any fuel. He's been pushed around almost a lap record pace by Rick Brokers. This Rick will have a smile on his face. Oh, we've got a spinner going out 904 deep in the gravel. This may give an opportunity for some of the teams to come in under code 60. It's up at turn 13, the penultimate corner of the track, and Jimmy de Broeke has thrown it off. That doesn't as yet affect Rick Brokers looking up the inside. There is no inside as they go down to turn 1. So Huub van Eindhoven blocking him off there completely legitimately, but we know he's going to be short on fuel, and so Red Camel Racing, well, you cannot hold back a Rick Brokers on a charge around the outside.
It's code 60. He's going to have to give the place back again. They were side by side as it came out, and now, well, it might be a tussle as the flag is waved. Well, I was ahead. No, I was ahead. and that's going to have to be looked back on through the latest split. But definitely Rick wasn't fully passed as the Code 60 came out, and I think you have to allow the Red Ant Racing car back into the lead, bearing in mind, let's hope for their sake this is going to be a quick recovery of the 904, and we're going to have a good 15 minutes still of racing.
Look, and I think Rick is experienced enough to know that it's not worth taking the risk. If it was incredibly marginal, tuck in behind. He reckons he's got the pace. We've seen he's got the pace. He's then got to find a gap for Huub van Eindhoven when we go green again. But 21 minutes remain in the race. That Red Ant, the sister Red Ant car, ironically, is the one that's deep in the gravel and a classic. I wonder how he ended up there. But going down the start-finish race, Rick Breukers tucked in behind Huub van Eindhoven, has a look up the inside. It's still not gone to Code 60, still legitimate. Was there a touch?
Definitely, nose to tail, there was a touch there. And I don't think Huub van Eindhoven was doing a great deal wrong. He pulled across the road, normally one move allowed in the braking area, but just a little nudge there from Rick Breukers. Bit naughty, I suppose, but thankfully it didn't result in Huub going too far into the first corner. But it did then mean that he was slightly out of his rhythm working his way through turn 3, and that's where they were exactly door handle to door handle just as the Code 60 came out.
Yeah, that move kept on going through turn 3, and then Rick backed out of it. There was an Audi tucked in behind one of the GT3 runners, but this is going to be interesting. The clock, of course, continues to move downwards. We've only got 20 minutes remaining. Still Code 60. No cars actually come round to do any refueling. I think simply at this point of the race, everybody had worked from the tail backwards, so everybody has got the requisite fuel in their car, with possibly the exception of the race leader, the number 76 Porsche from the IMSA LS Group Performance. May need to come for a splash and dash for Julian Andlauer, but maybe this Code 60 is just with fuel reduction just helping them enough so they won't need to come in. I'm sure IMSA Performance would have thought about that. Good news is the second of the Red Ant Porsches is being pulled clear of the gravel more successfully than when we had another car in there last night, and should almost be back on the hard standing between turns 13 and 14. It can then be unhooked. Doesn't appear to be any damage to the 904 Porsche, and hopefully then get back onto the circuit, but the clock continues to count down.
Yeah, and we'll be lucky to have 15 minutes left of this race, but that's all the 992 leaders will need to at least switch places one more time, possibly a couple, and fully enthralling this fight for the outside of the GTs, the next quickest category. And it's been well subscribed this weekend as well. Looking like the 992 podium will all be the non-AM lineups. RPM Racing's Tracy Crone has been put back into the 907 for the closing stint. They're on course to take the AM win, and convincingly from MRS GT Racing, who are still circulating in their number 988 car, and then the 917 Orchid Racing team should be on the podium in AM. But it's going to be Red Ant Racing, Red Camel and Willy Motorsport in some sort of order, I would suggest, for the podium. Willy Motorsport too far back to be involved in this scrap, but they will be loving the fact that the front two are potentially taking chunks out of one another. That could mean one or both leave the road, and Willy Motorsport will be right back in the battle, potentially to win the class for Sergei Nicolai in the 955. It's going to be racing again in less than 60 seconds, so we'll have 16 and a bit minutes left on the clock. And who is going to be the most awake when the green flag eventually flies again? Let's hope we can stay green until the flag too. We've now got less time than we had for the Alpine races yesterday or the day before. They were only 25 minutes. Well, it's turned into, especially in the 992, a just over 15-minute sprint to the checkered flag.
Track conditions perfect, unless you happen to run a little bit offline, then you'll find so much rubber pickup that it'll certainly affect the handling of your cars, but not too many laps left to nurse that in. So the Porsche Cup, the 992 class, is very close indeed. Half a second between Huub van Eindhoven for Red Ant Racing and Rick Breukers, who is very much the hunter. He's waiting for the signal. The signal has come. We've gone green. Just under 17 minutes remain. Those two cars getting towards the end of the lap. They'll be flying down the hill towards the bottom of the circuit and coming onto the start-finish straight. No chicane to interrupt their progress. I am delighted by that. Immediately, Rick Breukers goes for the outside line, but he's only being offered the outside line through turn 5. They go down the slope to turn 6. Maybe at turn 7 a move may be coming, but I would think quite honestly, Johnny. Oh, something to confuse it. The 4th place Audi from GT3 class car number 1 goes up the inside. That's a confusion they can do without, but then gets the corner rock at turn 7, pulls across in front of Huub van Eindhoven. Will there be a line up the inside for Rick Breukers when he gets to the top of the hill at turn 9? He's going to have the flow. He's going to have the momentum going down the straight to the point at which I thought the overtaking manoeuvre was likely to happen anyhow, but he's got a 2-car tow going down the infield straight to turn 10, but Eindhoven is very good at holding the inside line, and he's blocked him off.
Yes, he has, and he'll run deeper into the corner as well. But we flick back to the right in a moment or two now. Can Rick put the car there? That's perfect. Car placement, and Red Camel will take it, but he's got a bit too wide in turn 12, so Huub van Eindhoven on the reply will fend him off and bump it through the gravel. Now goes the Red Camel car. That's the last thing that Rick Breukers needs, because he's lost maybe half a second in that whole manoeuvre.
Oh, and more than that, all 4 wheels off the car, off the ground several times over. That was a robust move. He was certainly on the outside into turn 13, but Shudwai looked like he got the move done up the slope into turn 11, but Van Eindhoven blocked him off, but it was coming out of 13 and over the curbs, over the green painted. It was about 4 bucks up and down and back onto the circuit, eyeballs bouncing around in his head, no doubt, but for Rick Breukers, that will only encourage him all the more, one feels. So just keep an eye on the potential penalties page, none as yet.
Well, it was a second lost by Rick Breukers. He couldn't have done a great deal about it, really. But, of course, when you put yourself on the outside line at 10, that should deliver you into the apex at turn 12. But because you're coming at it from a shallower angle, he then naturally was going to run wide out of 12. And Huub van Eindhoven read that, made sure that he didn't have any, or even a car width to play with for Rick Breukers. But I didn't quite expect him to leave the road with so much energy, and did incredibly well not to lose the car in the stones there.
Incident already under investigation for race control, but there's a certain element of irony coming up. They're catching another runner, also in their class, 3rd in class, Sergio Nicolai. Maybe as they come up to him, he could have a part in this race. He could end up, if they have any more fisticuffs out on the circuit, he could end up as the class winner. If anything untoward's happened, but certainly Rick Breukers getting closer and closer to Huub van Eindhoven. Tucking in behind, this is the point just a lap ago where he got his nose up the inside through the kink at 11 up to turn 12. This time he's about 2 car lengths behind. They're catching the Willy Motors by Willy Racing by EB Motorsport Porsche, hand over fist. 14-minute remains. This is a classic case of a sprint race being tucked on the end of an endurance race, and it's fabulous, fabulous action.
Well, I'm suddenly reminded. I'm reminded of Daytona a couple of years ago. Mathieu Jaminet and Laurence Vanthoor in their Porsche GT3 cars. It sort of turned into this, and unfortunately for them, turned into contact and a spin for one of them as well. We really hope that both cars can take the finish and roughly close to one another. The amount of energy involved at the end of the main straight with the rear wing, particularly on the Red Camel car, oscillating with a superb amount of energy there. But once again, the Red Camel car is right with Huub van Eindhoven. There are big question marks as to how much fuel is in the Red Ant car, and I don't think Huub van Eindhoven wants to be going as quickly as he's being forced to by Rick Breukers, who's now on the outside line of turn 4. I'm not sure he necessarily can stay there. No, Huub's not going to allow him to stay there as he edges him out to the left.
Yeah, that was wonderful looking at that vibrating rear wing on Rick Breukers' car. It's a classic case of the turbulent air coming over the top of Huub van Eindhoven and coming down towards ground level as it hit the second of the Porsches. But I really think that the Code 60 period has brought a little bit of fuel save. We already discussed how Huub van Eindhoven was not wanting to run at the same pace. That brought him a little bit of comfort, but you have no comfort at all if you've got Rick Breukers sitting on your tail, looking one way, looking another, diving up the inside, trying the outside line. What have we got left on the clock? 12.5 minutes. Huub Eindhoven, we know it's hot in the cockpits. He's going to be sweating buckets at the moment. This is massive pressure.
They're also catching a car at great speed, and maybe a slight mistake there from van Eindhoven. Now Rick Breukers finds himself on the outside line at turn 12. Can he go all the way around the outside to take the race lead? He tried this a couple of laps ago, but now does cut across the bows of the Red Camel car, and the 909 will lead with 12 minutes to go. What has Huub van Eindhoven got at his disposal, bearing in mind there's less fuel, I reckon, on board the Red Ant car, whereas Rick Breukers can now afford to just really push on and gap the car behind.
Certainly can. Fabulous action really in the closing stages here at Barcelona, and the Willie Motorsport car is just keeping out of the way. That's the car that's the third in the 992 class, and Rick Breukers gets past him into turn one. That'll buy him a tiny bit of a gap, but I honestly don't think Huub van Eindhoven can fight back. He too will try and pass Sergio Nicolai, but that was bold, it was brave, and it came from a long way back, and Rick Breukers has made that move back into the lead of the 992 Cup class. And also worth mentioning, they were fighting over 7th place overall, so really good from the Porsches right in the mix in their class and the race overall when said and done.
Terrific stuff to go deep into the final hour for this major category in the GT series. We often focus in, and I think quite rightly so, on the GT3s, but there's always a phenomenal fight in 992. Porsche Carrera Cup racing through the years has provided superb action, whether it's a sprint race of 30 or 40 minutes or extended to the full 24 hours. And similar, really, from Cup 2 in the Nürburgring Nordschleife series, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We always find good fighting there too. Elsewhere in the 992 division, the AM category is led by this car, the Tracy Crone 907 RPM car. But we can now afford to just take a bit of a breath and head back to the GT3 fight, because on lap 719, Julian Andlauer no doubt would have loved to have been involved in that 992 fight, but for him a slightly more comfortable advantage over not a Porsche but the Haas RT Audi R8 of Max Hofer, and we're talking 1 minute and 40 seconds between IMSA Performance's Porsche and the Haas RT car.
718 laps completed by our race leader into the final 10 minutes, just cresting that moment. Haas RT a lap further back, and unfortunately for Max Hofer, was giving chase in the number 21 Audi, but at this point in the race can only match, not exceed Julian Andlauer's pace for the IMSA Performance crew. But Herbert's Motorsport, they had their hopes, they unfortunately had their delays. They look as though they're heading for third place. In fact, they've got a 3-lap margin over the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, so that should be fully sufficient at this late stage in the race. But as Johnny pointed out, so many classes to celebrate, and for RPM Racing, for that eternal pairing of Tracy Crone and Nicholas Johnson, with the tall American Tracy bringing it home, it's another good result for that team in that race livery that's stood the test of time. It's been on many machines, the lime green with the blue accents on it, and Tracy should be bringing that home. And at the moment, RPM, he's just taken that over not so long ago from Duncan Houseman, leading the 992 AM class, and 12th place overall. Looks very good indeed.
3:30 will be the time for a couple of laps, so just trying to work out how many laps we're likely to have left. Maybe 5 for the race leader. We're on 720 now. Never had as many as this in the Barcelona 24 hours, regardless of which configuration of circuit we've been running on. And in the very early years, in the late 90s, we were on the national circuit, so effectively not using turns 1 to 6. But now the full 4.5 kilometres. 296 was a distance record last year. We're well beyond that now.
696,
Sorry.
I hope, not 296.
Not 296.
Otherwise you can knock off and have supper.
Indeed, yes.
And a night asleep.
I think it was never going to be in question that we would break their distance record if that was the number. Down towards turn 7 goes Tracy Crone then, and I'm sure this was all part of the planning. If the car had a decent enough lead in the 992 AM class, that they would put Tracy in for the closing stages. That car has now completed 690 laps. Its nearest rival in 992 AM is the anti-Ramo-driven MRS GT racing car, but significantly further down the order, in fact behind our TCE leaders, who remain Wolf Power Racing with their Audi RS3 in the TCR division. So 121 Ivars Valers has been at the wheel of that, it feels, for quite some time. Yeah, nearly 1 hour and 40, but he'll be inside the driving limit.
Right, we started with 39 cars. We're going to end with 32. The last place car, the Ginetta from GSR Motorsport, is the last car to come and get some fuel, so inside the final 10 minutes. But 32 cars should get to the finish. And ironically, the car that has the fewest laps to its name, 305 laps, was the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari that set the early pace. It had a collision. It was clattered into down in turn 1 after approximately 2 hours, just as Leonard Weiss took it over. Then it had problems getting fuel into the engine, and unfortunately for them, they were not the first car to retire, but the one with the fewest miles on the clock. And we also lost Edward Sandstrom, was the last driver to drive the 930 HRT Performance 911 GT3 Cup class car, another car from that class that went very well at stages in the race. The 910 from Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo. Baz Curtin Racing retired from the touring car class with their Cupra TCR. They had 363 laps to their name at the time. Escuderia Farayon, a Spanish team, one of the local teams, retired with 401 laps on the board for them. That was the 709 Porsche. The 929 Porsche that went very well for HRT Performance, with 18-year-old Harley Horton doing a great job for them. That also parked up, 415 laps for them. And NKPP also didn't quite make it to the end because they retired from the Porsche Cup class with 444 laps on the board. Everyone else has done 600 and more laps.
And Julian Andlauer is very close to completing his latest lap. He's in the final sector and will whip across the line now. It's a 1:45.7 for that car. Max Hoffer's current pace is about a second or so faster than that, but he's got to find a minute and 37 seconds in 5 and a bit minutes. Not going to happen when you think about Julian Andlauer's ability to drive his Porsche as fast as he likes. He's deliberately sort of reining back the speed now as we catch a glimpse of the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The incident between the 903 Red Ant Porsche and the 909 Red Camel car, there's going to be no further action for that, perhaps because how it panned out eventually, putting Rick Breukers ahead, and Rick now leads the 992 division by nearly 7 seconds over Oop van Eindhoven.
Well, he's lapping 3.5 seconds a lap faster, and again, I think that's simply down to the fact that Hubert probably didn't have a lot of fuel left to play with, so he has been nursing it to the finish. Also, that battle was fought, the battle was won by Rick Breukers.
Here's the 403 Atlas BX Motorsport car that leads the GT4 part of the field, and they barely have put a foot wrong in this particular race. A very strong outfit, and delighted to be so neatly placed in the championship as well. So the 403 car on course to take the category win in the GT4 part of the race. Atlas BX. Meantime, the BMW for Max Partel is second in GT4, and although there were some early difficulties with this car that probably plagued about the opening 8 hours actually, brand new car running in GT4, the G82 spec M4, but since those problems were ironed out, and Martin Kroll had every confidence that they would be, and this car has had an imperious run. It's just that they lost too much ground, had lost too much ground to the Atlas BX car in the early stages. But a cracking paint scheme on that car, unmistakable. Third position in GT4 for the BUGGYRA ZM Racing AMG GT4. And the same cannot be said for this car, unfortunately, with all sorts of difficulties through the course of the race. Meanwhile, for Christian Leumeyer in the Rousoon Northern Racing KTM Crossbow, this is the car that is leading the GTX category with a handful of minutes to go, 3 of them in total. And the Milwaukee-backed car has just actually made a stop.
It has. I was just waiting for a jump in there, Christian Leumeyer. Oh, we've got a spinner right towards the end of the race, 988, and the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche running in third place, but fortunately with 3 laps in the bag, so cannot be overtaken by the crew in fourth, which is the Shira Sport PHX. Won't possibly be going to the finish. The lights are still on. No, it's getting going again. So a clash deep into the race. And for Daniel Alleman, we heard he was going to go in and probably take the finish. That would have been a shock and 3/4. But all you have to do, he's not long into his stint. He's half an hour into his stint. Clearly a little bit of contact or perhaps avoidance. And the driver of 988 was Antti Ramo. You just mentioned him for MRS GT Racing. So it takes 2 to tango. But luckily it looks as though both of those will continue.
Yeah, but what we don't know, as you say, is whether Daniel had to run off the road in avoidance or whether the two maybe smacked into one another. It was relatively light contact, if so, if both can continue. Third in the GTX category is the 701 Vortex. Lionel Amrouche bringing that car to the finish. It's showing the odd scar here and there, but show me a car that doesn't have some battle wounds after nearly 24 hours of scrapping. Rick Brokers, what a great drive from him, particularly in the closing stages. He was pretty grumpy, I think it's fair to say, after his opening double stint, saying this car is nothing like what I wanted it to be in the dry conditions. Well, not really blaming the team, just saying we haven't had the dry running we needed to really delve down into the good areas of a good setup. But they've had to sort of, I don't know, chisel away at that through the course of the race. And it's also an element of the drivers getting used to it. He's now found the third place car. They're not on the same clash with one another, but 955 running in third. The red camel car 903 is, of course, second. After a superb overtake, eventually, and it felt like he planned that over several corners, has now extended to they will only have the dregs of fuel.
Yeah, just to paraphrase Rick's comments about after his first stint in the Red Camel's car, he said the handling is bad and it's getting worse. It wasn't entirely positive, but clearly they've worked on it. They've sorted it out. It's very good to see that Daniel Alleman is going again for the Herbert Motorsport Group. They should be coming home in third position. Late scare with that clash with Anthony Alleman, across the line, take that checkered flag, not win when you're stuck up to your axles. Second place looks so it's going to just go to Max Hofer and Haas RT. They came here in the championship lead GT3.
Delicate moment here for him to pick his way through some traffic. We're on the final lap though for 24 hours of Barcelona, and it's the black car with the flashing 001 in the window. Well, Julian is now into the second sector of his final tour. Brilliant drive from the Frenchman, particularly in the overnight portion of the race. He couldn't drive more than half the distance, but I reckon he's going to be pretty close to the 12 hours in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche. But let's not take anything away from the rest of his crew. Simon Turner and Laurent Hergon as the AM driver, so two semi-pros, the AM and the very much pro, gold graded. Into the braking area for turn 10. One more sector to go. He's able to clear the BMW from Hoffa Racing in time to have the track now in front of him as he heads out to 12. So despite WTN and Rinaldi Racing's best effort to defend their title in this particular race in isolation, it's going to be a new name at the top of proceedings with IMSA Performance returning to the race a couple of years away, and they have absolutely dominated this race by a minute and 38 seconds from the Haas RT Audi, but it's IMSA LS Group Performance who win the Barcelona 24 Hours in season 2023.
Well, fabulous run from them. Neat, tidy, no drama. Their flying driver, their quickest driver, Julian Andlauer, in at the end to make sure he didn't get caught out by the Haas RT team.
The TCR winner. The reaction down at IMSA Performance, but TCR will be a win for Wolf Power Racing in the 1-2-1 car. So Ivars Valles, who's in the seat in the closing stages, Roberto Ferri, Miklas Born and Jasmine. The title will go to Holmgarn Motorsport. It's down with the GT winners.
Yourself and the team.
Yeah, it's just underwear, Julien West did a really good job. What is a professional driver to compare to us? We are a good driver, but yeah, Julien did a really good job, so thanks.
Laurent just behind him as well, just Very happy to see
Sometimes, you know, you can start being very professional. It's only now when the emotion really starts to hit.
I always feel it's actually when team members look at their other members of the crew and they see combined enthusiasm and passion, and also just that final leap wherever you
to say thank you to the marshals as well. We'll be getting some reaction in a moment or two down with David Dyer a bit. But first of all, Julian stepping in. He will be feeling that as well. He feeling a tough night. Tracking back to the various steps with Jim's done something. Always the driving stint in isolation. He'll drive tyre. Which means that he must take a rest as well after double stint. CEST, maybe give their side on the rest of the cars now. Here's Dynamic Transport.
Ahoj, Máro.
Počkej, jedem to druhé, který tady. Máro, pojď taky. Ale opravdu.
Generally speaking, the tyre is going to be also better over time when the temperatures are cooler to the States. Especially in Europe, themselves Firmo to set the foot of our commentary position, so the official provisional result at this stage. 725 laps completed is a brand new record distance. The all-French lineup for the French squad. Group performance. They win by 1 minute and 37 seconds, so just under a lap time of the year. They did finish on the lead lap. for Mickey Powell, Matthew Dupree, Max Hoffer, the finishing driver, Gavin Pickering and Chris Cools. And the overall GT podium will be completed by Herbert Motorsport for Ralph Bowen's 50th event in the 24-hour series. Daniel Alleman, Robert Anthony and Patrick Cole. Fourth position to the Sherrisburg Projects, Audi, second place for the cars. Fifth position for the Election Motorsport car. That is the fourth place in GT3. GT3 and winners. And Motorsports, so well done to Tim, Max Edelhoff, Vigo sixth place in GT6. Started between Red GT3 Pro Am comes third place in 992. Second of the Red Hat cars, finishing sixth in the best car, number 90414. GTX win goes the way of Razoo Morgan Racing with their KTM Crossbow 714 car. VDS Racing Adventures was second in the GTX division. If they had big chance of closing power with the car missing a wheel as it came in. Fuel engine to replace that when it did its proper pit stop. Hoffer Racing in the GTX division finishing in 17th spot ahead of Simply Racing. Simply's Mercedes. Atlas BX Motorsport winning with the first of the Vortex V8s, 20th position, NM Racing Team Mercedes.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
The celebrations continue down in pit road because we need to get some reaction, Diana Binks, from our TCE race winner here in Barcelona.
We have one driver here. The rest have all gone upstairs already, but Ivers is kindly very much waited till we were ready to chat to him. We got at the end of the 24 hours. How does it feel to take that result today?
Yeah, for me it feels absolutely amazing because it's actually my first 24-hour race. And it's my first win in 24-hour race. You know, I was putting so much energy and I was fighting so much for that to achieve that result. And you know, I was going so through difficult times and so I wanted to just put my hands down, you know, in some moments. But now we build up the car for Barcelona, which was fitting physically, mentally. We were ready. So Thank you very much. Thank you all the people around, and especially my wife who is at home with my kids. So thank you. I love you so much. Thank you.
What a great achievement, and I can see you're really emotional here. It obviously meant an awful lot to you, but it can't be underestimated what it takes to win a 24-hour race. Personally, you've yourself, man, machine, and the whole team.
Yeah, that's the team. Of course, the team. That's the team race. It's not the sprint race. That's the team race, and the team put absolutely amazing job today in the car and before all the preparations and everything. So they absolutely did. We was fighting last year so hard with the car, with the issues, with everything. So and finally, this car was running all 24 hours on the road. So that was my mistake in the beginning. I did some small mistake. We have to change the drive shaft, but yeah, I'm so happy. That's unbelievable. You know, I'm one step closer to my goal. So yeah.
So this won't be your last 24-hour race then?
No, this won't be my last. I think now I have good feeling and that we can. So I think we will go on. We will see what the future will bring to us. But yeah, we will continue and go on racing and definitely. So yeah.
Again, many congratulations on that class win.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's very, very happy with that win. And you might say, you know, it was a relatively small entry within TCE, agreed, but you've still got to get to the end of the race and be ahead of all your other rivals. And there was a lot of drama as well to miss through the course of that too. We're just getting word of a very late penalty for the 23 car collection motorsport Porsche. Not
Adame, máme to za sebou. První 24hodinovka s Buggyrou. Jak to hodnotíš?
Máme to za sebou, první 24hodinovka, jak pro Buggyru, tak i pro mě, co se týče jako z jezdeckého hlediska. Takže jsem si to strašně užil, škoda toho začátku, ale to jsou zkušenosti, které jsme nazbírali. Pak auto už fungovalo, my jsme fungovali, tým fungoval. Takže za mě velká spokojenost a hlavně velké díky celému týmu.
Já vím, že na kdyby se nehraje, ale teďka jakoby se podívám na ten odstup, který si měli na Atlas, vlastně po těch problémech na startu a teď tak vlastně byli úplně stejný. Což vlastně mohl být docela dramatický závod dokonce. Co říkáš? Ale já vím, co by kdyby, viď?
Das ist Motorsport. Ve zkratce. Jo, to je prostě motorsport, to se stává a přesně to jsou jenom kdyby. Kdyby jsme jeli bez problému, tak bychom se možná s nima honili, možná by měli ty problémy oni, protože by museli více tlačit, takhle jeli na pohodu, protože věděli, že jsou safe a prostě to je všechno kdyby. Prostě dopadlo to, jak to dopadlo, buďme rádi a myslím si, že velká spokojenost.
Co je pro tebe, nebo co si z toho víkendu odneseš ty jako největší jakoby, poznatek nebo zkušenost?
Všechno. Od A až do Z, protože opravdu ten 24hodinový závod je specifický, není to jednoduché, musí se na to člověk připravit, jak fyzicky, tak psychicky a myslím si, že nejenom jezdci, ale celý tým.
Kdybys dokázal říct něco o svých týmových jezdcích, kolegů, co by to bylo, nebo kdo tě překvapil, mile?
Překvapili mě úplně všichni. Ne, Jára Jiřík a Jarek Janíš, to nebyla jejich první 24hodinovka, takže ti už s tím zkušeností mají, ale my s Davidem a s Aliou, tak jak letos máme všechno nové, tak tohle to bylo taky pro nás nové, takže si myslím, že jsme to zvládli na jedničku.
Takže nakonec z druhého místa v celkovém pořadí GT4 budete mít radost?
Měli bychom brečet na první sezónu, myslím, že super.
Paráda, díky.
Děláš s každým tenhle rozhovor, nebo děláme rozhovor?
The GT3s are in position and basically the only two finishers in the TCE series immediately beneath this very smart podium at Barcelona, which incorporates the track map. And not obvious from that track map, actually, where the podium set up, where the national circuit is. That's why we were so puzzled by that much longer distance in 1998, 1999, it seems. We're going to go straight back to Diana Binks, because ahead of the podium presentation properly, more reflection on the race from IMSA Performance Di.
Yes, we're just going to have another chat with Julien. He's had a second to reflect on taking that victory here today for yourself and the team. How satisfying does it feel?
It is, because it's been a very, very long race. I mean, it was a bit tough in the beginning. We were pretty strong during the night, but at the end, Audi was very, very quick, and we were not sure about the strategies, where we're going to end up for the last stint. So we had to push for the last couple of hours, and also to be safe, because a lot happened with the code 60s, etc. Car felt a bit better during the night, so I have to say we struggled a little bit during the daylight. But I mean, fantastic job by the whole crew. I mean, the team is just back from a couple of years back, not in endurance, so it feels good to do it properly without mistakes and back into the rhythm. Same for two of my teammates, first time in the 24 hours and into endurance. So, I mean, everyone did great. Very satisfying to also finish, because I'm a little bit exhausted. I think we all did a lot under pressure during the World Race, because it was quite close. So, yeah, happy with it, and couldn't be better.
Was there a point in the race where you thought, yeah, we've got this win?
It was only in the last stint, but anything can happen. You know, one of the other cars just finished with like 125 degrees in the engine and almost blew up the engine. So everything can happen. And in the last stint, we had cut a little bit of margin. So I have to say that was